A vortex of storm clouds spiraled above, dark and menacing, as a brilliant bolt of lightning tore through the sky. The bolt glowed with a bluish-white intensity, crackling with raw power. Jagged arcs of energy danced violently through the air, illuminating the clouds with flashes of electric fury before slamming into the earth. At the point of impact stood a lone figure, a broad-shouldered man with cropped hair, unmoved by the chaos around him. Rain drenched his muscular frame, but his stern gaze remained locked ahead. The cracked earth beneath his feet and the shock waves pulsing from his stance made it clear. This was no ordinary warrior. He was Dan Wusung, the man known to all simply as the Fist King, a title earned, not given, a name spoken across the Jianghu in both reverence and fear. Few knew his real name. Most only knew the power of his fists. Dan, injured, stood surrounded by bodies, signs of a brutal ambush. His sharp eyes narrowed as he assessed the remaining threats. Just two figures remained. One stood tall with long black hair tied behind him, dressed in shadowy garments that radiated quiet menace. The other wore a white and purple robe, gently waving a traditional folding fan, exuding a calm, calculating air. Dan muttered to himself, noting that they both looked highly skilled and unfamiliar. Dan kicked the man near him back toward his allies, stating that he was returning their subordinate. The man cried out as he was launched to one of the two remaining enemies. "Sword demon! Please, help me!" Without hesitation, the man known as Sword Demon drew his blade and sliced the man in half, silencing him instantly. Dan noted the sheer brutality. The man had cut down his own ally. He didn't hesitate. The symbol engraved on his blade and the ruthless display of violence left little doubt in Dan's mind. These two were members of the demonic faction. Dan called them out, his voice calm but firm. Sword Demon merely smirked, expressing his admiration for how long the Fist King had lasted. He even said the title was well-deserved. Dan didn't entertain the flattery. He warned them instead, with conviction, that he would end this in 10 strikes. Sword Demon laughed at the arrogance and rushed forward to meet him in battle. As the wind howled around them, Dan raised his lightning-wreathed hand and launched into the fight. The storm above seemed to echo each of his strikes. 1, 2, 3. With each number, a blow landed. Sword Demon reeled under the barrage, but something was off. By the 9th blow, Dan paused. Something felt wrong. His fists were powerful, yet every strike missed the enemy's most vulnerable points. He realized that some unseen force was restraining him. His senses honed in on the distant cliffs. There, standing above the battlefield, was the other man. The one with the fan. Surrounded by glowing violet energy, he watched calmly, his posture betraying a quiet confidence. Dan gritted his teeth. That man was interfering, somehow. Before Dan could react further, Sword Demon took advantage of the distraction. He hurled his blade forward. The sword pierced Dan's body, making him spew blood on his mouth. Sword Demon declared that the era of the Fist King was over. But Dan didn't fall. With the sword still embedded in his body, he forced himself forward, breaking through the mystical restraint and landing a crushing punch on Sword Demon's face. But it only grazed the Sword Demon on his face. A cut opened on his cheek, but instead of despair, the man only laughed. "You really are good at fighting, Fist King," he admitted with twisted admiration. The man with the fan descended from the cliff and commented on how close that had been. Sword Demon responded sarcastically, blaming the fan wielder for the lapse in restraint. Approaching Dan again, Sword Demon tried to deliver one last mocking remark. But before he could finish, Dan's fist struck once more, his 10th blow. Blood spewed from Sword Demon's mouth as he collapsed. Dan, now gravely injured, whispered his final thoughts. His strength was gone. He had fulfilled his promise. 10 strikes. But still, he wished for just one more. With that, Dan Wusung, the Fist King, collapsed and died at the hands of the demonic faction. Elsewhere, lightning erupted once more. In a remote location known as the Juhua Mountains Safe House, a blast of electric blue energy surged from the earth. A figure inside a nearby building, clad in yellow robes, looked up in alarm. The shock had not gone unnoticed. Inside, a young woman rushed to the side of a man awakening in bed. She called out anxiously, asking if he was all right. Dan Wusung opened his eyes, disoriented. He glanced around the room, confusion in his gaze. He muttered, "Where am I? Did someone treat me?" He sat up, murmuring to himself. There were no wounds. None of the injuries from the battle remained. Unsure if someone had treated him, the young woman offered him water, addressed him as First Young Master, confused. That wasn't a title he recognized. As he glanced into a nearby mirror, Dan's expression darkened. Startled, he spat the water across the room. "Who put a mask on my face?" he muttered. But as he touched his skin, there were no seams, no edges. This wasn't a mask. It was his face. Panicked, the attendant fled, promising to fetch the physician. Dan slapped his face in disbelief. Outside, the attendant muttered to herself, shaken by how strange the young master was acting that day. Back in the room, Dan muttered to himself, "It couldn't have been those from the demonic faction. If they could pull off something like this, they would have already taken control over the Zhenghu." Dan began to ask himself a question. Then who is this person? Forcing himself out of bed, he staggered across the room like a newborn fawn. Weak, untrained, useless. On the table, he spotted some documents labeled Unha Merchant Group. That name sounded vaguely familiar. It was a large trading house near Juhua Mountain, one even he had heard of despite never dealing with merchants. The letters were addressed to someone named Li Jin-eon, the eldest son. Reading through them, Dan realized they were filled with requests for money, invitations to gamble, and suggestive letters from women. This body's owner was a complete loser. His thoughts churned. This wasn't sorcery, nor illusion. There was no strange energy in his body. Then came the confirmation. The woman had called him First Young Master. He was inhabiting Li Jineon's body. Then a realization struck. Could it be reincarnation? Before he could reflect further, a man burst into the room, Gongsun Myung, the household physician. The man expressed concern over Dan's behavior. Dan, now Li Jineon, brushed him off. Gongsun insisted he had brought Jineon's favorite meal, chicken soup. But when the bowl arrived, Dan narrowed his eyes. Dragon and phoenix soup. To the healthy, it was a nourishing dish. But to someone as frail as the original Li Jineon, it was poison. Dan noted how the physician had subtly tried to take his pulse earlier. Suspicious. Too suspicious. He played along, asking how long the Dragon Phoenix martial competition had been running. About 200 years, the physician answered casually. Dan's expression darkened. That meant not much time had passed since his death. The demonic faction could still be alive. He waved the man away, feigning exhaustion. Gongsun hesitated but obeyed. Now alone, Dan looked around once more. He was surrounded by liars, deceivers, and snakes. The demonic faction still lingered like a shadow across the land. But this time he'd finish the job. "One punch," he muttered darkly. "That's all it'll take this time." A meticulously prepared breakfast sat atop a low wooden table. Grilled skewers, a mix of seasoned meats. A bowl of perfectly steamed white rice emitted faint wisps of steam, and beside it, a delicate porcelain cup cradled a warm, fragrant tea. The entire arrangement felt ceremonial, exuding tradition and calm precision. One of the servants, clearly impressed, let out a breathy exclamation. "Wow," she whispered, her eyes wide. She turned to her companion and remarked, almost in disbelief, that the young master had taken to eating full meals again. Just recently, he had only been able to stomach porridge. Her fellow servant chuckled softly and nodded. "Yes," she agreed. "He's been eating with such appetite lately. He should be back from his morning walk any moment now." Right on cue, Lee Jinian, formerly Dan Woo-sung, entered the room shirtless, a light sheen of sweat glistening on his muscular frame. His breathing was calm but heavy, like someone who had just finished a rigorous training session. He glanced at the table and gave a nod of approval. "Oh, breakfast is already prepared?" he asked casually. The servants bowed silently in confirmation. "Well done," he said. "Keep breakfast simple like this from now on." "Yes, sir," one of them replied dutifully. As Lee Jinian slipped on a fresh robe, the servants exchanged hushed whispers behind him. "He really does seem healthier," one murmured. "I know, right?" the other whispered back with a giggle. Just then, a soft knock interrupted the moment. One of the servants turned and informed the young master that physician Gongsun Myung had arrived to visit. Lee Jinian, his expression tightening slightly, before giving a curt nod. "Let him in." As Gongsun Myung entered the room, muttered under his breath, "He's so rude," Gongsun Myung with his usual exaggerated enthusiasm. "Sir," he exclaimed, arms open as though greeting a long-lost friend. Lee Jinian's lips curled into a restrained smirk as he muttered privately, "I still don't understand why he grovels like that." He narrowed his eyes in amusement. "Shall I try catching this little rat today?" Adopting a more composed tone, he addressed the physician directly. "What brings you here, Physician Gongsun?" Feigning innocence, Gongsun replied, "What do you mean, sir? I hadn't heard anything from you, and I couldn't endure the loneliness. So I came. But I must say, your complexion, it's completely different now. All the effort I put in feels pointless now." Lee Jinian raised a brow. "Effort? You mean your little trick with the dragon phoenix soup?" Gongsun's eyes widened. "Sir, I believe there's been some misunderstanding. The dragon phoenix soup is a nourishing tonic, nothing more." "Oh, really?" Lee Jinian said with a mock tone. "I thought it was poison." Gongsun stiffened. "What?" "Sir, I am Gongsun Myung, your personal physician. If I'm not welcome here," he added with a slight bow, "then I'll take my leave." Lee Jinian narrowed his eyes. "You came without being called, and now you leave without being dismissed?" His voice carried a chill. "Are you the master here, not me?" Gongsun flinched at the sharpness of the retort. But then Lee Jinian laughed, his tone suddenly light. "Ha ha, I'm just joking." Gongsun let out a sheepish chuckle. "Ah, ha ha." Then Lee Jinian issued a sharp order. "I need to send a letter. Bring me writing tools from the desk." "Yes, sir. I'll do that," Gongsun replied as he complied. "I'll dictate. You write," Lee Jinian continued. Gongsun nodded. "Yes, please begin." Lee Jinian began his message with a deceptively calm tone. "Due to Sir Lee Jinian's severe illness, I must remain in the villa for some time. Since this life of mine is so stubbornly long, please advise on what I should do next." As the words sank in, Gongsun froze. His expression darkened. "What's wrong?" Lee Jinian asked coldly. "Why aren't you writing it down?" Gongsun struggled for words. "Sir, what are you saying?" Without warning, Lee Jinian hurled a wooden chopstick. It shot past Gongsun's face and embedded itself in the wall behind him, mere inches from his throat. "Hey, old man," Lee Jinian said, his tone now devoid of humor. I'm not the Lee Jinian of the past anymore. Gongsun leans back, clearly shaken. Sir, what on earth do you mean? Lee Jinian calmly, but his words carried weight. First, about that dragon phoenix soup. To a healthy man, sure, it's a tonic. But to someone as ill as me, it's poison. And you, as a physician, know that well. Did you really think I wouldn't notice you checking my pulse secretly when I didn't die? His voice dropped. And most importantly, you couldn't even hide your intent to kill me. Gongsun's mask of civility finally cracked. His eyes narrowed. Lee Jinian remained seated, his posture casual yet unyielding. You're clearly not acting alone. Write down the name of the one who gave you orders. Gongsun looked away. Why are you doing this, sir? How could you suspect a kind man like me? He let out a breath. Sigh. Gongsun's demeanor changed. His voice turned cold. Even a scoundrel like you has a conscience, huh? Lee Jinian responds. You finally show your true colors. Gongsun, he sneered. I was trying to let you pass with dignity. How foolish. Now there's no other way. If I have to, I'll kill all the servants and silence them. Gongsun muttered. His hand reached for a hidden weapon beneath his clothes, but he wasn't fast enough. In one clean, brutal motion, Lee Jinian struck his head, ending the treachery with a single blow. Don't get distracted while I'm talking, he muttered, standing over the corpse. Continuing his meal, Lee Jinian grimaced. To think I'm in this much pain. What a pitiful body this is. He looked down at Gongsun's lifeless form. I need to recover my strength quickly, he whispered to himself. Once I do, it won't matter if the mastermind is the entire Yonha merchant group. When I return to the group, I'll dig deeper into Gongsun Myung's connections. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his skull. He clutched his head as memories surged forth. Not his own, but those of the original Lee Jinian. The flood of images brought clarity and sorrow. So that's what it was, he murmured, tears falling. Lee Jinian, the firstborn of the influential Yunha merchant group, had not been gifted. Neither as intelligent as his second brother, nor as strong as the third. He was simply lacking. To mask his inadequacies, he buried himself in a life of luxury, spending frivolously and seeking comfort in vice. But when he finally realized the damage he had done to his name, his health, his family, it was already too late. They had sent him here, to this remote villa, to die in exile. If these memories are right, Lee Jinian muttered, then the main family wouldn't care what happens to me here. At first, the problem was that I had reincarnated without access to this body's past. But now, I can finally focus on martial arts again. He looked down at his own hands. To think he wasted such an innately gifted body. With my knowledge from my previous life, and a few rare elixirs, I can climb to the top again. He turned his eyes to a pouch filled with coins. And money won't be a problem either. His gaze drifted briefly to Gongsun's corpse. I should bury that, he muttered. 1 year later, Juhua Mountain Safe House. A young man in uniform approached the villa gates, a formal letter clutched in hand. His steps were steady, but his eyes darted around with confidence. Hello, he called to one of the servants. I have a letter for young Master Lee Jinian. Where can I find him? The servant replied casually. Oh, he's right over there. The man, Mok In Siop, part of the Yunha merchant group's personal guard squad, turned to follow her gaze. And when he saw the figure beyond the courtyard, his breath caught in his throat. That's... he stammered. Young Master Lee Jinian. A few seasons had passed. In that time, Lee Jinian's energy core had manifested. He had carved into his body the martial techniques essential for survival, the enlightened mobility art, the enlightened body art, and the rapid stride. Most significantly, he had begun mastering a lightning-based technique, the white lightning 10-phase art, of which he had reached the 4th phase. Everything had progressed smoothly. Seated cross-legged in a lotus position, Jinyan concentrated deeply. But despite the progress, as he executed a technique, a single thought echoed in his mind. It still wasn't enough. Just then, a voice broke through his focus. Mok In-seop had arrived and respectfully greeted him. "It's been a long time," he said. "I'm Mok In-seop of the guard squad. I've brought a letter from the main clan." Jinyan acknowledged him with a nod and asked to see the letter. Even as he handed it over, Mok In-seop remained stunned. Internally, he questioned what he was seeing. Was this really the same fragile young master he had once known? Jinyan looked nothing like the frail figure from before. As Jinyan accepted the letter, he muttered with slight irritation that his arm was about to fall off. The contents of the letter were brief, yet heavy. The head of the Yunha merchant group, his father, had collapsed and was now bedridden. No explanation had been provided for the sudden illness. Leadership of the group was to be passed to Jinyan. Reading aloud, Jinyan echoed the words. "Father has collapsed and is now bedridden, but there's no explanation." In-seop hesitated before responding. He speculated that the Ouyang clan might be behind it. The group had long demanded protection fees disguised as tributes. These fees had grown intolerable. Jinyan asked calmly if the Ouyang clan had done anything to warrant increasing those fees. In-seop, visibly agitated, declared that they hadn't. His anger bubbled over as he described how the Ouyang clan ignored requests for discussion, even when the little deity sect attempted to impose outrageous trade taxes. Their answer was always the same. They only dealt with the Yuna merchant group's main clan, and even then, did nothing. The guard captain hadn't dared protest, not against someone like Ouyang Hu. Jinyan repeated the name thoughtfully. Ouyang Hu. He had heard of the man. He was a powerful figure in the Jianghu, enough for even Jinyan to recognize. He guessed that someone like Ouyang Hu considered merchant groups beneath him. Then he smirked and asked, "So if I take care of the Ouyang clan, this problem goes away?" In-seop was taken aback by the bold suggestion. But he quickly added that there was another critical reason behind the merchant leader's collapse. A sword fight had erupted between the 2nd and 3rd sons, Jinyan's younger brothers. Their father had witnessed the scene and collapsed, likely from anger. Jinyan couldn't believe it. They fought in front of him? A sword fight, no less? He sighed deeply. In-seop tried to reassure him that he wouldn't be held responsible. But Jinyan shook his head. "No," he said firmly. "I can't just sit by and watch." He handed the letter back and stood. "I'll go myself." Back at headquarters, Mok In-seop recounted everything to his fellow guards. He insisted that Jinyan had completely changed, that he was now a true martial artist. His colleagues erupted into laughter, mocking the idea. They scoffed at the notion, claiming it was more believable that Jinyan had mastered bedroom techniques than martial ones. But then, silence fell. Han Yeop, the vice captain of the guard squad, loomed behind one of the loudmouths. His expression was unreadable as he confirmed that Jinyan had indeed regained his health. Han Yeop reflected aloud. Jinyan had always possessed a fine physique as a child. He recalled the times he personally taught the young master martial arts. Curious, he asked In-seop when Jinyan planned to return. In-seop admitted he didn't know, only that Jinyan was on his way. As if on cue, someone shouted from outside the gates. "Young Master Jinyan has arrived," In-seop muttered. "Which is now, I guess." Han Yeop immediately ordered the others to prepare a formal greeting. One guard grumbled, questioning whether they really had to bow to someone like Jin Yeon. Han Yeop quickly reminded him who paid their salaries and told him to stop whining. Standing outside the massive estate, Jin Yeon took in the scale of the Yuna merchant group with awe. It was more than he had imagined. He realized the original Lee Jin Yeon hadn't just been well off. He'd been born with a silver spoon. He told his two servants to rest while he went to see his father. They bowed respectfully and obeyed. As he walked deeper into the compound, Jin Yeon wondered why no one had yet greeted him. But suddenly, guards emerged and bowed with reverence. "Congratulations on your safe return, young Master Jin Yeon." Han Yeop stepped forward, bowing. "I am the guard squad's vice captain, Han Yeop. You're almost unrecognizable, sir. I'm relieved to see you healthy." One guard muttered under his breath, calling Han Yeop shameless. He couldn't believe the vice captain was showing respect to someone who had always looked down on him. Jin Yeon, smiling, replied enthusiastically, quite the warm welcome for a troublemaker. "Thank you, everyone." The guards were stunned. He greeted us? They whispered in disbelief. That good-for-nothing actually greeted us? In Seop beamed. "I told you he's changed." Even the most skeptical guard admitted he felt like he was looking at a stranger, someone who felt more like an ally than an enemy. Han Yeop's face softened with a mix of pride and relief. He led Jin Yeon toward the merchant leader's residence. "I already informed your father you'd be visiting," he said. Jin Yeon nodded and thanked him. But as they walked, a mocking voice interrupted. Well, well, look who it is. If it isn't the perverted Jin Yeon." It was Lee Jae-yeon, the third son. Jae-yeon examined his older brother and noted how different he looked. Even his expression had changed. Placing a firm hand on Jin Yeon's shoulder, he sneered. Han Yeop's eyes widened with concern. He recalled how Jae-yeon used to beat Jin Yeon mercilessly. Hoping to defuse the situation, he quickly intervened, pulling Jae-yeon's hand away. "You two must be thrilled to see each other again," he said diplomatically. Jae-yeon was far from pleased. He slapped Han Yeop's hand away and lashed out, furious that he'd been touched without permission. "As if dealing with this good-for-nothing wasn't enough. Now you're disrespecting me too?" Before the situation could escalate, Jin Yeon calmly called Jae-yeon's name. With a soft gesture, he placed a hand on his younger brother's face, almost as if to caress him. Jae-yeon looked confused. "What is—" Before he could finish, Jin Yeon landed a clean punch to his face, sending blood flying. Han Yeop stared in shock, unable to process what had just happened. Jae-yeon sat on the ground, dazed. What the hell?" Jin Yeon remained composed. "Jae-yeon," he said with a grin. "I was so excited on my way here." Then, gripping Jae-yeon's shoulder tightly, he squeezed until his younger brother screamed in pain. "You insane bastard!" Jae-yeon shouted. Jin Yeon leaned in with a smirk. "Insane bastard? You should be calling me Big Brother." Meanwhile, a slight commotion stirred within the halls. At the back, a man holding scrolls paused, his brow furrowing as he muttered to himself, "That's Father's room." The man was Lee Hwa-yeon, second son of the Yunha merchant group and its current overseer. Approaching Han Yeop, Hwa-yeon asked with authority, "What is all this ruckus?" Han Yeop turned, replying, "Ah, overseer. There was an argument between the first and third young masters." Hwa-yeon's expression darkened. He muttered in frustration, "The third must have harassed him again. And what are you all doing just standing around instead of stopping them?" With urgency he added, "My older brother," and rushed forward toward the source of the disturbance. Inside, Jin Yeon maintained a stern tone as he addressed Jae-yeon. "Be quiet. We're right in front of Father's room." He glanced back as Hwa-yeon entered. Is that you, Hwa-yeon?" Huaiyan, caught off guard by Jinyan's commanding presence, could only respond with a confused, Soon, the three brothers were gathered inside the room. Huaiyan sat sipping tea, Jinyan stood before Jaeyan, and Jaeyan knelt on the ground, arms raised in punishment. "I heard that you returned," Huaiyan said, eyeing his elder brother. "You seem like you're in good health." "I'm fine now," Jinyan replied casually. He then noticed an injury on Huaiyan's hand and asked, "Did the third do that to you?" "Ah, it's not serious," Huaiyan began. But before he could finish, Jinyan delivered a sharp slap to Jaeyan's face. "You shouldn't wield a sword against your older brother," Jinyan said coldly. "Unless you wanna—" Jaeyan, stunned, quickly responded, "Okay." When Jinyan raised an eyebrow, Jaeyan stammered, I understand." As he processed what had just happened, Jaeyan muttered under his breath, still in disbelief, "Li Jinyan beat me up. He used to be so weak." Huaiyan, equally astonished, murmured, "He really humbled Jaeyan." He remembered how Jinyan could barely avoid a beating in the past. With curiosity, Huaiyan asked, "Did something happen at the safe house? You seem like a completely different person." "Is that so?" Jinyan responded with a slight smirk. "You've got a good eye." He then turned his attention to the scrolls and asked, "What's all this?" "That's the list of employees I'm taking to the conference tomorrow," Huaiyan explained. Jinyan glanced through the names and muttered, "A list of employees. I was curious who recommended Gongsun Myung, but I guess that's not needed anymore." As his gaze narrowed, he added, "The person who brought in all these people, from the vice guard squad leader to the front gate guards, it's Ouyang Hu." His tone shifted, colder and sharper now. "If either of you is working with the Ouyang clan," he warned, "now's the time to speak." Huaiyan immediately retorted, "Do you really think that's even possible?" Jaeyan, equally defensive, exclaimed, Yeah, that's ridiculous. I'd rather die than see another clan take over our business." Huaiyan nodded firmly. "That's right. The Yuna Merchant Group is something father built with his own hands." Jinyan exhaled in relief. "I'm glad to hear that," he muttered to himself. "At least I won't need to kill them." He rose to his feet. "Are all the higher-ups attending the conference tomorrow?" "Yes," Huaiyan confirmed, still unsettled by the change in his brother. "Good," Jinyan said. "Then I'll attend too." Without another word, he left the room. "Huh? Where are you going?" Huaiyan called after him. "To see father," Jinyan answered, already gone. Staring at the doorway, Huaiyan murmured, "What happened at the safe house?" Jaeyan, meanwhile, was practically throwing a tantrum. "I should have gone to Juhua Mountain. Me! Ah!" At their father's chamber, a voice outside the door called, "Merchant Group Leader, the eldest son is here." "Let him in," the old man replied. Jinyan entered. His father, Lee Seong-min, leader of the Yuna Merchant Group, greeted him with a weak voice. "You're here. What was all that noise outside?" he asked. Jinyan waved it off. "Nothing important. I heard you're unwell, due to stress." "Yes," Seong-min replied with a sigh. "I've always been under stress, but now this old body just can't handle it anymore." He reached out and gently touched Jinyan's face. "You've changed a lot. For the better," he said with a soft smile. "Your face looks different. Are you really Jinyan?" Jinyan simply nodded. "Yes." Internally, however, he was caught in his own thoughts. Strange. I grew up without parents, so I never knew what having a father felt like. But in Lee Jinyan's memories, his father was a great man. As he held his father's frail hands, he muttered, "When did he become so small?" Out loud, he promised, "Father, don't worry. We just need to eliminate the cause of your stress. I'll handle that, so please, don't worry. Hmm? Eliminate? The old man asked, concerned. Ah. Jinyon forced a smile. It's nothing. Don't worry. The following day, the Yunha Merchant Group's conference began. Among the attendees was Ouyang Hu, guard squad leader and a martial master from the Ouyang clan. A subordinate leaned over and whispered, Guard squad leader. Isn't that the eldest son? What's he doing here? Ouyang Hu smirked. He must be worried about his position in the group. During the meeting, Huaiyan continued discussing business. So, does anyone have a different opinion? If not, I'll move on to… I do, Ouyang interrupted confidently. I heard the first young master still doesn't have a guard, despite returning. I'd like to make a recommendation. Murmurs spread through the room. One man whispered, Half the group's already under the Ouyang clan. Another replied, Hey, only to have his teacup swatted away by Ouyang Hu. Oops, my hand slipped, Ouyang said mockingly. My bad. Anyone have anything to say about my suggestion? When the room remained silent, he sneered. Thought so. Jinyon stood up. I do. I have complaints. As he stepped forward, all eyes turned to him. I'd like to make a suggestion too, he said, his tone sharpening. A suggestion. To fire the guard squad leader, Ouyang Hu. Gasps filled the room. The Yunha members were stunned. The Ouyang representatives burst into laughter. One man chuckled. Goodness, what a joke. Another added, Doesn't he know how much the squad leader's done for the group's security? Fire me? Ouyang Hu laughed loudly. You must have forgotten how things work after lying bedridden so long. That's not something you get a say in. Jinyon's expression hardened. Is that so? Without warning, he punched the floor, sending a ripple of force that silenced the room. You must have forgotten. Just because you've gained some influence, Jinyon said coldly. Ouyang's confident smirk vanished. But let me remind you. Jinyon's voice cut like a blade. The Yuna Merchant Group belongs to me. Before the assembly, Li Huaiyan glanced nervously at Li Jinyon and asked why he was present. Are you really planning to dismiss Guard Captain Ouyang Hu? That's why you came? Honestly, we're just a merchant group. It's above our pay grade to confront someone like him. Jinyon fixed Huaiyan with a steady gaze. Huaiyan, do you realize what happens when a martial artist from the Jianghu is underestimated? The ignorant ones get devoured. Look at our merchant group. It's being eaten alive right now. Inwardly, Huaiyan thought. He's right. When did the Ouyang clan grow so powerful here? Jinyon placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder and smiled. But don't worry, I, your older brother, will handle it. Han Yup murmured skeptically. Handle it. Like that, brother. Ouyang's subordinate rushes forward drew their sword. Ouyang shouted, Young Master Jinyon, what madness is this? Ouyang Hu hissed to himself. That troublemaker, has he lost his mind? Captain Han Yup quickly intervened. Insolent! How dare you brandish a sword at young Master Jinyon? Step back at once. Jinyon's expression darkened. You're right. That was truly insolent. Drawing a sword on your employer? You young punks really have a death wish. Since I feel a little sorry for Ouyang, maybe I'll consider this compensation. Ouyang scowled. Feel sorry? Jinyon continued, stepping closer. You ruined his retirement plans. You had Gongsun Myung try to assassinate me while I was recovering, and you provoked a feud between my second and third brothers. Blood between siblings makes your work easier, and thanks to you, father collapsed. Had you manipulated one of my brothers, you could have taken over the Yunha Merchant Group without lifting a finger. Ouyang sneered loudly. Ha! Young Master Jin-sun, that's pure delusion. Jinyon rested a calm hand on Ouyang's shoulder. But then, Gongsun Myung, who was supposed to kill me, died by my hand instead. Ouyang's face turned grim. Gongsun Myung died at your hand? Jinyeon turned away casually. Don't be too sad. I sent him off with a single strike. If you wanted to consume a major merchant group, you should have tried harder. Oh, and I'll be filing claims for all the damage you caused. Ouyang shook with rage. You arrogant brat! Jinyeon glanced back over his shoulder. Got you. As Ouyang lunged, Jinyeon readied himself. Their auras clashed with a thunderous gust that swept through the hall. Gasps echoed. Lightning energy? He knows martial arts? Young Master Jinyeon blocked the captain's strike? Jinyeon winced dramatically. Ouch! Is it okay to hit someone who just recovered? He smirked. Maybe it's fine, since this is an official duel. Ouyang hissed back, venom in his voice. That arrogant fool. He's as cocky as a chick who just learned to fly. He shouted to onlookers. Guard squad! Ouyang clan. Witnesses. Since young Master Jinyeon agrees, we shall have an official duel. Happy now? Jinyeon bowed into a fighting stance. Life or death duel. Gasps filled the room. Ouyang drew his sword. Young Master Jinyeon, you must have trained under an impressive sect. Your skills are decent in such a short time. But you lack experience, and I'll ensure you understand the difference. He leapt forward. Jinyeon dodged effortlessly. Experience, he taunted, then charged with lightning aura. You're 100 years too early for this, punk. Ouyang was thrown back. What? Is this strength? He muttered. Jinyeon advanced with deadly calm. Let me show you the true difference experience makes, he declared. Using the enlightened mobility art, he struck. Ouyang blocked but struggled against the rapid assault. Something's off. He's not a novice, more like a seasoned martial master. Ouyang gasped. Subordinates whispered in shock. He's going to finish him! Ouyang shouted and advanced with a three-form sword art. In response, Jinyeon launched rapid stride, closing the gap instantly. Ouyang stammered. When did he get there? Jinyeon delivered a precise blow to his chin, sending him crashing through the roof. Silence fell as dust settled. In Lee Xiongmin's chamber, his attendant peered out in alarm. Merchant group leader, what's happening? Xiongmin responds. My son. It seems he's learned martial arts. Below, Ouyang's subordinates rushed in. One knelt before the fallen Ouyang. Young, Master Jinyeon's duel was fair. I witnessed everything. However, from now on, if the Ouyang clan continues to demand revenge through duels, the Yunhei merchant group will have no way to avoid those. Jinyeon's voice cut in. That's fine. I never expected to escape grudges. If kindness is shown, I'll repay it. If hatred, I'll return it tenfold. And if anyone objects, the consequences are mine alone, not the Yunhei merchant group's. Huaiyan cried out, Brother, that's reckless. But Jinyeon stood resolute. The Yunhei merchant group is mine, and father's. It belongs to the guard squad who welcomed me this morning, and to the stable hands who take joy in simply watching me eat. We refuse to be toyed with by scum like you. If you understand, get lost. You're all dismissed. Han Yeop, Mok In Seop, and the servants beamed with pride. The Ouyang subordinates seethed in defeat. One muttered as they departed. Well then, good luck. Onlookers cheered. Mok In Seop nearly jumped until a guard hushed him. Quiet. Don't celebrate. Be ashamed we let it come to this. But In Seop just smiled. Jinyeon called for Huaiyan. Chief Administrator. Yes, sir? Arrange an elixir for me, said Jinyeon. I promise to shoulder responsibility. At least let me have that support. Of course, Huaiyan answered excitedly. I'll get the finest tonic. Elixir orders, hiring new guards. You'll be busy. Jinyeon mused. Oh, And the new guard squad. I already have candidates. A few days prior, on his first day to the Yunha merchant group, Lee Jinian strode through the grand hall alongside Vice Captain Han Yeop. As they passed by a group of idle Ouyang clan members lounging about, Jinian's gaze sharpened in silent disapproval. He turned to Han Yeop and asked whether the vice captain had eaten yet. Han Yeop replied that he hadn't. He had been working since dawn. Jinian let out a quiet sigh, observing the contrast between the diligent and the indolent. He noted that while some people worked without rest, others squandered their hours loitering. It was clear to him that the ones shirking their duties must have ties to Ouyang clan. Out of frustration, Jinian crushed the nearby railing and declared that such people needed to be purged from the group. But Jinian had already regained his composure. He said the real challenge wasn't identifying the ones to dismiss, but finding capable people to take their place. Then, narrowing his eyes, he remarked quietly to himself that he had just found the right candidates. Later that evening, Jinian arrived at a brightly lit gambling den. The building was filled with raucous laughter, drunken shouting, and flirtatious chatter. As Jinian entered, a guard at the entrance recognized him instantly. The man greeted him with mocking familiarity, joking that the pushover had returned to make another generous donation. Jinian shot him a scornful glance and warned the man not to touch him, lest he get pig grease on himself. Then, with a cold tone, he told him to open the door. The guard, taken aback, began to protest, but Jinian ignored him and pushed forward into the room. In the main chamber, 3 men turned their heads at the sound of his entrance. At the center stood a scar-faced man, Poisonous Fox Chul Myungho, who grinned and welcomed Jinian, commenting that he looked healthier now, and that recovery must have done him good. The other 2 also greeted Jinian, Yuk Jinbo and Yuk Myungbo. They says, "Welcome," and "It's been a while." Myungho laughed and scolded them for not checking in on Jinian during his recovery. Myungbo apologized, claiming they hadn't known. Myungho waved it off but added that he had been bored without a pushover around to swindle. Then, with exaggerated flair, he offered to celebrate Jinian's return to the Bunha merchant group by treating him to something special. But when Jinian didn't respond, Myungho's tone turned mocking. He called out sarcastically, demanding to know why he was so quiet. Jinian, his voice low and measured, responded that he had simply been thinking, specifically about whether he should kill Myungho. He explained calmly that he had no use for someone like him. What he really wanted were the twins. He could tell they were capable, and it was a waste to see them serving under Myungho. Having made up his mind, Jinian declared his decision aloud. Myungho, now agitated, asked if Jinian was even listening to him. But Jinian remained composed. He smiled and asked Myungho to hand over the key to the vault. Shocked, Myungho repeated the words with disbelief. He asked if Jinian was seriously demanding money. Jinian confirmed it without hesitation. He laid out the debt. Thousands of nyang he had been forced to invest into the gambling den. Interest, extortion, and the cost of medical treatment after being beaten. All of it amounted, in his estimate, to a fair total of 100,000 nyang. Myungho burst out laughing. He mocked Jinian, suggesting he must have learned arithmetic during his recovery. Then, rising from his seat, he sneered that the vault contained far more than that. Gold, silver, and jewels included. But none of it belonged to Jinian. He leaned in closer and said that if Jinian needed money, he only had to ask, but he made it clear he had no intention of handing over the vault key to someone who was supposed to be a frail patient. Jinian gave no reply. Frustrated, Myungho's tone grew hostile. He began yelling, hurling insults at Jinian, and eventually ordered his subordinates to pin him down. One of the twins moved in to grab Jinian, but the young master acted with lightning speed, Jinyon seized the man's wrist, twisted it effortlessly, and flung him across the room. The second twin lunged in retaliation. Jinyon dropped low, dodged the attack, and delivered a powerful kick that shattered the twin's ankle. Jinyon paused for a moment, genuinely surprised. Despite their injuries, both twins slowly stood back up. There was no trace of fear in their eyes. Jinyon nodded to himself in admiration, muttering that this was exactly the kind of value he had been looking for. The twins began their attack, rushing toward Jinyon, but in the blink of an eye, he reappeared between them, grabbed them by their heads, and slammed their skulls together with a loud crack. He released them and warned them sternly not to move again. Then he turned his attention back to Chael Myung-ho, who stood frozen, visibly shaken. Jinyon's tone dropped further, his gaze icy cold. It was just the two of them now. Myung-ho staggered back. In desperation, he reached behind his back, groping for a hidden dagger as he barked out, his voice trembling, that Jinyon should have at least warned him he had been studying martial arts instead of arithmetic during his recovery. Jinyon merely tilted his head slightly, responding in a calm yet condescending tone. He remarked that Myung-ho was usually quick-witted, so why was he so slow this time? Now visibly nervous, Myung-ho gripped the blade behind his back and shouted at Jinyon not to come any closer. He tried to shift the mood, suggesting they talk it out, but his panic only deepened. He cursed under his breath, muttering that there was no need to be afraid. After Ed, Jinyon had always been a pushover. With a sudden burst of aggression, Myung-ho charged forward, declaring that the first strike wins. But Jinyon acted faster. He kicked a table up to intercept the blow, punched clean through the wooden surface, and seized Myung-ho by the head. With a cold smirk he countered, stating that the counter-strike wins, then drove a lightning-fast strike into Myung-ho's skull. Myung-ho screamed in pain. Outside, the guard from earlier muttered that someone was probably going to die tonight. Jinyon let Myung-ho drop to the ground, telling him to snap out of it. Myung-ho laughed bitterly, his breathing ragged. He said he was conscious and asked what Jinyon wanted now. But his expression darkened as he began to wonder what Jinyon had actually been doing during his so-called recovery. Was it training? Was all of this for revenge? He insisted he hadn't been that cruel to Jinyon, had he? Panic set in as he scrambled upright, suddenly offering alternatives. He asked if Jinyon wanted something else instead of the vault key, anything at all. He insisted they had been friends since childhood and tried to guilt Jinyon by invoking their past. Jinyon paused, then agreed. They were friends, after all. Relieved, Myung-ho leaned in with forced warmth. He claimed this was the right path, pulled Jinyon into a hug, and promised to stop hitting or bullying him. Jinyon, disgusted, told him to let go, saying it was making him sick. Still grinning, Myung-ho escalated the act. He called them real friends now, no, brothers. He shouted to the twins across the room to greet their new big brother and congratulate him. Jinbo reluctantly congratulated Jinyon for getting strong. Myungbo followed with a quiet congrats. Reached the exchange, Myung-ho's smile twitched. Inwardly, he sneered at the idea of friendship or brotherhood. To him, Jinyon was nothing more than a bootlicker, a tail-wagging coward. Once he got out of this situation, he planned to take the twins and flee with them. He could easily settle into a new scam somewhere else. Jinyon then addressed the twins directly, asking if they were truly okay with this. When he called someone his sworn brother, it was for life. Were they ready? The twins hesitated, glancing at Myung-ho for a cue. Trying to keep the charade alive, Myung-ho told them not to look at him like that. They were sworn brothers now. That seemed to be enough. The twins responded that from now on, they would serve Jinyon as their big brother. Myung-ho tried to regain some energy and cheered, but Jinyon suddenly changed his tone. With eerie calm, he said that now that they were brothers, they had to decide who the biggest brother was. He told the twins to step outside. He and Myung-ho would settle it and let them know afterward. Myung-ho's face turned pale as he stammered, trying to delay the moment, but the twins obeyed and left the room, leaving only Jinyon and Myung-ho. Jinyon stared at him and asked why he was hesitating. He urged him to hurry up and decide. Internally, Myung-ho panicked. He had no idea what Jinyon was after. But Jinyon kept speaking, shaking his head in disappointment. He told Myung-ho that exploiting loyal men like the twins was no way to live. From now on, he said, he would raise them right. He smiled brightly, unnervingly. Myung-ho slumped in defeat, muttering that Jinyon might as well take the money too. Jinyon had already beaten him and now was taking the twins. Wasn't that the same as telling him to go die somewhere? He screamed in despair, begging to be killed. Jinyan narrowed his eyes and agreed. Without hesitation, he kicked Myung-ho in the chin and sent him flying. He declared mockingly, "You've worked hard, friend," before unleashing a flurry of brutal blows. Staggered and stunned, Myung-ho could barely process the assault. He thought to himself, "Wait, he's actually going to kill me. I'm really going to die." With last gasp, he raised his trembling hand and choked out his surrender. He would give Jinyan the key. Jinyan, unimpressed, leaned closer and asked if that was really how someone begging for their life should sound. Through gritted teeth, Myung-ho tried to stay sarcastic. He asked if he should start talking politely since they were friends. Jinyan's response was to grab him and hurl him across the room. Myung-ho muttered to himself in disgust, noting how insane Jinyan must be to still joke around like that. The twins rushed to his side, asking if he had really lost. With shame burning in his chest, he admitted he had. He instructed them to follow Jinyan from now on, that he was their big brother from this point forward. He could barely keep from crying. Jinbo gave him a respectful nod, but deep down Myung-ho knew the twins would have a better life in the Yunha merchant group than rotting in this cesspit of a gambling den. One of the twins quietly acknowledged that. The other thanked him for everything. Seeing their sincerity, Myung-ho raised his head and blinked in disbelief. Then he muttered bitterly under his breath, calling them ungrateful bald bastards. Some time later, as he trudged out of the building, he was still cursing. He said the elders were right. You should never take in creatures with black hair. As he passed through the gambling hall, whispers followed him. Isn't that walking corpse Cheo Myung-ho? Where are the twins who used to follow him? If they're gone, maybe we can finally beat him. With the twins gone, gamblers began circling him like vultures. He sighed and muttered that the rats were finally crawling out of the woodwork. He raised his voice, reminding them who he was, the venomous fox. If they had the guts, they should come at him. One thug called him a dead man walking and shouted for the crowd to kill him. Weapons were drawn. Myung-ho braced himself, muttering bitterly that this really might be the end. He cursed Jinyan last time, saying he should have taken it easier on him. But before the mob could strike, Jinyan intervened. With what devastating blow he cleared the room. Jinyan sneered at the gamblers, pointing out how none of them dared look at Myung-ho before, but now they swarmed because he was weak. He told them to come back when Myung-ho wasn't half dead, if they had any class at all. Instead of gratitude, Myung-ho grumbled that Jinyan was acting too cool for his own good. He limped away, muttering that the world really was messed up. As Jinyan and the twins exited the den, one of them spoke up and thanked him for helping. The other echoed it. Jinyan didn't respond at first. He simply stared ahead and muttered that anyone who had visited this den likely wondered the same thing. Why the twins followed Cheo Myung-ho. Some said they were bought and sold like slaves. Others believed they feared him. Even Jinyan had thought that once, but now he knew the truth. They were neither slaves nor cowards. He smiled softly and muttered that even in his second life, understand people's true hearts was never easy. Far in the distance, a figure watched them go. The man squinted, shocked, and whispered to himself, "No way, that's really Jinyan." A few days had passed since Jinyan's return to the Yuna merchant group. Jaeyeon was already losing his mind. There hadn't been a single quiet day since that guy came back. Just the other day, Jinyan had randomly returned with a mountain of cash. Then, without warning, he dragged two giant men into the compound like they were lost puppies. Jaeyeon grumbled, saying he didn't like him, not one bit. And just as he was ranting, he stopped in his tracks. What the hell was that? A large carriage rolled into the compound. Hwa-eon calmly told the workers to be careful with it, warning them that it was carrying something important. Jaeyeon, curious and wide-eyed, rushed over. He demanded to know what it was, and the moment he got a good look at it, he nearly fainted. That was 100-year tuber fleece flower, the kind people lined up for before sunrise. He asked if it was really that rare item. Before Hwa-eon could answer, a calm but commanding voice cut through. Their father said he had ordered it. Jaeyeon stammered. "Father?" Hwa-eon turned toward the old man, worried. He told him it was still too early for him to be outside, but their father insisted he felt much better now. Jaeyeon's mind raced. Why would father go this far? Li Jinian had only asked for one elixir. If he bought so many, then that could only mean… Jaeyeon lit up. He was sure there was one for him too. He turned to his father with hope in his voice. But father shut it down. Every single elixir was for Jinian. Jaeyeon's jaw dropped. All of them? Father calmly explained. One elixir alone wouldn't be enough to change their family's fate. Compared to the money they'd already wasted on the Uyang clan and the little deity sect, this wasn't excessive. He had written to all their branch leaders, longtime allies, and top merchants. He told them they were in crisis. If the merchant group fell, they would all lose money, so they'd take it seriously. Father said making Uyang Hu the guard squad captain had been his decision, so it was only right that he take responsibility. Han Yap nodded. He said it was a wise move, that Jinian would surely become a great martial artist. Hua Yan agreed, adding that Jinian was amazing. Their father thanked them both and said he truly appreciated their support. Han Yap assured him he would give everything he had. But Jaeyeon was still sulking. Father cut him off. He said this was perfect timing. The perfect opportunity to use every bit of wealth he'd earned in his life. Jaeyeon panicked. What about him? Where was his elixir? Father turned to him slowly and asked, did he even need one? Later at the training ground, Jaeyeon trains out of frustration. Everywhere he went, it was Jinian this, Jinian that. Why didn't he get an elixir? Was everyone just ignoring him now? He cursed under his breath, wondering what kind of damn miracle Jinian had stumbled into. Then, from the distance, he heard heavy footsteps. Jinian ran past him, with a fucking boulder strapped to his back. Jaeyeon jumped back, confused. He asked what the hell that was supposed to be. Jinian answered that he was just out for a walk. Jaeyeon scoffed. A walk? With a fucking boulder? Now the guy who was born lucky was suddenly putting in effort? Jaeyeon collapsed on the ground with his wooden sword, muttering to himself. He tried to mimic the battle he had seen between Jinian and Uyang Hu. He acted it out like some kind of scene. He imagined the moment Uyang Hu slashed down and Jinian dashed forward and smashed him in the jaw. It still didn't make sense to him. How did that bastard do it? Just then, a voice cut through. Jinian had circled back. He asked who Jaeyeon was calling a beastard. Jaeyeon freaked out. He stuttered, saying he was just talking to himself. Jinian said if he was going to analyze movements, he should do it right, then handed over the wooden sword. He even complimented Jaeyeon, saying his recreation of Uyang's sword form was pretty solid. Jaeyeon froze. So Jinian had been watching. He followed Jinian's instructions, replaying the move. Jinian added that Uyang Hu stabbed sloppily. Jaeyeon growled, insulted. He yelled that Jinian had a real sharp tongue. Before he could say more, Jinian lunged. Jaeyeon barely blocked it. Jinian said that after breaking the feint, he had closed the gap. Jaeyeon's thoughts spiraled. What was this lunatic doing? Jinian moved behind him in a blur. He tried to kick again, but Jaeyeon dodged just in time. Jinian added that once a fighter is cornered, they reveal their hidden trump card. Just as Jaeyeon turned, Jinian was already there, fist raised. The strike stopped just short of his chin. Jaeyeon trembled. That could have killed him. Jinian casually explained that stabbing was less accurate than slashing. He said the sword art Uyang Hu used was meant to kill in one hit, and if someone could move fast enough in that brief moment, the outcome was already decided. In his mind, Jinian thought back. If it had been him in his past life, someone like Uyang Hu wouldn't have even gotten to draw his sword, but his current body wasn't even a quarter of what it used to be. He told himself he had no right to be proud. There were fighters he couldn't beat, even as the Fist King. This wasn't enough. He needed to become stronger. Way stronger. A servant arrived. She announced that Jinyeon had a guest waiting. Jinyeon nodded. He said he'd be there soon, then casually flicked Jaeyeon's forehead. Jaeyeon yelped in pain. He asked why the hell Jinyeon hit him. Jinyeon smirked and said it was because he was a damn bastard. Somewhere else, a group of guys were arguing. One of them said it was nonsense. There was no way Jinyeon knew martial arts. Wasn't that the guy who spent all day chasing girls? Another guy, Gu-ung, insisted it was real. He had seen it himself. One night, drunk, he stumbled past Chul Myung-ho's gambling den. He remembered hearing a voice. It was Jinyeon's, but when he turned around, Jinyeon had vanished. Back in the present, the others still didn't believe him. That's why they had all come here, to see it for themselves. They barged into Jinyeon's room without knocking. What they saw left them stunned. Jinyeon, shirtless, standing there with the twin brothers. They closed the door instantly and turned to the servant in disbelief. They asked if that was really their young master. The servant said yes, that was him. Sima-guk muttered that he must have drunk too much. Gu-ung shook his head. He couldn't believe it. Was that really Lee Jinyeon? From the infamous Playboy 4 Heavenly Kings? Then, Jinyeon opened the door. The three flinched in unison. Jinyeon told Myohyang to take the twins to the dining hall and feed them huge portions. Myohyang obeyed and led them away. Jinyeon turned to the three men. He asked why they were still standing there. He motioned for them to come in. The three stared blankly, and all thought the same thing. Someone, please save us. They were known as the self-proclaimed 4 Heavenly Kings of Wine and Women. Sima-guk, the Murim Alliance's hope. Ju Jariang, a man who had failed his martial exams more times than he could count and who also had a sensitive stomach. Gu-ung, the youngest heir of the West Wind escort household. And lastly, the infamous heir of the Eunya merchant group, Lee Jinyeon. Together, these four made up the group. Now they all sat together again, brought back by a wild rumor that their pushover friend Jinyeon had returned. They gathered around a round table, chatting. But in Jinyeon's mind, he let out a sigh. Not these clowns again. He remembered them well, always hanging out, drinking, and talking about women. They even called themselves something ridiculous, like the 4 Total Wrecks, or something just as stupid. Ju Jariang leaned in and asked if he was all right. Jinyeon nodded. Jariang remarked that he looked intense, more alive than ever. Gu-ung spoke up, saying he still couldn't believe the man he saw that night was really Jinyeon. Had he trained non-stop in secret? Sima-guk watched in silence. In his heart, he knew you couldn't get this strong with just training. This was martial arts. Real, dangerous martial arts. He asked who had taught Jinyeon. There was no way he had learned that on his own. Jinyeon said he had just gotten lucky. Sima-guk gasped. So it really was one of those fate-changing encounters you only heard about in the Jeonghu. He started to ask something else, but Ju Jariang interrupted, saying it looked like Jinyeon had finally caught a break. He almost didn't recognize him. Jinyeon replied in a low voice. The old Lee Jinyeon was dead. The others stared in confusion. Ju Jariang asked what his plans were now. Jinyeon answered that there were debts tied to his sect that he had to pay. He would help out with the merchant group while preparing for that. He wasn't interested in anything else. All he wanted now was to become stronger. The mood turned quiet. Gu-ung whispered, asking what was wrong with him. Had they walked into the wrong house? Ju Jariang swore this wasn't him. Sima-guk remembered something. Before Jinyeon went away, he had asked if Jinyeon was really going to recuperate somewhere. Jinyeon had replied it was more like exile. Their father must have been really disappointed. Sima-guk had told him it might be a good thing, a chance to study, to heal, and to change. Jinyeon had said that would be nice. Back in the present, Sima-guk raised his cup. He said congrats to Jinyeon. He had truly changed. Ju Jariang agreed. It was worth celebrating. Go-eung joked that he knew this would happen, reminding them that he had suggested they should kidnap Jinyeon before he got sent away. Sima-guk teased him, saying he hadn't even shown up that day. Gu-eung yelled that he had been busy. Sima-guk rolled his eyes, say, busy taking a dump maybe. Gu-eung snapped back, ready to argue. Jinyan smiled faintly. Even he had real friends after all. Then he asked the others. He had changed, but what about them? There was a pause. Sima Guk shrugged. Who knew? Ju Jaryang answered with a grin. If they were the type to change easily, they wouldn't be themselves. Jinyan sighed and told them to stop talking about it. In Ju Jaryang's mind, a thought stayed. They all used to think they were stuck in a well, but one of them had already climbed out and seen the world. Time passed. Ju Jaryang said he had fun. He told Jinyan to call if he ever needed help, and to train hard so he wouldn't get beat up out there. Sima Guk congratulated him again. Then they left, walking through the streets at night. Gu Ung said it was weird. Biggest screw-up among them had returned as a grown man. It almost felt like youth was over. Sima Guk admitted he felt unusually lonely tonight. Let's go. Ju Jaryang asked, where to? A brothel? Sima Guk yelled back, home, you idiot. Go study. You failed your exam again, didn't you? Ju Jaryang shouted that he wasn't bad at studying, he had sucked at taking tests. Gu Ung grinned and suggested they swing by Sweet Scent House for one more drink. They entered the Sweet Scent House. Elsewhere inside, the leader of the little deity sect, Yom Jisang, slammed his table. He roared, Ouyang Hu is dead? Was the heir of the Yunhe merchant group really that strong? One of the Ouyang members confirmed it. Jinyan had crushed the captain in under 30 moves. Jisang asked what weapon he had used. They told him, his fists. Jisang laughed bitterly. A swordsman losing to a fist user. What a disgrace. The Ouyang member asked what they should do. Would they take revenge? Jisang snapped. How could they get revenge for a fair duel? They weren't thugs. The Ouyang member shouted that they were supposed to be friends. There was honor between them. Jisang sliced his head off without hesitation. He muttered that he didn't befriend corpses. Get that body out of here. Suran, a woman sitting beside him, froze. Blood splattered across her face. Jisang looked at her, startled. He apologized, saying the drink tasted awful. Now, let's go. As they walked, he muttered that the Yunhe merchant group refused to pay taxes, and now they had killed Ouyang Hu. What should they do with that? One of his men said it meant they didn't respect the little deity sect anymore. Jisang agreed. That was exactly it. He clicked his tongue. Another lackey asked if he would kill them. Jisang was shocked. They weren't some gang. They couldn't just go around killing people. The lackey asked again if he would just let it go. Just then, the trio, Gu Ung, Ju Jaryang, and Sima Guk, walked into the establishment. They passed right by the little deity sect members. As they crossed paths, Jae Sang muttered loudly that he wanted the Yunhe merchant group's money. Sima Guk heard it and paused. The Yunhe merchant group, Jae Sang went on. Li Xiangmin, the old man, was a master of deals. There was a rumor he was richer than people realized. It made him wonder just how much the young heir was worth. Sima Guk rushed out. He ran all the way back to the Yunhe compound, where he found Jinyun. Breathing hard, he told him what he had heard. Jinyun yawned and joked that it was touching. Sima Guk really came running back. Sima Guk shouted that the little deity sect looked ready to attack. They had no proper guards left. Should they ask Gu Ung for help? Jinyun stayed quiet. In his mind, he remembered Mok In Siop's warning. Those guys had tried to stab them in the back with Ouyang Hu. He asked where they were now. Sima Guk said probably back at their base. Jinyan nodded and told him to come inside. Sima Guk was confused. Where were they even going? Jinyan handed him a uniform and told him to put it on. They were at the guard squad's warehouse. He asked if Sima Guk knew the way to the sect's base. They needed to be back before breakfast. Sima Guk panicked. Just the two of them right now? He begged Jinyan to reconsider, but Jinyan didn't care. That was why they had to strike first. He handed Sima Guk a dagger and told him to lead the way. They arrived outside the little deity sect's base. Jinyan looked around. There were tons of guards. It had to be the place. Sima Guk whispered that he wasn't going to be any help. Jinyan nodded. His job was already done. Sima Guk realized it. He just needed to bring Jinyan here. He asked how they would get in. What was the plan? Jinyan gave a small smile, then raised his leg and kicked the front door wide open. He muttered to himself, let's do it like I did in my past life. Dan Wusung had never backed away from a fight. Not when he was a hungry orphan. Not during his long years wandering the Jianghu. And not even after rising to the throne as the Fist King. Wherever he went, Dan Wusung welcomed battles. he loved fighting more than anything else. Now, in his new life as Li Jinyan, he hadn't changed much. Jinyan walked through the gates of the little deity sect without hiding. Calm, quiet, and fearless, he strolled right past the guards. In the middle of the courtyard, he asked out loud where the sect leader was. One of the guards yelled at him, calling him crazy. Before the man could finish his sentence, Jinyan grabbed him by the neck and broke it. The body hit the ground. Jinyan warned the others not to make him repeat himself. Another guard cursed and stepped forward, shouting if Jinyan even knew where he was. Did he think this was a joke? At that moment, Yom Jisang, the leader of the little deity sect, stepped onto the balcony above. He asked what tall the noise was. Looking down, he saw Jinyan and asked who the young man was. Jinyan said he was an assassin. He asked if Jisang was the sect leader. Jisang smirked. So what if he was? Inwardly, he thought this was strange. What kind of assassin walked through the front door? He narrowed his eyes, examining Jinyan's knuckles. They were thick with bruises and calluses. Those weren't the hands of a spoiled heir. He asked if Jinyan was the young master of the Yunha merchant group. Jinyan shrugged. So what if he was? Maybe he had hidden his face for nothing. Jisang chuckled. He said he didn't expect someone so important to come to him first. Now that Jinyan had shown up on his own, he wasn't going to hold back. He'd take full advantage of it. A guard threw a net from above. Jinyan moved, dodging it with ease. He caught the net in midair. It reminded him of something. It had been a while since he had fought against a group this large. He thought back to a battle in his past life, a fight against the demonic faction. Even though this body wasn't as strong as his old one, it was still enough. He gripped the net and whipped it around like a weapon. The guards fell one after another. Jinyan smiled. It had been a long time since he had this kind of fun. The courtyard filled with screams. One guard stammered that Jinyan was fighting without even a weapon. Another whispered that he must be a monster. An arrow suddenly flew. It grazed Jinyan's face. His mask fell. Jinyan looked annoyed. Was the enemy just trying to show off? Jisang raised his voice. He didn't want to use this weapon because it was expensive. But since Jinyan was a special guest, he'd make an exception. Some guards rushed forward, grabbing Jinyan's legs to hold him down. One of them trembled inside. If this kept up, he'd really die here. Jisang asked if even with Jinyan's skills, could he dodge this? He ordered his men to fire. Dozens of crossbows launched arrows. Jinyan's eyes narrowed. He knew Jisang didn't care if his own men got caught in the attack. Even someone from the underworld would hate that kind of betrayal. Just then, a voice shouted from outside. Sima Gook called out. He threw a dagger into the air. Jinyan caught it. With one quick motion, he spun the blade and deflected every incoming arrow. Everyone watching froze. Jisang's face twisted in shock. He couldn't believe it. That dagger was cheap, and yet Jinyan blocked everything with it. Jinyan turned and gave Sima Gook a thumbs up. Then, without pause, he hurled the dagger at Jisang. It slashed his neck, just a graze, a warning. Jinyan said he didn't usually use swords, but he'd make an exception for Jisang. Jisang cursed inside. That crazy bastard. He shouted at his men. What were they standing around for? Shoot him already. Jinyan replied coldly. He specialized in fists. With that, he launched forward. Jisang panicked. He grabbed Saran and used her as a shield. But Jinyan didn't slow down. He twisted, moved behind them, and knocked Jisang away. Saran was unharmed. Jinyan told her to move back. Jisang staggered. His thoughts raced. Who is this guy? If he's really the young master, then how can he fight like that? He looks more like a veteran killer than some merchant's son. Jinyan stepped forward and asked what Jisang was staring at. Did he have something to say? Jisang begged. He said he'd save a lot of money. If Jinyan spared him, he'd pay a huge reward. He wouldn't be stingy. Jinyan responded with a kick to his face. He looked down at the fallen coins spilling from Jisang's clothes, then asked why a man like him always valued money more than human life. He picked up a few coins and tossed them aside. He said he didn't need them. Jisang could keep them. Then, with no hesitation, Jinyan drove his fist through Jisang's chest, piercing his heart. Everything stopped. The room went silent. People stared, stunned. Jinyan stood over his lifeless body and muttered, "Disgusting." Later, as the sun finally rose, Jin Aeon, Samagyuk, and the escort lady walked together after surviving a fierce battle. Samagyuk glanced at Jin Aeon and spoke with a hesitant tone. telling him that since Jineon was heading in one direction while he was going the other way, he would escort the lady from there. Jineon agreed and left her in his care. As Jineon walked away, he waved at them. Samagyuk waved back while the escort lady bowed respectfully. As Samagyuk and the lady continued walking together, she suddenly broke the silence and addressed him. She asked if he was young Master Samagyuk. Samagyuk flinched at her words, stopped in his tracks, and removed his mask. He turned toward her and asked how she had known his identity. The lady smiled gently and explained that she had seen him many times in Danhyang. More importantly, since he was close friends with young Master Jin Eon, it was obvious who he was. Samagyuk gave a small nod, saying he understood. The lady then bowed deeply in front of him and expressed her gratitude. She said that she was thankful for everything he had done that day, and promised that if he ever visited again, she would serve him a bottle of top-grade rice wine. Samagyuk scoffed at the offer, saying it was unnecessary since he had done nothing to deserve it, and added that he was not planning to visit the pleasure quarters anymore. The lady lifted her head, smiling warmly. She remarked that he had truly changed. Samagyuk fell silent for a moment before answering softly that he needed to change as well. As his eyes followed Jineon walking far in the distance, he thought to himself that his friend had already changed so much, so he had to change too. Back at the estate, a table was filled with delicious food. The twins stared at the spread, clearly eager to eat. From behind them, Jin Aeon, who had just finished bathing, entered the room. He approached the table, sat down with them, and told them to eat comfortably. The twins nodded and replied respectfully. Jineon encouraged them further, telling them not to hold back and to eat whenever they were hungry. The twins exchanged a glance, and then turned their focus back to him. Jinbo commented that the trading company was truly something else, while Myungbo asked if 7 meals a day would be allowed. Jineon casually replied that of course it would be. One of the twins then noticed the wound on Jineon's face and remarked that it seemed to have closed up, asking if he had been all right the previous night. Jineon paused briefly before replying that he had managed, more or less. Inside, however, his thoughts were much heavier. He admitted to himself that even though it had been sudden, his core being shaken by a surprise like that never would have happened in his past life. If he was going to protect the merchant group himself and stand against magic users, he would need to grow much stronger. He knew it would take more than just training. He would need something beyond it. A voice then called from outside the room, announcing that a delivery had arrived for him. Jin Aeon looked surprised and asked if it was truly for him. An attendant entered, carrying several packages, and set them down as Jin Aeon inspected them. He admitted he had not been expecting anything. He opened one of the letters and began to read. It was from Gu Wong, who wrote that after they had parted ways, he had stopped by a tavern, had just a single drink, and then left. Gu Wong called it real progress. Jin Aeon scoffed as he read and commented sarcastically that such a thing was worthy of being recorded in martial history. He continued reading, and the letter explained that Gu Wong had also come to deliver something from Jin Aeon's father the day before, but had forgotten to hand it over. Jin Aeon slowly opened the box and continued to read the final lines, which said that Gu Wong would leave the item with him on his way home, and once Jin Aeon became stronger, he should help watch over their escort agency as well. Inside the box, Jin Aeon's eyes fell on a rare item. In his thoughts, he recognized it immediately. It was century root, and it looked like it had been aged for at least 400 or 500 years. If luck was on his side, it might allow him to raise his White Lightning 10-stage art to the 5th level. A faint smile touched his face as he realized this was what it meant to have a good friend. He then noticed another box waiting for him. Opening the letter attached, he read that it was from the Taeho Trading Company, a gift in honor of the long-standing trust between their families. Jin Aeon thought to himself that Taeho was one of the wealthiest firms in all of the Central Plains. He realized his father must have gone as far as to ask them for help. He admitted to himself that he had not expected so much thought and care. When he opened the box, his eyes widened in shock. Inside was pure void stone milk. He recognized it instantly. It was a miraculous elixir that most martial artists could only dream of obtaining. The only other treasures that could compare were 1,000-year spirit fruit, moon elixir flower, and 10,000-year snow ginseng, all impossibly rare. He confirmed to himself that this was indeed real, pure void stone milk. Even in his past life, he had only tasted a few drops of it. He wondered in astonishment how a mere merchant could obtain something that even powerful martial artists struggled to get their hands on. Jin Aeon then called out to the twins, instructing them to each take 1 century root. He told them he would begin circulating his chi and ordered them to guard his room, reminding them to eat only after he was finished. Jinbo looked at the root curiously and asked what it was. Jin Aeon explained that it was good for the body, rare, and not to be lost. Jinbo seemed unconvinced and opened a nearby door, revealing a storage room. He remarked that the merchant chief had stacked up piles of similar treasures just for Jin Aeon. For a moment, Jin Aeon stood stunned before thinking to himself that money truly was a powerful thing. 2 hours later, Jin Aeon sat in meditation after consuming the rare herbs. As the energy circulated through his body, he reflected that the taste was bitter and without aroma, much like martial arts training itself. The process was painful, and at first, it often seemed like nothing came of it. Suddenly, his body began heating up. He thought that if he were still the old Jin Aeon, his body would have melted down already. Thankfully, he had strengthened it beforehand. But then the pain became overwhelming, and it felt as though his body was on fire. The more he tried to suppress it, the more violently it raged inside him. He resolved that if that was the case, he would push even harder. An intense surge of energy burst out of him, shaking the room, until eventually it began to settle. When the calm finally returned, he tested his energy and clenched his fist with determination. He had reached the 5th stage. Still, he complained quietly to himself about the state of his body, noting that the toxins still reeked of alcohol. He muttered a farewell to the remnants of the old Jin Aeon and acknowledged that the real challenge was ahead of him. His gaze fell on the bottle of pure voidstone milk. Without hesitation, he grabbed it and drank. He thought to himself that absorbing the elixir was like mixing water into sand, shaping it into a bowl, and tossing it into a furnace almost guaranteed to crack. But he believed that as long as he endured, he would emerge stronger than ever. Inside his mind, he felt the spiritual energy of the voidstone milk coursing through him. He wondered if it was testing him and admitted that perhaps he had been greedy. Yet, he resolved that if he overcame it, he would grow even stronger than before. 7 days passed. At the estate, Hua Aeon stood outside Jin Aeon's quarters. It had been exactly a week since Jin Aeon began circulating his energy, and he admitted to himself that he was growing worried. The twins greeted him politely as he arrived, and he asked if there had been any sign of him. They shook their heads and explained that he had ordered them not to let anyone near. Hua Aeon frowned but nodded, saying he understood, though he still expressed concern. Suddenly, a loud crash erupted from within the room, and a violent gust of wind burst out, shaking the area. The twins quickly shielded Hua Aeon from the force. Shocked, he demanded to know what was happening. All of them turned their eyes back toward the room and saw Jin Aeon floating in the air. Hua Aeon called out to him in disbelief, but his eyes glowed with an unnatural light. A foul stench then filled the air, forcing Hua Aeon to cover his nose. His thoughts raced as he realized what it was. The smell was unmistakable chi deviation. As Jin Aeon crashed to the floor, the twins and Hua Aeon rushed inside, shouting his name. Hua Aeon knelt beside him, begging him to come to his senses. But Jin Aeon remained on his knees, gasping heavily for breath. Hua Aeon approached Jin Aeon with visible concern in his voice, asking softly if he was all right. Jin Aeon slowly turned his gaze toward him, stood back up without saying a word, and walked toward the door. When Hua Aeon called out again, demanding to know where he was going, Jin Aeon finally responded in a low voice. He said it was unbearably hot, that he needed to cool off, and warned them not to follow him. Without hesitation, Jin Aeon leapt outside, his figure soaring across the roof before vanishing beyond the estate wall. Left behind inside the chamber, the twins and Hua Aeon exchanged uneasy glances. Hua Aeon muttered to himself in confusion, noting that the weather was unusually cool that day, yet Jin Aeon had claimed he was burning up. As Jin Aeon darted from rooftop to rooftop, his inner thoughts grew more frantic. His entire body felt as though it were aflame. The immature vessel of his current body could not harmonize with the overwhelming power raging inside him. It boiled uncontrollably, threatening to erupt at any moment. He knew that if he lost control here, the Yunha merchant group and perhaps even the entire street might collapse under the force of his power. He resolved to flee as far as possible, pushing his body forward with desperate leaps. Eventually, he reached a rocky mountain slope and finally came to a stop. Lightning energy surged uncontrollably through his body, crackling across his limbs. His inner voice trembled with urgency. He admitted to himself that he could no longer hold it in. Since he could not contain it, he decided he would release it. Raising his right arm high, Jin Aeon roared, and a massive burst of lightning exploded outward from his body, striking the mountainside with blinding force. From a nearby ridge, several travelers froze in awe as they witnessed the impossible sight of lightning surging upward from the ground. Moments later, the skies opened and rain began to pour. In the middle of the storm, Jin Aeon stood motionless, drenched in ragged clothes. His lips moved faintly as he counted, testing his ability. He muttered 6, then 7, and realized with satisfaction that he could release the energy to such a degree. His White Lightning 10-stage art had advanced to the 8th form. Later, in the city, heavy rain poured across the streets as Jin Aeon walked calmly down the middle of the road. His clothing clung to his body in tatters, drawing confused stares. Passers-by whispered among themselves, wondering why a half-naked man was wandering the city in the downpour. Several women looked at him with wide eyes filled with desire. Jin Aeon merely smiled faintly and thought to himself that he ought to buy some proper clothes. At a clothing shop, he chose an outfit and informed the vendor that he would take it, asking for the price. The vendor quickly shook his head and insisted there was no need to pay. Surprised, Jin Aeon told him he must insist, but the vendor explained that ever since Jin Aeon had taught a harsh lesson to the thugs of the Gu clan and the Lesser Immortal sect, trouble in the area had lessened greatly. He could now bring his children to the shop in peace. Being able to repay such a favor, he said, was a blessing. Jin Aeon noticed 2 children peeking timidly from the side of the shop. The vendor urged him to take an umbrella as well since the rain was still heavy. The children stepped forward shyly and handed it to him. Jin Aeon accepted with a gentle smile and told them he would gladly take it. As he stepped outside, opening the umbrella, the vendor and his children waved and called their goodbyes. Jin Aeon continued down the busy streets, blending into the flow of people. His inner voice reflected on the peace around him. The area truly did feel calmer. He realized that he had never before paid attention to the aftermath of his battles, the way peace and safety returned once the violence was gone. Observing the people laughing, shopping, and enjoying themselves despite the storm, he closed his eyes and smiled. The feeling was not unpleasant, and he thought that perhaps he might even enjoy this rare, quiet walk. His reflection was interrupted by shouting nearby. Someone cried out for people to move aside and yelled for others to catch a fleeing man. Jin Aeon's eyes followed the commotion, and he froze when he recognized the figure being chased. It was Cheol Myung-ho. The fugitive noticed him as well, stopped beside him, and grinned as though meeting an old friend. Cheol Myung-ho greeted him casually, remarking on how heavily the rain was falling. Jin Aeon exhaled and told him bluntly that he certainly lived a hectic life. Meanwhile, at the Moyong clan estate, a private council of lords had gathered in the hall. Dokgo Myung remarked with satisfaction that it was good to see the council united again and praised Moyong Bin for preparing the meeting. Moyong Bin humbly replied that it was nothing. He then mentioned that he had heard of an unfortunate incident. According to rumors, Gu Yanghu had challenged one of the merchant heirs to a duel and had died. He asked if it was true. The head of the Gu family lowered his head in silence, giving no answer. The other council lords began murmuring among themselves. They commented that the Gu family had been among the most experienced warriors in the clan, and yet Gu Yanghu had made a fool of himself by causing a scene at the merchant guild and losing his life. Suddenly, loud laughter echoed throughout the hall. The boisterous voice belonged to Namgung Wu, the Blade Emperor. He jeered that being defeated by a mere merchant brat was more entertaining than any clown show. His laughter rang out as Gu Hyang-sang trembled with anger at the humiliation. Dokgo Myung, caught between them, awkwardly agreed with the laughter. Finally, Gu Yang-sang raised his head and declared coldly that Gu Yanghu had been practically disowned by their clan anyway. He added that he intended to make that merchant brat witness the true power of the Gu family. Back in the rain-soaked street, the pursuers chasing Cheol Myung-ho came to a halt in front of Jin Aeon. One of them barked out a commanding order, demanding that he hand over the fugitive. They warned him not to stick his nose into business that did not concern him, unless he wanted to get hurt. Jin Aeon turned slightly toward Myung-ho and asked who these men were. Myung-ho smirked bitterly and explained that they were underworld thugs who had been running rampant recently, calling themselves the Red Reaper Alliance. They had been trying to seize control of the entire region. He revealed that he had once run an auction business, but when he returned to settle the accounts, he discovered that the Alliance had already taken it over. To him, they were nothing more than a band of bandits. Jin Aeon's gaze dropped to Myung-ho's hand, and he asked if it had fully healed. With a crooked smile, Myung-ho lifted both hands and admitted that it was still useless. Jin-yeon then stepped forward, pointing at the bandits. He declared that since they were not locals, he would explain things to them in simple terms. He told them to come find him only when Cheol Myung-ho's hand had healed, and until then, they should get lost. The bandits erupted into mocking laughter, jeering at him. They asked if he had grown up sheltered, warning him that he clearly did not understand how things worked. They taunted him, pretending to dismiss his presence. But inside, unease spread through their ranks. An inexplicable sense of intimidation pressed down on them. One of the men, unable to control his temper, stepped forward. He shouted that Jin-aon must want to die and raised his finger to point directly at him. His colleague tried to stop him, warning him not to act rashly, but the bandit ignored the advice. He sneered, asking if Jin-yeon knew who he was speaking to and demanded to know who Jin-yeon thought he was to order them around. Before he could finish his threat, Jin-aon flicked his forehead with a sharp snap, sending the man flying backward. With a chilling tone, Jin-yeon spoke slowly and clearly. He told them that he was so hungry at that moment. If they insisted on fighting, he might kill them all without hesitation. He advised them to leave while he was offering mercy, promising that they could meet again another time. Either Cheol Myung-ho would be there, or he himself would. The rest of the bandits immediately bowed in unison, their fear evident, and chorused that he should go safely. Jin-yeon answered simply with a quiet acknowledgement. As the group retreated quickly into the rain, Myung-ho waved mockingly at their backs. He then turned to Jin-aon, grinning, and demanded that he buy him food, claiming that he too was hungry. Noodles, he said, would be enough. As they began to walk together, Myung-ho continued speaking in his usual dramatic tone. He reminded Jin-aon that on the day they had first met, it was not Jin-aon's beating that had nearly killed him, but his hunger. He complained that since ancient times, people of the Central Plains had relied on food for their strength, and that Jin-aon should have fed him before dealing with injuries. Jin-yeon sighed in annoyance and told him that he could have just asked instead of rambling so much, calling him a crazy bastard. Myung-ho laughed and declared that they should go to Jinpyeong Noodles. Later, at the restaurant, the two sat down to eat together. Myung-ho let out a satisfied sigh and said that he finally felt alive. He then commented on Jin-yeon's appetite, teasing him by asking if he had established a beggar's sect inside his stomach. He remarked that Jin-yeon used to nibble at food sparingly, but now ate ravenously. A person, he said, should not change so drastically, but should live naturally, flowing with life. Waving for the server, he ordered more food, raising his voice for 2 bowls, and then changing his mind to demand 4 more. He then shifted the conversation and asked about the twins. Jin-yeon told him they were training. Myung-ho chuckled, guessing that they must have grown stronger by now, but complained that their food bill must be astronomical, calling them hungry demons. Jin-yeon assured him that he had plenty of money. Myung-ho laughed and reminded him that he himself had also contributed. Then, with a sudden change of topic, he asked how one learned proper martial arts. Jin-aon tilted his head and asked why he was suddenly interested. Myung-ho leaned forward earnestly and explained that he wanted to know if he could face the Red Reaper himself if he trained. Jin-aon paused as he chewed his food and asked if Myung-ho wanted him to teach him. With mock humility, Myung-ho said that he would be grateful if Jin-aon agreed. Jin-aon asked if he would obey his teachings. Myung-ho puffed his chest and introduced himself again proudly as the Venom Fox, claiming that, of course, he would. Jin-yeon pointed to the floor and told him to bow. Myung-ho scratched the back of his head, embarrassed, and muttered that it was humiliating. But eventually, with a groan, he lowered himself to the floor and bowed, telling Jin-yeon that he had better keep his word, or else he might just disgrace the Unha Merchant Group's main gate. Without a word, Jin-yeon grabbed the umbrella beside him, swung it, and demonstrated a move before pointing at it. He told Myung-ho to follow the example. Myung-ho stared in disbelief and asked if that was all. Jin-aon replied flatly, asking what else he expected. Enraged, Myung-ho jumped to his feet and shouted that he had even bowed, threatening to make a mess in the restaurant if Jin-aon was not serious. Jin-yeon struck him sharply on the head with the umbrella and ordered him to be quiet. He then instructed him to try holding the umbrella with one hand and repeat the motion he had shown him 100,000 times. Myung-ho gaped in shock, trembling. He stammered that not 1,000, not 10,000, but 100,000 repetitions were required. Jin-yeon's gaze grew sharp as he told him that if the Venom Fox had truly grown such a long tongue, he should put the umbrella down and leave. Myung-ho asked in disbelief if he was serious. The atmosphere suddenly grew heavy. Jin-yeon seized him by the collar and stared at him with narrowed eyes. In a low voice, he asked again if Myung-ho truly thought childish moves alone could kill someone. If he had swung that umbrella 100,000 times, he would have been able to kill half of those bandits with nothing more than a wooden sword. Instead, he had run like a soaked rat. Jin Aeon's tone turned icy. He told him that if he wanted to live like a coward, he might as well die. Myung-ho was silent for a moment, then smirked faintly and muttered that he did not want to kill anyone. Jin-yeon's gaze hardened further as he asked if he was a rat or the venom fox, warning him to know his place and stop flapping his mouth. The two sat in silence, the sound of the rain outside filling the quiet. They stared out the window, watching as people passed by on the wet streets. Eventually, the rain ceased, and sunlight broke through the clouds. Slowly, Myung-ho rose to his feet and asked to borrow the umbrella for a while. Without waiting for permission, he walked out of the restaurant. A servant approached Jin-yeon and asked politely if he could cover his friend's bill as well. Jin-yeon reached into his pocket, and the attendant smiled in gratitude. Left alone, Jin-yeon thought to himself that now they would just have to wait and see if that fool Myung-ho could finally get himself together. He remembered Myung-ho's words about wanting to face the Red Reaper, the leader of the Alliance. Crossing his arms, Jin-yeon murmured under his breath, "The Red Reaper Alliance." He had promised that he would come find them, and a promise was a promise. Elsewhere, inside a shadowed chamber, a man sat in front of two dead bodies while several of his followers knelt before him. Their heads bowed low, trembling with fear. None dared to meet his gaze. The man spoke with cold authority, demanding to know their excuse for letting Cheol Myung-ho slip away. They claimed they had almost captured him but had been stopped by one of Dok Jong-ho's friends. That friend, they explained in a shaking voice, was none other than the young master of the merchant group. One of the bandits stammered that it was true, insisting that Jin Aeon's martial arts were terrifyingly strong. He added that word was already spreading that Jin Aeon was being called the fiercest man in the entire Yanghwa region. The man's eyes narrowed, his stare making the bandit flinch. In a chilling voice, he ordered his men to prepare. Both Jin Aeon and Cheol Myung-ho, he said, must be tracked down and killed. Sometime later, Jin Aeon was training while conversing with one of the twins. The twin explained that Jeok-ye was notorious for his vicious temper, known to prefer tearing his enemies apart with his bare arms. He recounted how the leaders of the Blossom sect of Jangsan, the Dugard Guild, the Flood Dragon Guild, and the Crimson Treasure sect had all met their end at Jeok-ye's hands. Over time, Jeok-ye had absorbed several sects around Yukwan, amassing a massive force. His influence had grown so powerful that everyone in Yukwan now paid him tribute. Escort agencies, merchant guilds, inns, and even brothels were not spared. The twin added that even Cheol Myung-ho had been forced to offer him tribute. Jin-yeon remarked that he had heard Myung-ho had lost his entire auction house to Jeok-ye just the previous day. The twin agreed, saying that was exactly the kind of man Jeok-ye was. Jin-yeon sighed, admitting that Jeok-ye was a nuisance. If his own identity were discovered, things could become complicated. He concluded that he might need to make the first move. In Yukwan's bustling district stood Onjongru, the house of warm affection. Inside, a lady ordered one of the attendants to check if the guests in a certain room had left. Moments later, a piercing scream echoed through the house. Startled, the lady rushed toward the source of the scream and demanded to know what had happened. One of the other women explained in a trembling voice that someone had entered Lord Jeok-ye's room and that Seol-i was still inside. Panic fell over the group. Another employee approached the lady, informing her that a new guest had arrived downstairs. The woman, Junghwa, decided to go greet the guest, instructing the others to take the shaken girl away and let her rest. She warned them never to disturb Lord Jeok-ye and to keep everything quiet. Downstairs, Junghwa approached the new guest with a smile. It was Jin Aeon. She introduced herself and began to give a polite explanation, but Jin-yeon cut her off abruptly, asking if Jeok-ye was there. Taken aback, Junghwa stammered, asking if he meant the guildmaster and whether he had an appointment with him. Jin-yeon answered coldly that he did not. He only wanted to know if Jeok-ye was upstairs. Junghwa hesitated, her eyes flickering toward the nearby bandits. Inwardly, she questioned whether she should reveal the truth to this stranger. After a moment of silence, she admitted that Jeok-ye was indeed there. Jin Aeon walked past her without hesitation, instructing her to evacuate the girls while he went upstairs. Zhenghua began to understand what was happening, recalling that one of the girls was still inside Jiokye's room. She tried to warn Jineon, explaining that the guildmaster was a rough-tempered man. But Jineon only smiled and replied that he would manage. As Jineon ascended the stairs, one of the bandits noticed him and barked out that he was not allowed to wander into that area. Jineon continued walking casually, ignoring him. The bandit thrust his spear toward Jineon, mocking him as if he had stuffed candy in his mouth. Without breaking stride, Jineon seized the spear, swung it upward, and hurled the bandit crashing down to the first floor. The other bandits were instantly alarmed. They demanded to know if Jineon even understood where he was and prepared to attack. Jineon stood with his hands behind his back, his composure unwavering. In a cold and menacing tone, he asked which floor Jiokye was on. The bandits erupted in rage, swinging their weapons and shouting for his death. From the upper floors, hundreds of guards rushed down to confront him. Jineon scoffed, his hand beginning to emit crackling lightning. He muttered that he would simply find Jiokye once he had torn through all the rooms. The first bandit charged, but Jineon grabbed his head and announced that he would borrow his body for a moment. Slamming the man into the ground, Jin-Aeon unleashed a lightning energy field that sent others flying. Another bandit swung a heavy flail at him, but Jin-Aeon noticed instantly and dodged. He seized the weapon from the attacker and declared that he would take it too. With one devastating swing, he smashed the man's face and tore through a wall. Glancing at the damage, Jin-Aeon muttered that it was not the right room. He leapt from the railing, spinning the flail and questioning whether he needed to smash through all the rooms. Without hesitation, he barreled forward, demolishing walls and striking down every bandit in his path. After ransacking the floor, he dropped the weapon and dusted off his hands, remarking that there was nothing there and that Jiokye must be on the next floor. Inside a chamber above, Jiokye was lounging on a bed when suddenly the door burst open. Two of his guards were hurled inside, broken and groaning. From the entrance, another bandit cried out in alarm, identifying Jin-Aeon as the young master. Jin-Aeon stepped in, smashing another bandit's head into the ground, and announced coldly that he had found his target. Jiokye grinned, realizing who the intruder was. He asked mockingly if Jin-Aeon had come to pay Myungho's debt. Jin-Aeon replied sternly that the 5th floor had been the right answer, though he thought the climb had been far too high. As the scene revealed the bodies of countless bandits strewn across the lower levels, Jiokye rose slowly to his feet. He sneered, asking if Jin-Aeon had disliked the welcome party, and whether the climb had been difficult. Jin-Aeon responded that it did not matter, climbing over others had always been his specialty. Jiokye towered over him, bending down to meet his eyes with a wide grin. He boasted that his own specialty was looking down on people from above. Straightening up, he slicked his hair back with a smile. Jin-Aeon smirked inwardly, thinking to himself that he loved Black Path bastards like Jiokye, since they were always so fun to hit. His eyes flickered toward the bed, where he spotted the lifeless body of a hostess. Jiokye followed his gaze and grinned, explaining casually that it was nothing important. He simply could not hold back his strength, and he ordered the body to be dragged away. Jin-Aeon's expression darkened. He muttered that Jiokye was beyond saving. His aura shifted violently as his killing intent flooded the chamber. In an icy tone, he asked how he should kill Jiokye. Jiokye only smirked, saying he liked those eyes. It was the same look he had seen in the people who once tried to kill him. But in the end, he boasted, they had all been torn apart by his hands. Outside, chaos erupted in the district as terrified employees and bandits fled the building. Screams filled the air. One man ran frantically, demanding to know what was happening. A bandit shouted back that some lunatic was tearing the entire brothel apart. A masked figure swung an umbrella in a slashing motion. He warned the panicked bandit to leave while he still could, then muttered a number under his breath. 2,874. The bandit froze in confusion, asking what he was talking about. The masked man swung the umbrella again, smashing it into the bandit's skull. Removing his mask, he revealed himself to be Cheol Myungho. Myungho growled that he had come to crush them one by one, cursing them all as sons of bitches. With each swing of the umbrella, he counted aloud. 2,875. 2,876. He complained that at this pace, he would never finish the 10,000 swings he had been tasked with. Suddenly, an explosion rocked the top of the brothel, shaking the entire district. Myungho froze, stammering in shock as he asked what in the world that noise had been. Meanwhile, at the top of the building, Jiokye was thrown off balance and sent flying through the air. Jinyeon immediately followed from above, preparing an attack midair. He brought both hands down with immense force, smashing Jiokye all the way to the ground outside the brothel. Jinyeon landed swiftly, his expression cold, as he stood surrounded by bandits. His eyes locked on Jiokye, who slowly pushed himself up from the ground. Jiokye dusted himself off, stood with a smirk, and remarked that the situation was becoming quite interesting. Without hesitation, Jinyeon removed his outer clothes. Jiokye then ordered one of his men to hand him a weapon. A flail was quickly brought to him, which he swung wildly in preparation for combat. He declared that at the very least, Jinyeon should be given a proper fight. As Jiokye swung the weapon, Jinyeon leapt forward. The flail was launched at him, but Jinyeon caught it effortlessly and pulled with overwhelming strength. Jiokye's eyes widened in shock as he struggled to resist. "How can a mere merchant's young master match my strength?" he thought. Determined to counter, he decided to release his grip and use the rebound force to crush Jinyeon instead. He rushed forward with explosive speed, yelling at Jinyeon to try blocking the next attack. Jinyeon remained unimpressed. Observing his movements, he noted inwardly that Jiokye had trained in both meteor hammer and fist techniques. His motions were clean, betraying the teachings of a true orthodox martial artist. But Jinyeon's expression hardened as he reminded himself that his opponent was not facing an ordinary man, he was facing the Fist King. Jinyeon struck with a devastating punch directly into Jiokye's body. Jiokye groaned in pain and staggered back. Jinyeon leapt backward, assessing him calmly. Jiokye, shaken yet defiant, laughed nervously. He admitted that Jinyeon was skilled in fist techniques as well, and shouted that he would give him a proper fight. An immense surge of energy exploded from Jiokye's body, shredding his upper garments into dust. With rage, he hurled himself forward, appearing in front of Jinyeon in an instant. He roared that he would tear him to pieces. But before he could strike, Jinyeon's hand shot out, clamping firmly around Jiokye's neck. With a stern expression, Jinyeon slammed Jiokye down into the ground, pinning him mercilessly. Sweat dripped down Jiokye's face as he clenched his teeth, horrified by the realization. Despite giving everything he had, he was being completely overwhelmed. Without warning, Jinyeon grabbed his face, his own body now crackling with lightning. He smirked and asked mockingly how it felt to be the one looking up from below. Pressing his knee firmly onto Jiokye's neck, he pinned him down harder. His voice dropped as he declared that if Jiokye had treated others with even a shred of decency, he would not be this furious. Jiokye only laughed, taunting him further. He jeered, asking if Jinyeon wanted a taste of Seoul as well. Jinyeon's expression darkened. He spoke coldly and announced the beginning of his punishment. Lightning surged violently through Jiokye's body, and his screams tore through the air. Jinyeon calmly raised his voice, counting as he elevated the power of his lightning. Second stage, third stage, fourth stage, fifth stage. The ground trembled as the surrounding bandits stared in terror. One of them stammered that they should stop this, their voices trembling with fear. Suddenly, one of them pointed upward, wide-eyed. Above them, a massive hand formed entirely from lightning loomed in the sky. "White lightning 10-stage art." Jinyeon's voice thundered. "Thunderclap." He lifted his arm high and brought it down. A colossal surge of energy descended, engulfing the entire brothel in blinding light. Bandits, employees, and civilians across the district froze in shock at the sight. When the energy subsided, Jiokye had been reduced to nothing but a black smear of ash on the ground. Jinyeon's gaze hardened as his inner voice declared that this was nothing less than the purge of the dark path. Raising his voice to address the trembling bandits around him, he demanded to know who they thought they were, collecting tribute from the powerless. He asked them what they were supposed to represent. He fixed his glare on one of them and demanded to know why they were draining the lifeblood of ordinary people. His voice sharpened as he commanded them to answer, but no one spoke. The bandits stood frozen in fear, unable to reply. Jinyeon's voice deepened with menace. He warned that if all they wanted was to flaunt their strength, then they should come to him first. He raised his voice in a commanding tone, declaring that he would make them end up just like Jiokye. One of the bandits tried to rally the others, shouting desperately that they should not be afraid. He cried out that it was only one man and ordered them to kill him. The crowd of bystanders watching began to murmur amongst themselves. Shock spread through them as the truth sank in. The infamous Red Reaper was dead. One of them muttered in awe, wondering aloud who that young man could possibly be. Another asked if this meant they would no longer have to pay tribute. Yet another worried that the young man might simply replace Jiok-ye and demand payment instead. Among the crowd stood Cheol Myung-ho, who calmly put his mask back on. In a steady voice, he told them not to worry. That young man was not the kind of person to demand tribute. The bystanders blinked in confusion, questioning his certainty. Cheol Myung-ho responded firmly, giving a decisive thumbs up. He repeated his words with conviction, saying once again that Jin Yeon was not the kind of man who would exploit others. He explained that Jin Yeon had wealth overflowing and had no need for such things. With that, Cheol Myung-ho continued to swing his umbrella in steady motions, counting each strike with determination. As he watched Jin Aeon slaughtering the remaining bandits, his thoughts grew firm. Every person, he mused, carried a spark within their heart, but nurturing that spark was each individual's responsibility. He understood now. Jin Aeon wanted to become stronger, strong enough to drive himself mad in pursuit of his power. Cheol Myung-ho remembered Jin Aeon's words echoing in his mind. "Are you a rat or the venom fox? Know your place." His eyes widened as he suddenly shouted aloud, correcting himself with fierce conviction. "No, wait. I am the venom fox." Later that day, at the Yunha merchant group, Jin Yeon returned and entered his room. To his surprise, he found his older brother Hwa Yeon already there. Jin Yeon called out to him in a low voice, addressing him as brother. Hwa Yeon, who had been reading in the room, looked up with a worried expression and asked where he had been. Jin Yeon stood in the doorway, blood covering his body, and casually responded that he had only been out for a drink. He then asked what had brought Hwa Yeon to his room. Hwa Yeon, still unsettled, pointed out the blood and asked why his brother was in such a state. At that moment, one of the attendants entered with a rug, and Jin Yeon explained indifferently that the blood was not his own. Hwa Yeon answered dryly that he could see that much already. As Jin Yeon wiped the blood from his body, Hwa Yeon noted that the elixirs had been working effectively. He admitted he had been considering preparing a thank you gift for the people who had sent the medicine to the Yunha merchant group. He explained that he had been struggling to decide what to offer in return to Merchant Taeho of the Taeho merchant group, and even father had been curious about it. Hwa Yeon then asked if the medicine was truly that precious. Jin Yeon thought to himself about the Taeho merchant group, recognizing them as the ones who had provided the azurite essence. He spoke aloud, admitting that even he could not easily measure its worth. Hwa Yeon was stunned and asked again if it was really that valuable, wondering what they could possibly offer in return. Jin Yeon answered firmly that repaying with money or goods would not be appropriate because what they had received was priceless. When Hwa Yeon asked what they should do, Jin Yeon spoke in a decisive tone. He suggested forming a merchant's alliance. His brother was shocked and repeated his words in disbelief. Jin Yeon explained that among those who had provided the elixirs were great merchant groups like Taeho, but there were also smaller ones, such as the West Wind Escort Establishment, which lacked its own defense force. He proposed that if they formed an alliance and offered protection to everyone, that would be repayment enough. Hwa Yeon hesitated and asked if such a plan was too ambitious. Jin Yeon told him there was no need to start on a grand scale. For now they should simply include the Taeho merchant group and the West Wind Escort Establishment. Since they had received something that money could not repay, they had to return the favor in another way. When Hwa Yeon asked about rules or membership fees, Jin Yeon answered that the rules should be kept simple, just as the ancestors had done, and for the time being, no fees should be collected. Curious, Hwa Yeon asked what the purpose of the alliance would be. Jin Yeon paused, remembering the people he had encountered during his walk, then answered firmly. The purpose, he said, would be to protect the lives of merchants. It would also establish a system for quick communication so that problems could be addressed immediately. Hwa Yeon agreed it was true, but raised another concern. He asked what they would do if a situation arose that even the escort warriors of the Taeho merchant group could not handle. Jin Yeon thought to himself that if such a thing happened again, it would mean that they merchant groups were deeply involved, especially with those from the underworld of the Jianghu. If that occurred, he knew exactly what he must do. He spoke aloud with resolve, declaring that in such a case, he would go himself. Hwa Yeon was alarmed and shouted in disbelief, asking if his brother truly intended to involve himself personally. Jin Yeon pointed out that he had already said the medicine they had been given was priceless, and it had granted him tremendous strength. Hwa Yeon then asked if it really had made him stronger, and Jinyan answered simply that it had. Overcome with excitement, Huayan slammed the table and asked what they should name the alliance. He suggested calling it the Great Merchants Association. Jinyan frowned, recalling the Crimson Reaper Alliance, and said they should call it the Great Merchants Association, without the word alliance, because that word bothered him. Huayan accepted the decision and said he would prepare accordingly. As he was about to leave the room, Huayan turned his head back and commented that since Jinyan had returned, his workload had only increased. He sighed and admitted that he was truly swamped these days. Jinyan looked at him and apologized softly, but Huayan smiled widely and said it was fine. For merchants, being busy was always a good thing. Jinyan scoffed at his brother's words, but before they could continue, a loud voice was heard outside calling for young Master Jinyan and the chief administrator. A guard burst through the door in a panic, shouting that they were finished. Both brothers turned to him in confusion, and Huayan asked what was done. The guard, out of breath and pale with fear, shouted again that they were finished because Lord Ouyang himself had arrived with his disciples. At the mention of the Ouyang name, Huayan froze in shock while Jinyan's eyes narrowed. A short while later, in the main hall of the Unha merchant group, Patriarch Ouyang Sayang of the Ouyang clan sat drinking. He slammed his cup down on the table as the memory of the humiliation his clan had suffered at the rulers' meeting filled his mind with rage. He declared aloud that just remembering it made his blood boil. Turning sharply to his 3 disciples, he gave them orders. Each of them, he said, must fight Jinyan of Unha Trading. He warned them that one victory alone would not restore their pride. In a cold and menacing tone, he commanded that Jinyan must not be allowed to die peacefully, and he demanded if they understood. All 3 disciples responded in unison, saying yes. One of them, Shin Sobaek, who was related to the Ouyang clan through marriage, asked the others if they would use weapons. He remarked that he fought bare-handed anyway, so it would not matter to him. The second son of the clan, Ouyang Myung, smirked and said he would also prefer to use his fists because it felt better. The third son, Ouyang Woon, admitted with unease that he lacked confidence, so he would stick to using his blade. Ouyang Myung glared at his brother with disgust, snarling that he lacked confidence to fight a mere merchant's son. Ouyang Woon defended himself, pointing out that Jinyan had defeated Ouyang Hu. Even if Ouyang Hu had only been a distant relative, he had still been an experienced man of the Jiang Hu. Ouyang Myung narrowed his eyes and dismissed the claim, saying that Ouyang Hu had lost because he lacked skill, nothing more. He waved his hand as a signal for more drinks, and muttered that there was no need for further chatter. He demanded that they bring Jinyan out quickly. At that moment, the twins who served the Unha merchant group approached, and informed the clan that the young master had invited them to the annex. They explained that once he finished eating, he would meet them there. Ouyang Myung was startled by their appearance and stammered in agreement. Inwardly, he muttered to himself, questioning why Jinyan's servants were so large. The twins then escorted the Ouyang clan to the annex. As they opened the curtain, one of them announced that they had brought the guests. Inside, Jinyan stood at the center of the arena, calmly wrapping his hands in bandages. He welcomed them and acknowledged that they had come a long way. The disciples bowed and introduced themselves one at a time. Jinyan smirked and remarked that he was surprised the patriarch himself had come. Ouyang Sang lowered his head slightly with a smirk, and explained that he had come unannounced because he wanted to witness Jinyan's strength with his own eyes. Jinyan responded with confidence, saying that they had come for a duel, and that they could decide the format. Ouyang Sang answered that his sons wished to learn from him through the duel. He explained the rules clearly. Leaving the ring, falling unconscious, or becoming unable to move would all count as defeat. Jinyan scoffed, smirked, and said that the rules were simple and good, and that they should begin. The second son, Ouyang Myung, stepped into the arena. From his seat, Ouyang Sang narrowed his eyes and grinned, thinking to himself that he looked forward to watching the merchant's son beg for his life. In the arena, Ouyang Myung sharpened his gaze, ready for the fight, but he could not shake a strange feeling. To himself, he admitted it felt less like he was facing a merchant's son, and more like he was standing against a warrior, hardened in the Jianghu. He questioned whether Jinyan's victory over Ouyang Hu had really been but a fluke. Before the duel could begin, Jinyan raised his hand and asked if Ouyang Myung would not draw his sword. Ouyang Myung retorted that he would do as he pleased and that it was none of Jinyan's business. But before he could even finish speaking, Jinyan instantly closed the distance and punched him in the face. Ouyang Myong's body flew across the arena, smashing into the annex wall. His brothers and fellow disciples were stunned, frozen in disbelief. On the other side, Patriarch Ouyang Sang crushed his cup in rage as he watched one of his sons be defeated in a single blow. He glared at Jinyan with fury. Standing calmly at the center of the arena, Jinyan told Ouyang Myong that he should have drawn his sword. With complete confidence, he then raised his voice and called for the next opponent. On the side, the third son, Ouyang Woon, spoke up. He declared that he would be the next to step into the arena and asked young Master Shin to look after his brother. Shin So-baek, standing beside him, responded that he understood. Ouyang Woon rose to his feet, drew his sword, and faced Jin Yan. With firm resolve, he stated that judging by Jin Yan's skill, there was no need to hold back on techniques. He added that he looked forward to a good match. Jin Yan gave a slight nod and agreed, telling him to begin. Ouyang Woon dropped into his fighting stance, narrowed his eyes, and shouted his intent to strike. In an instant he rushed forward and swung his sword violently at Jin Yan. Jin Yan stood firmly as his opponent closed in. At the last moment he dodged swiftly and smoothly, analyzing his adversary in silence. In his thoughts, Jin Yan admitted that Ouyang Woon was bold and a man who suited the sword. However, he knew that boldness alone was not enough. He lifted his arm with precise control. Ouyang Woon's eyes widened in shock at what he witnessed. He muttered in disbelief, wondering what he was seeing. To his astonishment, Jin Yan began blocking his sword strikes with his bare hands. As they blades and limbs clashed, Ouyang Woon continued to think in disbelief. He realized that Jin Yan was not only reading the flow of his sword movements, but countering them without a weapon, using only his hands. Jin Yan suddenly pulled back his fist and muttered to himself about invoking the fifth phase with the energy level of the third. Ouyang Woon froze, stunned by the sight of lightning chi forming around Jin Yan's fist. He braced himself, raising his blade in desperation as Jin Yan launched his full attack. With thunderous force, Jin Yan unleashed the white lightning 10-phase art, Lightning Roar. The overwhelming strike crashed down upon Ouyang Woon, crushing him under its power. He collapsed to the ground and lost consciousness instantly. On the side, Patriarch Ouyang Sang watched the result of the duel in silence, his expression hard and unreadable. The disciples, however, were shaken by what they had just witnessed. Shin So-baek spoke, noting in disbelief that even the third young master had been defeated so easily. Ouyang Myong, still seated on the floor, turned to Shin and suggested that they should end the sparring there. He argued that if all three of them were defeated, it would cause a massive uproar. Shin fell silent for a moment before answering with a single word. He said no. Without hesitation, Shin So-baek leapt into the center of the arena. With excitement written clearly on his face, he announced that while the eldest young master was an excellent martial artist, as one who trained in palm strike techniques, he could not let the opportunity pass him by. He assumed his fighting stance and asked Jin Yan directly if he would spar with him. Jin Yan was briefly surprised by his reaction, but soon shifted into his own stance. Inwardly, he admitted that at least Shin So-baek appeared decently skilled. A smirk spread across his face, and with excitement he accepted, agreeing to the duel. Both men launched forward at the same time. Their attacks clashed with intensity, their faces lit with exhilaration. Shin So-baek pressed aggressively with rapid palm strikes while Jin Yan blocked them all with smooth precision. After a flurry of exchanges, Shin halted briefly, a smirk tugging at his lips. He taunted Jin Yan, asking if he was only going to block. He then spun his body sharply and shouted the name of his technique. With a roar, he unleashed the whirling wheel-crushing palm strike, his movements forming a tornado-like wind as he lunged toward his opponent. Jin Yan calmly sidestepped the incoming strike. With a grin, he acknowledged that Shin's movements were not terrible, but he criticized them for being far too exaggerated. In the next instant, Jin Yan seized Shin's foot in an iron grip. Shin screamed at the top of his lungs as pain coursed through him. Still gripping tightly, Jin Yan declared with a grin that it had been a good duel, addressing him respectfully as young Master Shin. He then smashed Shin So-baek down to the ground, leaving him unable to fight further. From the side, Ouyang Myong muttered to himself after witnessing his comrade's defeat. He asked bitterly what was so good about a duel in which the opponent had lost. At the center of the arena, Jin Yan sighed deeply and clutched the back of his neck. Slowly, he turned his gaze toward Patriarch Ouyang Sang, and questioned why the lord still looked so displeased, even though the duel was over. Ouyang Saeng trembled as rage boiled inside him. His thoughts seethed with humiliation. He could not believe that the young master of a merchant group had defeated them consecutively. He realized Jin Yan was no ordinary man and admitted to himself that even if they brought another member of the Ouyang clan, it would not be enough. His anger deepened as he considered the implications. At this rate, not only would the pride of the Rulers' Association be trampled, but they would also be ridiculed endlessly. The patriarch exhaled a long sigh and, suppressing his fury, invited Jin Yan to take a walk with him. Not long after, the two of them strolled casually along the streets. Ouyang Sang commented on how peaceful the town seemed, and remarked that the Unha merchant group must have many suppliers there. Then he stopped, turned toward Jin Yan, and with a smirk, spoke directly. He asked Jin Yan to join the Rulers' Association, clarifying that he did not mean the entire Unha merchant group, but Jin Yan alone. If Jin Yan joined as an individual martial artist, the association would protect the group. Jin Yan repeated the name of the organization under his breath, and then reflected in silence. He thought to himself that the association was built by the four great clans, Dakgo, Shimen, Namgoang, and Moyong, with the exclusion of the Tang clan. In truth, he reminded himself, they were nothing more than those who had left the Miram Alliance. Speaking aloud, Jin Yan voiced this thought, accusing them of breaking away because the Miram Alliance centered itself around its great sects. Ouyang Sang admitted this was true and asked if it was a problem. He insisted it was better to call it a group in friendly competition with the Miram Alliance. Jin Yan muttered to himself that he had heard the Ouyang clan had only joined recently, and now he understood why the patriarch was so obsessed with saving face. The patriarch then added that the men who had once followed Ouyang Hu had been spreading news of Jin Yan everywhere. Because of that, his reputation had been ruined. He placed a hand on Jin Yan's shoulder and insisted he did not mean to place blame, but then his expression sharpened. With a glare, he demanded that Jin Yan join the association to help restore his honor. He argued that it was not a difficult request. Inwardly, he thought that the only way left was to bring the Unha merchant group's eldest young master under his wing and make it appear that Jin Yan was beneath him. Jin Yan remained silent for a while, before asking what would happen if he refused. Ouyang Siang asked why he would even consider refusal. He said it was not as if Jin Yan would lose anything, and surely the son of a great merchant group would not be slow in calculating gains and losses. Jin Yan countered by asking what purpose the merchant group would serve in the association. He explained that it was not as if he lacked money, and what was being offered was only the seat of an ordinary martial artist. He turned his back on the patriarch and began to walk away, declaring that if this was not a fight, then their conversation was finished. He added coldly that the walk had not been enjoyable. As Jin Yan gained distance, Ouyang Siang called out to him. With a chilling tone, he gave him one last chance. He threatened him by asking if he wished to see the entire Unha merchant group slaughtered. He warned that with the strength of the Ouyang clan, they could spare Jin Yan alone but brand him as a public enemy of the martial world. With a vicious grin, he asked if Jin Yan thought they could not do such a thing. He approached Jin Yan, grabbed his shoulder, and pressed his words further. He demanded to know if Jin Yan was strong enough to stop him. Even if he was, could he really handle making the Rulers' Association his enemy? He asked why Jin Yan spurned his goodwill. Before he could finish, Jin Yan suddenly spun around, seized Ouyang Sang by the throat, and smashed him against the wall. Rage filled his voice as he shouted for him to stop his nonsense. He called him an insane bastard, and asked if he had considered that he could kill him here and now, wipe out the Ouyang clan entirely, and even shift the blame onto his eldest son. With deadly menace, he asked if the patriarch wanted to test him. Struggling to breathe, Ouyang Sang rasped that of all the vile words he had ever heard, Jin Yan's might be the most unforgettable. He accused him of having no manners, no restraint, and no shame, but then he shouted that such words should be saved for after Jin Yan had proven his strength. Suddenly, green smoke filled the air. Ouyang Sang grinned to himself, thinking proudly that it was the poisoned toad palm strike, a technique he had practiced to defeat the leaders of the four great clans. He wondered if Jin Yan could withstand it no matter how strong he was. But before he could relish his advantage, the crack of electricity filled his ears. His eyes widened in shock as Jin Yan's entire body became wreathed in lightning. He realized in horror that his poison was burning away, as if the lightning itself was devouring it. He groaned and kicked helplessly in the air as Jin Yan's grip tightened around his neck. Choking and gasping for breath, he was finally thrown to the ground. He coughed violently, struggling to recover as Jin Yan looked down at him with calm disdain. Jin Yan told him coldly that consider how high and mighty he had acted, his strength was disappointingly weak. Inwardly, Jin Yan reasoned that it was because his White Lightning 10-phase art had already reached the 8th phase. On the ground, Ouyang Sang grinned despite his condition and shouted that if Jin Yan was going to kill him, he should do it right there. He argued that even if he died, Jin Yan would simply be branded a public enemy, and then asked what he would do about the Rulers' Association standing behind him. He demanded to know who would truly lose in the end. Jin Yan crouched down, grabbed him by the head, and glared at him menacingly. He spat out a single word, calling him by name, and promised that he would make him regret those words for the rest of his life. Later that day, inside the main hall of the Yuna merchant group, attendants were busy tending to the wounds of the Ouyang clan disciples. Suddenly the doors slammed open. Jin Yan entered, dragging Patriarch Ouyang Sang by his hair. The disciples cried out in alarm, calling for their patriarch and their father. Ouyang Myung leapt to his feet and shouted, demanding to know what Jin Yan was doing. Jin Yan turned his gaze on them, snapped his fingers, and warned them to be silent unless they wanted to end up like Ouyang Sang. From the back, Ouyang Woon asked in a strained voice if his father was still alive. Jin Yan dropped the patriarch to the ground and slowly walked forward, answering that he lived for now. He then called out to one of the guards, Mok Inseop, and ordered him to prepare a carriage outside. Inseop bowed immediately and acknowledged the command. Ouyang Woon spoke again, saying that Jin Yan must have a valid reason for such actions. Jin Yan responded with a grin, stating that Ouyang Sang had threatened him, claiming that if he did not cooperate, the entire Unya merchant group would be annihilated, and Jin Yan would be framed as the culprit. Shock rippled through the disciples, leaving them silent. Jin Yan added that from this point forward, he would take the matter to the Rulers' Association and report it directly. He ordered the guards to follow him and serve as witnesses. Shin Sabayak stepped in nervously and reminded him that the Rulers' Association had no official headquarters. Their meetings were held at the homes of the 4 clan patriarchs. He suggested that the Moyang clan estate was the closest. Jin Yan acknowledged this and issued further orders. He commanded the guards and the twins to keep watch over the disciples, so they would not attempt anything reckless. He instructed Hua Yan to organize the day's events and report them to the Murim Alliance. With a commanding tone, he gave the final order. They would head to the Moyang clan. Some time later, they began the journey. Inside the carriage, Jin Yan sat by the window, humming softly to himself. Ouyang Sang eventually regained consciousness and weakly asked where they were headed. Jin Yan answered that they were going to the Moyang clan. Ouyang Sang sighed and turned to one of his guards, saying that he was parched and requesting water. The guard looked uneasily at Jin Yan, remarking that he did not believe permission would be granted. Jin Yan chuckled, placed a hand firmly on the guard's head and remarked that the clan patriarch himself was asking for water, yet the guard dared to respond so coldly. He leaned forward, still clutching the guard's head, and spoke in a chilling tone. He accused him of not being a warrior of the Ouyang clan at all, and asked if he was an assassin. Without waiting for an answer, Jin Yan unleashed a surge of lightning chi, electrocuting the man instantly and killing him. Outside, the coachman shouted in alarm, asking what was happening. Jin Yan told him to keep moving and not to worry. He then turned his sharp gaze to the other guard seated beside Ouyang Sang and demanded to know if he too was a hired assassin. The man hesitated, then nervously confessed the truth. He admitted that he was a member of the Gold-Silver Assassins, explaining that they were divided into 2 ranks, Gold Assassins and Silver Assassins. He confessed that he belonged to the Silver Division. Jin Yan sneered at the name, mocking the obsession with money. He then turned to Ouyang Sang and asked how much he had paid to hire such men. The patriarch asked why he was so interested. Jin Yan reminded him darkly that he still had many body parts intact. He then ordered the coachman to stop the carriage for a moment. Ouyang Sang quickly answered that he had paid 800 noyang per head. Jin Yan turned back to the assassin and asked if that was accurate. The assassin nodded fearfully, saying that it was even more than usual. Jin Yan dismissed that claim, telling him he was wrong. He explained that the 800 nangin included his own life as well. He revealed to him that their leader had already sold them out to Ouyang Saying. After the Yunhe merchant group had been wiped out, they themselves would have been eliminated, to erase all traces. He declared that it was easier to slaughter assassins than to endure the clan's scorn for dirty deeds. This, he said, was the way of the so-called orthodox faction, pristine on the surface, filthy inside. Jin Yan smirked and fixed his eyes on the terrified assassin. He told him that his life was worth no more than 800 nangin, and that it was cheap. He added that had the man trained harder, he might not have been sold off so cheaply. He continued mercilessly, "See that killers who took money for lives were not even worth being called people." Clapping his hands once, Jin Yan mocked him further, declaring that it was a grand life they had led. He leaned back and remarked that outside, there were 3 more assassins, 1 severely injured person, and 1 corpse. He commented coldly that it was the perfect group for a stroll. Eventually, they arrived at the Moyang clan estate. As Jin Yan, Ouyang Saying, and the guards entered the grounds, onlookers whispered in astonishment. Some asked if the man being dragged was truly the Ouyang clan patriarch. Others questioned who the young man beside him was, and what could have happened to the patriarch for him to appear in such a state. One figure stepped forward, calling out to Ouyang Saying and asking what had brought him there, and why his neck was in such a condition. It was Moyang Bin, patriarch of the Moyang clan. He turned to Jin Yan and remarked that he was someone he had not met before, then introduced himself. Jin Yan introduced himself as Jin Yan, young master of the Yunhe merchant group. Inwardly he thought to himself with surprise that he had expected the Moyang patriarch to be Moyang Chu, not Moyang Bin. Moyang Bin fixed his gaze at Ouyang Sayang, and demanded to know why the eldest son of the Yunhe merchant group had arrived while dragging him like a criminal. Ouyang Sayang turned his head away and said nothing. Jin Yan stepped in and explained that he would tell the story. After finishing his explanation of the events, he concluded firmly that the assassins had been hired directly by Ouyang Sayang. Shocked murmurs filled the hall, and one of the men beside Moyang Bin whispered that threatening a merchant group was a grave crime. He suggested that if word spread, the Marim alliance would laugh at them, and it might be better to silence the matter. Moyang Bin cut him off by raising his hand and dismissed his words. He addressed Jin Yan directly, asking whether his intention in coming was to reveal the truth, out of fear of retaliation. Jin Yan narrowed his eyes and smirked, asking in return what Moyang Bin would have done if he had been in the same position. Moyang Bin considered the question privately. If someone had threatened to slaughter his clan and brand him a criminal, there would be only one answer: to kill him. But if that someone was Ouyang Saying, then he would have to face not only the Ouyang clan's wrath, but also the judgment of the entire martial world. His thoughts were interrupted when Ouyang Saying coughed and muttered bitterly. He cried out in frustration, lamenting how he could have lost to the child of a merchant group. He shouted that if only the other patriarchs had not sneered at him within the association, things would not have come to that. He admitted he had made a mistake, but claimed their mockery had driven him to it. Desperation filled his voice as he begged them not to hesitate. He offered to do anything in exchange for help. Moyang Bin stepped forward calmly and warned him that any further disgrace would bring shame not only on him but also on Moyang Bin himself. Without hesitation, he struck Ouyang Sayang on the back of the neck, knocking him unconscious. He then ordered his attendants to imprison the 3 assassins and keep them alive under watch. Turning back to Jin Yan, Moyang Bin gave a faint smirk and apologized, said the hospitality had been shameful. He admitted that the Rulers' Association should not harbor such leeches, and that Jin Yan had suffered because of them. He then invited him to share a meal if he was not leaving right away. Jin Yan bowed his head slightly and accepted, remarking that his journey had been worth it. That night, the two dined together. As they ate, Moyang Bin studied Jin Yan closely, marveling at the fact that the eldest son of the Yunhe merchant group had defeated the Ouyang patriarch. He wondered silently where such a person could have come from. He asked Jin Yan directly if he had considered how the matter should be resolved. He admitted that he could not kill Ouyang Saying himself, but would deal with the matter in a reasonable way. When Jin Yan asked what his plan was, Moyang Bin explained that he intended to deliver Ouyang Saying to the Maruan alliance. He reasoned that it would allow the resentment of the Ouyang clan to fall upon them rather than the Rulers' Association. He said that while the association would take damage, honor mattered more. and the other patriarchs would agree. Jin Yan acknowledged it as a sound plan. Setting his chopsticks down on the table, Jin Yan asked a seemingly ill-timed question. He inquired if the former patriarch, Mo Yong-chu, had undergone the Golden Basin hand-washing ceremony. Mo Yong-bin froze at the question, visibly shaken, and after a pause admitted that Jin Yan's knowledge of the Jianghu was outdated. He explained that his father had been missing for over a year. At that moment, thunder rumbled outside, and Jin Yan muttered in shock that he was missing. Mo Yong-bin explained further, saying that the entire main clan had searched for him, without success, and that he lived in shame as an unfilial son. Jin Yan processed the revelation in silence. He realized that a year ago was the time he had entered this body. That meant not only had he himself died in the past, but Mo Yong-chu as well. He asked aloud if Mo Yong-chu had been rumored to clash with the demonic faction. Mo Yong-bin was startled and thought deeply. He said that the demonic faction had been silent for over 20 years. If they had risen, the entire martial world would already know. It made no sense that they would only target his father. Jin Yan reflected grimly, recalling how he too had been suddenly ambushed without warning. He asked Mo Yong-bin directly how his father would fare if he had been attacked by several swordsmen. Mo Yong-bin lowered his head and admitted that it would have been brutal, but insisted his father would not have fallen to it a few swordsmen. Jin Yan pressed further, asking what if they had all possessed the blade-proof body. Mo Yong-bin's alarmed reaction confirmed his suspicion. Jin Yan thought back to his past life. He remembered that some of the enemies he fought had survived even strikes of the 9th phase of his lightning energy. Even now, in his current body, the 8th phase could not be endured by ordinary men. It had been unnatural. He realized that at the very least, those enemies had been in the realm of the blade-proof body or beyond. If such men, aided by strange sorcery, joined forces, only those who existed beyond the heavens could resist them. He pondered silently why the demonic faction moved in secrecy. Why did they remain hidden, and what were they truly after? Meanwhile, far away on a mountain plateau, a cloaked figure carrying an umbrella entered a cave. Inside, the man spoke to another figure who sat cleaning his sword. He told him that they had finally found him, the Sword King. The man known as the Sword Demon smirked and praised the news, addressing the cloaked figure as Heavenly Demon. Raising his voice, he commanded his followers to prepare. He declared that it was time to hunt the king. Back at the Moyong clan estate, Jin Yan sat with Mo Yong-bin and asked about the recent situations of the other martial masters. Mo Yong-bin considered the question carefully before replying. He said he had seen the Blade Emperor not long ago, and confirmed that he was still in good health. He explained that during one meeting Ouyang Sang had shouted at them, demanding if they were mocking him. In truth, it had been the Blade Emperor who laughed loudly, while the rest only wore awkward expressions because of the tense atmosphere. Mo Yong-bin admitted that it was understandable for the Ouyang patriarch to feel offended, but the Blade Emperor was not the type of man to pay attention to those he disliked. He simply ignored them completely. As for the Sword God, Mo Yong-bin explained that he had entered closed-door training half a year earlier. He wondered aloud what kind of martial skill a man who was already known to be beyond the heavens could possibly be refining further. The Sword Emperor, on the other hand, wandered without a permanent residence, and his whereabouts were impossible to confirm. The last time he had visited, they had told him about Mo Yong-chu's disappearance, but there had been no news since then. Regarding the Sword King, he had half retired and now spent his time teaching disciples. Mo Yong-bin then mentioned the Fist King. He described him as a man with such a fierce temperament that even his own father had found him difficult to deal with. He said no recent news had reached them about him either. In his estimation, the Fist King was probably roaming the world in search of disciples or smashing apart underworld sects. He was not the type of man people befriended easily. After hearing this, Jin Yan set his cup down on the table and asked about the Fist King's personality, wondering what exactly made him so hard to approach. Mo Yong-bin's eyes widened in disbelief that Jin Yan did not already know. He explained that the Fist King often beat junior disciples of the orthodox factions whenever they acted arrogantly. He also thrashed seniors from the unorthodox factions if they displeased him, and he killed every member of the demonic faction he came across. Even among the great clans, several young heirs had been slapped by him. Despite this, Mo Yong-bin emphasized that the Fist King was an upright and principled man who always kept his word. He even challenged seniors to duels without hesitation. To Moyang Bin, he seemed like a martial artist to the very core, though based on his father's accounts, he appeared to live a rather lonely life. Jinyan muttered softly to himself that perhaps the Fist King had not been as lonely as he seemed. Moyang Bin asked him what he had just said, but Jinyan quickly deflected, remarking instead that the food was good. A few moments later, Jinyan stood up. Moyang Bin asked if he was planning to return to the merchant group, and Jinyan confirmed that he was. Moyang Bin then suggested that if he had no immediate duties, he should consider visiting the Miram Alliance in person. The following day, outside the Moyang clan estate, Jinyan and his companions prepared to depart. Moyang Bin explained that if Jinyon gave testimony directly, they would be able to shape the case in their favor. He mentioned that the Moyang clan delegation was returning from a nearby assignment, and it would be good for Jinyon to travel with them. He then introduced Baek Hankyong of the Miram Alliance. Baek Hankyong bowed faintly and introduced himself. Moyang Bin added that Ouyang Sayang would be escorted separately, while Jinyon and Baek Hankyong could leave first using mobility arts. Jinyon agreed and then made one more request. He asked Moyang Bin to look after the Yunha merchant group while he was gone. Moyang Bin reassured him with a smile, explaining that Moyang clan martial artists had already been dispatched to escort the merchant group. Jinyon smiled back, bowed, and said he would not forget the patriarch's goodwill. He then added another request. He explained that the assassins who attacked earlier had belonged to an organization called the Gold-Silver Assassins. He asked the Rulers' Association to investigate them, promising to lend his strength if their headquarters was ever discovered. Moyang Bin nodded in agreement, saying it would not be difficult. Jinyan admitted honestly that he had come prepared for a full confrontation with the Moyang clan, but because the patriarch had handled the situation so wisely, he could now return with peace of mind. He expressed his gratitude before departing with Baek Hankyung. As they leapt forward to begin their journey, Moyang Bin closed his eyes and muttered to himself that the eldest son of the Una merchant group had truly come alone, ready for battle. He found him to be a most interesting man. 4 days later, Jinyan and Baek Hankyung arrived at a new town. Walking together in the middle of the busy street, Baek Hankyung studied him quietly and thought to himself that Jinyan was just as taciturn as he was. After several days of travel, they had only exchanged the briefest words, such as "let's depart" and "let's rest a bit." His thoughts were interrupted when he accidentally bumped into a man. Baek Hankyung apologized quickly, but as his eyes landed on the scar across the man's left cheek, he muttered in recognition, calling him a wicked rogue. He realized that he had just spotted a man from the Muram Alliance's most wanted list. He announced aloud that he would either kill or capture him. Jinyan asked quietly from the side if the man was a member of the unorthodox faction. Baek Hankyung leapt up onto a nearby wall and confirmed that he was, but warned Jinyun that it was dangerous and that he should stay back. He began chasing the man from rooftop to rooftop. The wanted man noticed the pursuit and bolted, yelling for people to get out of his way as he shoved through the crowd. Baek Hankyung observed him and thought to himself that he was fleeing noisily. He recalled that many outcasts of the unorthodox faction had grown dissatisfied with the Mirum Alliance's actions lately and had taken to capturing and killing its members. For such a man to walk openly through the streets without even a mask was suspicious. Dropping back to the ground, he confronted the rogue directly, concluding that it was a trap. As expected, 2 more men appeared beside the wanted criminal. Baek Hankyung examined them and noticed that both were missing arms. He realized they must have been among those who had previously lost to the alliance leader. He confronted them aloud, asking if they were truly still alive, only to waste their time with disgraceful tactics instead of challenging the leader again. He accused them of using wanted criminals as bait. The criminals grinned and replied that their hobby was cutting off arms for the alliance leader. Another added that they also enjoyed sending him the severed heads of his subordinates. Suddenly, from behind them, a voice cut through the air. Jinyan had appeared without a sound and mocked them, asking if that was truly their idea of a hobby. The 3 criminals spun around in shock, yelling to know who was there. From the front, Baek Hankyung froze, astonished. He wondered when Jinyan had managed to catch up. Jinyan simply stretched his shoulders with a smirk and told them he was just a man whose hobby was beating the likes of them. Meanwhile, back at the Yunha merchant group estate, Cheol Myung-ho was causing a scene outside the main gate. 2 escorts from the Moyang clan restrained him, but he struggled and shouted furiously. He demanded to know why Jinyan had gone to the Murim alliance, and why it had to be now. He screamed at them to release him, and cursed at them for holding him back. Hua Yan appeared and explained that the Moyang patriarch had decided it would be better for Jinyan to testify in person about the Ouyang clan incident, and so he had left immediately. He clarified that the escorts were sent by the Moyang clan and asked them to release him. Once freed, Cheol Myung-ho slumped to the ground with a heavy sigh. He muttered bitterly that Jinyan had left despite making a promise with him. When Hua Yan asked what promise that was, Myung-ho thought to himself that Jinyan had made him perform 100,000 swings. He admitted inwardly that it was embarrassing to say out loud. A moment later, he pulled down his pants, squatted in front of the gate, and screamed angrily that he had promised to defecate there if Jinyan did not tell him the next step. He asked desperately if they had heard that. Hua Yan, disgusted, closed the gate firmly and reminded him that if it was truly important, it would be better to chase after Jinyan and discuss it directly. He excused himself, saying he was busy. Myung-ho stood up and pulled up his pants again. He cursed, realizing that Jinyan had already left for the Murim alliance. Clutching his umbrella tightly, he gritted his teeth and muttered that he was not a fool to be toyed with. He declared that he was a venomous fox. Raising his umbrella, he clenched it with determination and announced that he would storm into the Murim alliance himself. He then took off running, swinging his umbrella and screaming out loud as he counted the number of swings he had completed. His voice carried through the streets as he yelled, asking Jinyan what the next step was, while shouting that he had already reached 101,203 swings. Back where Jinyan stood, the criminals turned their attention toward him. The original wanted criminal suddenly burst out laughing and said with mock apology that he should not laugh in front of his seniors. He asked who was beating who, calling Jinyan a runt. Then he remarked that since he had lured Jinyan out, he would now take his leave, claiming he was busy. Jinyan looked at him and asked if the man known as the lustful swordsman was off to relieve himself. The criminal's gaze sharpened, and with a grin, he demanded to know what Jinyan had just said. Jinyan responded calmly, asking why he was so sensitive, pointing out that even a healthy man could do that. Raising his voice, Jinyan then looked directly at Baek Hankyung and asked if he was allowed to kill a wanted man. Hankyung replied firmly that as a public enemy of the Murim alliance, the man was officially registered, and immediate execution was permitted. Jinyan began adjusting the wraps on his arm and repeated the phrase immediate execution, a faint smile crossing his face. Hankyung narrowed his eyes as he watched. In his thoughts, he admitted that after traveling with Jinyan for 3 days, this was the first time he had seen him smile. Jinyan remarked that he liked the sound of it. The criminals responded by drawing their swords against him. The wanted criminal shouted angrily, calling Jinyan a bastard, and hurled daggers at him while demanding to know who was really going to kill who. Jinyan dodged the first set of daggers, but when another came flying he caught all 3 with ease. Then, leaping high into the air, he threw the daggers into the other 2 criminals, leaving the wanted man isolated. The wanted criminal's eyes widened in shock as he realized Jinyan had deliberately avoided throwing the daggers at him. As Jinyan landed lightly on his feet, he called out to the lustful swordsman and asked what crime had made him a wanted man. The man grinned nervously, and green chi began to envelop his hand. He replied that it was not something that needed to be discussed between men. He said he had trained a body part Jinyan would not even be able to use, and with all his effort, he lunged forward, swearing to rip it off. Jinyan narrowed his eyes and muttered coldly that it would not be so fast. With precise force, he struck the man's right arm, crushing it to the ground. The criminal screamed in agony. Lying sprawled on the ground, he shouted shakily, calling Jinyan a bastard. In his panic, he thought to himself that he could not win against this opponent. If he was going to die anyway, he had to at least try something. In desperation, he sat up and shouted loudly, trembling as he surrendered. He begged to be taken to the Murim alliance to accept punishment, pleading that Jinyan not touch his manhood. Jinyan crouched down, leaned close, and asked why he would choose to surrender. The criminal explained with his shaky voice that if he surrendered, the case would be settled. He added that he even had information on other wanted men, insisting that keeping him alive would be more useful. Before he could finish speaking, Jinyan struck him in the face with a sudden powerful punch. Blood spurted from the man's mouth. Jeneon smirked and said that he did not need him to surrender, because he was not from the Murim Alliance. Rising to his feet, he glanced toward Hankyung and casually wondered if they should have delivered the criminal alive instead. Hankyung stared at the lifeless bodies scattered around them. He said it was better this way, and told Jeneon not to worry. Then he walked forward and added that they should find food, as he was starving. Jeneon nodded in agreement. Later that day, the two arrived at an inn. Once their food was served, Hankyung smiled with confidence and told Jeneon that he seemed to have quite a bit of experience. Watching the fight earlier had cleared his doubts. Jeneon asked what doubts he was referring to. Hankyung lowered his head and admitted that when he first heard the heir of a merchant group had defeated the head of the Ouyang clan, he found it unbelievable, especially since Jinyeon's name was not well known. Jinyeon continued eating and said simply that he understood. Hankyung then lifted his head and spoke with a firm tone. He said that after witnessing Jinyeon's battle, he believed he truly possessed that level of skill. He promised to testify to Jinyeon's strength, so he should not worry about witnesses. Jinyeon acknowledged the words with quiet thanks, though in his thoughts he noted how talkative Hankyung had suddenly become. Then Hankyung slammed his chopsticks on the table and asked if Jinyeon would consider joining the Murim Alliance. Jinyeon paused as Hankyung continued. He explained that the alliance did not pay much and the work was harsh, but what mattered was skill. According to their leader, individual ability was valued over background. With Jinyeon's talent, he could gain much within the alliance. He leaned forward and spoke more frankly, explaining that the Murim Alliance was completely different from the Rulers' Association. The association, he said, might offer more pay and easier jobs, but it was built entirely on clan influence. Outsiders had no chance to succeed there. The great clans favored their own, while outsiders were treated only as mercenaries. In real battles, they scattered like autumn leaves. Jinyeon ate silently, recalling Mo Yongbin's actions, then remarked aloud that not all of the Rulers' Association was like that. He insisted Hankyung's judgment was too much of a leap. From the second floor, a man listening to their conversation interrupted. He scoffed and said Jinyeon was right. With disdain, he accused Hankyung of constantly bad-mouthing others. He declared that to say the Rulers' Association scattered like autumn leaves was outrageous. Hankyung immediately rose from his seat, turned, and bowed toward the man upstairs. He admitted that he had spoken rashly and apologized, asking forgiveness. With respect, he also asked for the man's name. The man smirked and introduced himself. He told his surname was Autumn Wind, and his first name was Autumn Leaves. He turned to his companions and laughed. Below, Jinyeon told Hankyung not to dwell on it since he had already apologized. Hankyung nodded in agreement. Jinyeon glanced back upstairs and asked if those men had come because of Ouyang Sang, remarking that they seemed to belong to the Rulers' Association. Hankyung replied that he did not know the man personally, but if they were part of the association, they had probably come for the Dragon Phoenix tournament. Jinyeon repeated the name of the tournament, and Hankyung leaned forward, asking if he was interested as well. He explained that Jinyeon was young, skilled, and fully qualified to participate. It was a grand tournament watched by all of Murim, making it an invaluable experience. Jinyeon replied casually that he was not interested. Hankyung pressed further, saying it was a chance to build fame. Jinyeon countered that fame did not come from tournaments, but was built naturally through strength. Hankyung lamented that it was a pity, revealing that the leader had promised a top-grade elixir to the winner. At that, Jinyeon immediately declared that he would participate. Hankyung was caught off guard, spitting out his drink in surprise, before apologizing, saying he had choked because Jinyeon changed his mind so quickly. Jinyeon told him not to worry, since everyone made mistakes, though he remarked that Hankyung should have mentioned the elixir first. As they left the inn, Hankyung and the man from upstairs happened to bump into each other at the exit. The man glared at Hankyung, clicked his tongue, and mocked him, saying he was dragging his feet. He taunted that earlier he called it the Smear Alliance, but now it looked like the Slow Alliance. Hankyung tensed and thought to himself that the man clearly held grudges. Leaning toward Jinyeon, Hankyung whispered if they should run like the autumn wind from there. The man froze at hearing his own nickname used against him, while Jinyeon shrugged and said that was fine. Without another word, the two suddenly sprinted forward, leaving behind a trail of dust. From behind, one of the man's lackeys shouted that those punks had done it on purpose, pointing to the dust storm. A girl in the group coughed heavily, and the man closed his fan, instructing Yoon to follow with the attendants. He leapt forward with a grin, swearing he would show them what true mobility arts were like. One of his attendants shouted encouragement, while Yoon sighed, muttering to herself about his behavior. Later that day, near the Murim Alliance, the three of them bounded across the mountains as if racing to see who would arrive first. Jin Yon landed first, brushing dirt from his clothes as the others struggled behind. Han Kyung gritted his teeth, muttering in frustration at their speed. As he glanced to the side, he saw the man gaining distance. Han Kyung landed on a tree while the man stepped onto a rock. Determined, Han Kyung thought that the Rulers' Association would not lose. With renewed strength, they both leapt forward, racing toward the Murim Alliance. A few moments later, they landed almost simultaneously in front of Jin Yon, both gasping for breath. Han Kyung called out shakily, asking who had won, insisting he had barely pulled ahead. The man snapped back that Han Kyung must be blind. Still struggling to speak, Han Kyung urged Jin Yon to declare the winner. Before Jin Yon could answer, a voice echoed from behind, asking what the point was. They turned and instantly recognized the man approaching. In unison they cried out his title, calling him the alliance leader. The leader grinned as he looked down at both Han Kyung and the man, declaring that in the end, the victor was clearly that young master. Baek Han Kyung instantly knelt at the presence of the alliance leader. The leader of the Murim Alliance looked at him with calm authority and told him that he had done well. Beside them, a man stepped forward. He bowed respectfully and introduced himself as Hua Yun-wol of the Hua clan, offering his greetings to the alliance leader. Alliance leader's sharp gaze then shifted toward Jin Yon, and he remarked that this must be the young master of the Yunha merchant group. Hua Yun-wol narrowed his eyes slightly, silently assessing the young man. Inwardly, he thought to himself that this was the very person said to have defeated the Ouyang patriarch. He muttered in his mind that he understood now. Jin Yun lowered his head respectfully and introduced himself as Jin Yon of the Yunha merchant group. In response, alliance leader formally introduced himself as well, stating that he was Yu Jung-hung, the leader of the Murim Alliance. His gaze then turned back to Hua Yun-wol, asking if he had come to participate in the Dragon Phoenix tournament. Hua Yun-wol lowered his head once more and confirmed that he had indeed come for that purpose. The alliance leader, Yu Jung-hung, then wished him luck. Turning to Jin Yon, the alliance leader asked if the two of them were headed to the main hall. When Jin Yon nodded and agreed, Yu Jung-hung declared that he would accompany them. As they walked forward, Hua Yun-wol bowed again from behind and addressed Jin Yon. With a sharp glint in his eyes, he told him that he would see him at the Dragon Phoenix tournament. Jin Yon turned around at those words, but Hua Yun-wol was already walking away. After a few moments, the alliance leader, Yu Jung-hung, spoke again as they walked together. He remarked that Han Kyung's mobility art had been ranked last this time. Baek Han Kyung's face immediately flushed red as he tried to refute the claim, insisting that it was impossible and that he thought they had arrived almost at the same time. The alliance leader Yu Jung-hung chuckled lightly and explained that young Master Hua had not given his O. Since he had come for the tournament, he likely wished to conserve his stamina while also testing his opponent's ability at the same time. The alliance leader noted that while he did not know the exact details, it seemed Han Kyung had run alongside Hua Yun-wol, unwilling to admit defeat. He laughed at the memory while Baek Han Kyung, flustered, turned to Jin Yon and asked if he had already known. Jin Yon simply nodded in confirmation. Han Kyung's embarrassment grew, his face heating further as he muttered that Hua Yun-wol was the type to use tricks for needless things. Jin Yon smirked faintly and told him it was nothing to be offended about. He explained that anyone about to compete in a martial contest usually hid their full strength, since it was the natural approach. Han Kyung exhaled sharply and muttered that he understood. Jin Yon reassured him not to feel embarrassed. Later, inside the Murim Alliance's main hall, one of the men present greeted the alliance leader upon his arrival. The alliance leader, Yu Jung-hung, waved him off casually and acknowledged his presence. Then, walking forward to the center of the hall, he commanded that everyone leave except for the young master of the Yunha merchant group. He declared that as for Ouyang Sang's matter, he would decide only after confirming Jin Yon's martial ability. The others quickly dispersed, leaving only Jin Yon and the alliance leader within the hall. The alliance leader, Yu Jung-hong, beckoned Jin Yon to come closer. Jin Yon respectfully agreed and approached. As he drew nearer, he could not help but think to himself how long it had been since he had stood so close to this man. He recalled that Yu Jung-hong was the Murim Alliance leader, second only to the three gods and one saint in renown. He had commanded all the orthodox sects during the final battle that the demonic faction, known as the Battle of the Five Tombs. It had been Yu Jung-hong who dragged the three gods and one saint to the front line, personally leading them into war. To Jinyan, he was a man truly worthy of respect. His thoughts were interrupted when the alliance leader, Yu Jung-hong, gazed at him and remarked that he too carried a stern expression. The alliance leader explained that in the Jianghu, he often met juniors like him, though he preferred those who acted their age, as it made him more comfortable. Jinyan lowered his head, smiled faintly, and replied that he understood. The alliance leader laughed warmly and said that he looked even better when smiling. Then his tone shifted. He admitted that he had been curious since earlier, asking Jinyan if he was perhaps the successor of the Fist King. Jinyan was momentarily shocked by the question, but before he could react, Yu Jung-hong smirked and pressed further, asking how many techniques he had learned from his master. Jinyan lowered his head, pausing in silence. After a few moments, he exhaled deeply and replied in an irritated tone, demanding to know how Yu Jung-hong could possibly know that. The alliance leader asked him calmly why he was getting angry. He reasoned that Jinyan used fist techniques and manipulated lightning energy. When Jinyan confirmed both, Yu Jung-hong explained that in Murim history, the main factions that dealt with lightning energy had been the Shimen clan, the Namgong clan, the Baekli clan, and the Sect of Enlightenment. The Shimen were a sword clan, the Namgong turned toward Taoist arts, and the Baekli abandoned the practice after repeated failures. That left only the Sect of Enlightenment, which was the sect of the Fist King. Although, Yu Jung-hong added, calling it a sect was odd since they adhered to single successor succession. Jinyan smirked inwardly at the deduction, acknowledging to himself that this was to be expected of the alliance leader. He then sharpened his gaze and admitted firmly that it was true. He declared that he was indeed the successor of the Fist King. Yu Jung-hong glared at him, then broke into a smile, patting his shoulder and telling him that fate had brought them together. He said that he had thought as much. Pointing at Jinyan, Yu Jung-hong explained that those who mastered lightning-type martial arts always gained a domineering aura. Their eyes, energy, tone, and even temperament came to resemble lightning itself. That, he said, was why he had no special memories with the Fist King. The man had desired only to become a lone bolt of lightning that could tear apart the heavens, and such a man could form no real friendships. He then asked Jinyan how his master was faring, admitting that he had heard no word of him. Jinyan replied that his master was much like the former patriarch of the Moyong clan, keeping no contact at all. Yu Jung-hong was alarmed at the comparison and asked if he meant Moyong Chu. Jinyan explained that while the Fist King rarely sent word, that was not the true reason. His contact with him had been cut off completely. Inwardly, Jinyan thought to himself that it had been cut off forever. Yu Jung-hong fell into deep thought, murmuring that he understood. He promised that this news would be passed along to the three gods and one saint as well. He reflected grimly that martial masters of the Murim were vanishing one after another, and wondered aloud if the demonic faction had begun to stir again. If they reappeared, he declared, then they would have no choice but to fight once more, just as they had in the past. He then admitted that Jinyan would not know, since it had happened before he was born. Jinyan asked quietly if he meant the Battle of the Five Tombs. Yu Jung-hong confirmed it, explaining that although the world knew it as the Battle of the Five Tombs, in truth, there had been another battle afterward. The three gods and one saint had fought into single Grand Master of the demonic faction. He emphasized the words one man, describing the despair that had gripped them in that moment. Every time he heard that the sword god remained in training, it reminded him of those days. Even though it had been a fight that determined the outcome of the great war between orthodox and demonic forces, the three gods and one saint had faced a single man. He admitted that it was a secret tale he often shared only with alliance members, and it was also the reason why they all had to grow stronger. He then added that if that Grand Master had left descendants, they would be about Jinyan's age. Reaching for Jinyan's hand, he urged him to become stronger, overwhelmingly and selfishly. Then his expression softened again. He assured Jinyan not to worry about Ouyang, saying, since he was the successor of the Fist King, there was no reason for doubt. Ouyang Sang would be locked in the dungeon, and the decision had already been made. He asked if Jinyan would also be participating in the Dragon Phoenix tournament, and when Jinyan confirmed, he told him to go and rest. Jinyan bowed his head and thanked him. Later, as Jinyan walked through the Murim Alliance, he recalled the conversation he had shared with Yu Jung-hong before leaving the main hall. He remembered asking who the Grand Master had been, the one who fought the three gods and one saint alone. The alliance leader, Yu Zhonghong, had replied that the peak of the demonic faction had no name. Jinyan then asked if that man had truly died. Yu Zhonghong's voice had hardened as he explained that they had cut him again and again, burned him, gathered his ashes, and scattered them across Mount Huangshan, Mount Woyi, Mount Tai, Mount Li, and Mount Imei. If disaster struck again because of that, then regardless of whether they were descendants, he swore he would ensure that not even ashes remained the next time. Jinyan reflected quietly, remembering the alliance leader's lone figure in the vast hall. The image no longer seemed that of a senior worthy of respect, but rather that of a monster forged by the times. To him, it felt as though the true opposite of the demonic faction was not the orthodox side, but simply another kind of monster. He wondered if he himself would be any different. In his mind, he thought that the Jianghu, created by the mutual slaughter of orthodox and demonic alike, was no different from Asura's realm. His thoughts were cut off when Beak Hankyung approached him and asked if his talk with the alliance leader had gone well. Jinyan replied calmly that it had. Hankyung smiled in relief and told him that he had already informed the others. It might be uncomfortable for Jinyan to stay inside the alliance itself, so they had prepared lodgings outside. He offered to guide him there, and Jinyan thanked him. After some time, they arrived at the lodgings prepared for him. Hankyung gestured toward the building and said that this was the place. Jinyan thanked him again. As they walked in, Hankyung remarked that he had requested a sunny room and suggested they see if it was indeed so. Before he could finish his sentence, however, a voice came from inside the room. Someone spoke casually, remarking, "Oh, you're here?" Hankyung was startled by the unexpected presence and pointed at the man in surprise, demanding to know who he was. Jinyan, on the other hand, sighed when he saw the person inside and muttered that he had finally arrived. The one inside was none other than Cheol Myung-ho, sitting with both feet propped up on the table, his legs crossed, and hold an umbrella. Myung-ho complained aloud that the place was ridiculously big and nice. He grumbled that he, on the other hand, had barely slept the night before, struggling to make it there. Jinyan leaned against the wall by the door and asked how he had found the place. Cheol Myung-ho waved his hand dismissively and explained proudly that he had simply gone to every lodging and asked if they had a room under the name Jinyan. He laughed, saying it was not difficult at O's. Then, with a smirk on his face, he tossed the umbrella in front of Jinyan and declared that he had swung 100,000 times, proclaiming that he was a man who kept his word. He explained that he had crossed mountains on horseback and ridden ships just to ask about the next step. Now, he added, the poisonous fox had finally arrived. Chul Myung-ho shouted impatiently, demanding that they move on to the next thing. Jinyan sighed deeply before turning to Baek Hankyung and asking if there was a good place nearby for training. Baek Hankyung paused, thinking for a moment, and replied that he did know of one. The next day, the group arrived at a secluded waterfall hidden deep within the mountains. The water thundered down from the cliffs, creating a mist that filled the air. Baek Hankyung stood at the edge of the cliff and announced that this was the place. He explained that it was a quiet spot, perfect for training, and that members of the Marim Alliance, including himself, often used it. Chul Myung-ho scanned the area and remarked that it was quite spacious. Jinyan then bowed to Baek Hankyung in gratitude, thanking him sincerely. Baek Hankyung bowed back and told him not to mention it before preparing to leave. He addressed Jinyan politely, but before he could finish, Chul Myung-ho introduced himself with a grin, thumbing toward his chest and declaring that he was the poisonous fox, Chul Myung-ho. The Baek Hankyung blinked and acknowledged him with a cautious tone, addressing him as Sir Chul. As Baek Hankyung walked away, Chul Myung-ho looked back at Jinyan and asked if he was planning to train as well. He reminded Jinyan that he was already strong and mentioned how he had once seen him shoot lightning. Jinyan replied that he could not rely solely on the White Lightning 10-phase art. His inner energy had deepened, and now he intended to practice the Phantom Blossom Divine Art too. Chul Myung-ho looked utterly confused and asked what on earth the White Lightning 10-phase art even was. Without explaining further, Jinyan leapt off the cliff and landed gracefully on a rock surface below the waterfall. He told Myung-ho to forget about it, since he would not understand anyway. Offended, Chul Myung-ho shouted from above, demanding to know if Jinyan was looking down on him. Jinyan turned his head slightly, sighed deeply, and told him that he would explain it only once, so he had better listen carefully. He dipped his right foot into the water, and immediately, A surge of lightning chi erupted from his foot, scattering the water into dazzling sparks. He explained that the white lightning 10-phase art focused purely on offensive techniques, but that alone was not enough to defeat true martial masters. As he spoke, he recalled the many battles he had fought in the past. He continued, saying that even the strongest martial artists had to learn to counter, exploit, and redirect the opponent's techniques. The Phantom Blossom divine art, he explained, specialized in precisely those principles. Chul Myung-ho listened intently and repeated Jinyan's words under his breath, saying that it was about exploiting the opponent's own technique. Jinyan extended his arm forward, and a large hand made of pure chi materialized above him. He then explained that the ultimate secret of the Phantom Blossom divine art was the Phantom Reach, a technique that allowed one to move distant objects without touching them, bend the path of an opponent's weapon, or even seize it outright. For a close combat fighter like him, he said, such a martial art was absolutely essential. To demonstrate, he reached out and plucked a flower branch floating in midair. Chul Myung-ho closed his eyes, nodded slowly, and remarked that it sounded like some kind of thief's trick. Without warning, a flash of lightning struck him squarely, sending him tumbling down from the cliff. Jinyan looked down at him and told him not to try to understand with such a dull excuse for a brain. Groaning, Chul Myung-ho picked himself up and muttered that he understood now. Jinyan looked at him and said that at least he was beginning to grasp the idea, noting that the 100,000 strikes he had performed had not been in vain. Jinyan asked him how it felt to finally reach his goal. Chul Myung-ho raised his sleeve and flexed his arm, saying that all he felt were thicker muscles. He then stood up and told Jinyan that he should have just explained things nicely from the start. As Jinyan picked up the umbrella lying nearby, he thought to himself that he had given Myung-ho a chance because he saw potential in him, but not everyone could seize such an opportunity. If that was the case, he decided, he would simply make it tougher. He extended the umbrella toward Chul Myung-ho and said that out of the 100,000 downward strikes he had swung, only one of them was worth anything. He then swung the umbrella downward with great force, stopping just short of Myung-ho's face. He told him that if he ever wanted to block, parry, or counter an opponent's attack, he would need to find and use the single most efficient trajectory among all those strikes. If he failed, he would die. Chul Myung-ho stared at the umbrella inches from his face and repeated the phrase, "the most efficient one," under his breath. Jinyan continued, explaining that from the most efficient strike among 100,000, the most precise slash among 200,000, and the fastest and sharpest thrust among 300,000, one must extract, refine, and connect them to form a complete sequence. That, he said, was what martial artists called a basic form. He explained that martial masters from every sect researched, modified, and polished these sequences through endless repetition until they achieved the perfection known as swordsmanship. But, he warned, learning swordsmanship was not the end. Real combat and application were entirely different matters. Only through real experience could one develop true battle instinct. Without it, and without discipline, a person would die before ever achieving mastery. Hearing Jinyan's words, Chul Myung-ho stood frozen in shock. His knees gave out, and he sank to the ground with a weary smirk. He finally understood, he said, why martial artists so often lost their minds during training. Then, raising his voice, he shouted that it was because they were all crazy. Crazy bastards, every single one of them. Jinyan looked at him and said that if he thought there was no one in the Jeonghu crazier than himself, then he was wrong. Myung-ho muttered in reply that perhaps he was right. Jinyan's tone turned firm as he told him not to worry, since he had never planned to teach him any difficult sword arts anyway. Myung-ho protested, asking why not. Wouldn't learning stronger sword arts help him grow faster? After all, there were countless martial artists who had joined great sects and learned their famous techniques earlier and harder than he ever could. Jinyan called his name and replied that joining a sect, learning renowned sword arts, and training under a great master were not everything. True strength, he said, depended on one thing alone, who lived their life more seriously. Just then, footsteps echoed above the cliff. The alliance leader, Yu Jung-hong, appeared with Baek Hankyung at his side. Below, Chul Myung-ho said he thought he was starting to understand. Jinyan replied that he had not expected much anyway. Above, Baek Hankyung turned to Yeo Jung-hong and apologized, said he had not realized the alliance leader planned to train there and had accidentally brought the two along. Yeo Jung-hong smirked as he looked down at the scene below and said it was fine. He was simply enjoying the show. Below, Jinyan handed the umbrella back to Chul Myung-ho and said that if one were to talk about the greatest sword arts in all of the Jianghu's history, 9 out of 10 people would name the Doko's 9 sword strikes as the best. Myung-ho's face lit up with recognition, saying that he had heard of it before. When he was a child, he used to swing a stick around, shouting Doko's 9 sword strikes everywhere. Jinyan smiled faintly and added that there was one sword art that had even surpassed that. Curious, Myung-ho asked what it was. Jinyan replied that it was the sword art of Jin Sohen, a man known for his obsession with swords. Myung-ho admitted he had never heard of him. Jinyan explained that Jin Sohan did not belong to any sect, but if one wished to truly understand the Jianghu, they had to know his story. He said that Jin Sohan was born into a traveling performer troupe and grew up learning the sword dance. Myung-ho interrupted with a grin, asking if it was the seductive dance that involved slicing off people's clothes with a sword. Jinyan confirmed it, and Myung-ho's eyes widened as he exclaimed in disbelief. Jinyan said it was true. Jin Sohan used to dance with the older women who had raised him. He told Myung-ho to imagine what must have gone through that boy's mind. A child who practiced sword dancing for over 10 years, not to harm, but to protect those who took him in. An orphan who lived for others. When that man finally learned to wield a sword meant for killing, his enlightenment must have erupted all at once. That, Jinyan said, was how Jin Sohan had surpassed even the Doko's 9 sword strikes and created the greatest sword art in the world. Chul Myung-ho nodded with admiration and said it was a beautiful story. That, he added, it was not the dance itself that made the art great. Jinyan pointed a finger at his chest and explained that neither the brilliance of a sword art nor the prestige of a sect truly mattered. What mattered was that Jin Sohan had lived earnestly through those 10 years of sword dancing. That was all there was to it. He told Myung-ho that how strong a person became depended on the kind of life they chose to live. Whether he would live as a mere rat or as the poisonous fox was entirely up to him. Myung-ho smiled with determination and told Jinyan that he understood now and asked for the next step. He handed the umbrella back to him. Jinyan looked at him and asked if he would have any regrets. Myung-ho firmly answered that he never would. Jinyan then grabbed the umbrella and demonstrated a sword technique. When he finished, he asked if Myung-ho remembered it. Myung-ho smiled proudly and said that of course he did, asking if he looked like an idiot. He declared that this time, he would not stop at 100,000 swings but would continue until he reached 1,000,000. Above, the Alliance leader watched in amazement. He murmured that it was the tri-sword technique and that young Master Li truly was remarkable. His gaze softened, and he thought to himself that it had been a long time since he had been able to relax and train with someone like that. Over the years, his friends had disappeared one by one, and most of his subordinates were long gone. He then spoke aloud, say that since he had enjoyed such a good show that day, he supposed he should prepare a gift in return. As time passed, Jinyan and Chul Myung-ho continued their training at the waterfall. Chul Myung-ho practiced endlessly, swinging the umbrella over and over again, while Jinyan meditated nearby. As the day turned to dusk, Jinyan trained in the Phantom Blossom divine art, lifting multiple rocks into the air with his chi. Watch him, Chul Myung-ho muttered in disbelief to himself, astonished that Jinyan was now even using telekinesis. After some time, rain began to fall over the mountainside as the Alliance leader, Yu Jung-hung, approached with an umbrella open above his head. Jinyan was still training beneath the cascading waterfall when he noticed the figure approaching through the mist. Straightening, he addressed him respectfully, recognizing the man's presence immediately. "Alliance leader?" he asked, quietly. Yu Jung-hung stopped a few paces away and requested a word. Jinyan ceased his training and responded calmly, greeting him after a long while. The Alliance leader smiled faintly and said that he had seen Jinyan training several times before, commending his diligence. Nearby, Chul Myung-ho also paused his practice and glanced toward the approaching elder. Inwardly, he was stunned. He thought to himself that the old man before him must be the rumored leader of the Murim Alliance. What puzzled him more was how someone like Li Jinyan could know such a person personally. The Alliance leader's sharp gaze turned toward Myung-ho. "Who is that?" he asked. Chul Myung-ho immediately bowed deeply and introduced himself with a respectful tone. "I'm Chul Myung-ho, Alliance leader." Yu Jung-hung studied him for a moment, then pointed out the scar on his cheek, remarking that it looked like a sword wound. Myung-ho, still bowing low, clarified that it had not come from a sword but from a dagger. The Alliance leader asked what had happened. Myung-ho hesitated, his voice faltering as he stammered. Yu Jung-hung pressed further, asking if it had been from a duel or during training. After a long pause, Myung-ho finally blurted out the truth. He confessed that he had once run a gambling den, and that the scar came from a fight with a debtor who refused to pay. The man had stabbed him in the face with a dagger. The words hung heavily in the air. Both Jin-yeon and Yu Jung-hung fell silent. Myung-ho kept his head lowered, his thoughts filled with regret. He scolded himself inwardly for being such a fool. Of all the things he could have said to the leader of the Murim Alliance, he had chosen to reveal something so shameful. He could have claimed it was a duel, or a training wound, something with at least a shred of honor. But no, he had spoken the embarrassing truth. After a brief silence, Yu Jung-hung finally spoke. "I see," he said quietly. Then, lifting his left arm, he revealed a faint scar that ran along it, and shared his own story. He explained that his father had once run a small brewery, supplying liquor to taverns and sometimes delivering the loads himself. One day, as a boy, Yu Jung-hung had witnessed his father being beaten by drunken men inside a tavern. Back then, he had not yet mastered the sword. All he could grab was a stick, and he had swung it wildly in desperation. The drunks had not been strong men, and though none had died, he managed to knock them all to the ground. He recalled how his father, shocked by what had happened, rushed to him and tried to stop the bleeding on his arm. Yu Jung-hung had not even realized he was wounded until that moment. His father carried him on his back as they ran home. It had been the first time in years that his father had carried him. He remembered the man's torn sleeve brushing against his skin, soaked with sweat and warmth. "Perhaps," he said with a soft smile, "that was why the scar never faded. When one steps into the Jianghu," he concluded, "they always carry their own story." As the rain began to ease and sunlight broke through the clouds, Yu Jung-hung closed his umbrella. His gaze shifted toward the tattered umbrella lying beside Myung-ho, and he asked whether that was his weapon. Myung-ho glanced at it awkwardly, then turned toward Jin-yeon, admitting that he had only borrowed it from him. "I see," Yu Jung-hung replied simply. He then extended his own umbrella toward Myung-ho. "Then allow me to lend you one myself." Startled, Myung-ho hesitated but eventually reached out and took it. The weight nearly pulled him off balance. "It's heavy," he exclaimed in surprise. The alliance leader nodded and explained that it was a black iron umbrella, a gift from the Moyoung clan to the Murim Alliance. Its ribs and shaft were forged from black iron, making it exceptionally heavy and durable. "You could swing it 1,000,000 times," he said, "and it would never break. Take it." Struggling to hold the weapon properly, Myung-ho laughed nervously, thanking him profusely and wondering aloud if he truly deserved something like it. Yu Jung-hung called his name softly. Myung-ho straightened and answered immediately. The alliance leader's tone then shifted. "Do you regret living such a shameful life?" he asked. The question froze Myung-ho where he stood. Silence stretched between them as he stared at the ground. After several moments, he finally answered quietly. "Yes, I do." Yu Jung-hung scoffed softly, then placed a firm hand on the younger man's shoulder. "If you can correct yesterday's wrongs and live properly today," he said, "then you are already a good man. There's no need to torment yourself over the past." Myung-ho lowered his head again and answered softly that he understood. He bowed once more, this time with genuine sincerity. The alliance leader smiled faintly and said that it was tiring to spend too much time with an old man. Turning toward Jin-yeon, he added that he looked forward to seeing him at the upcoming Dragon Phoenix tournament. Jin-yeon responded respectfully. As Yu Jung-hung walked away, he said over his shoulder, "Whether you swing your fist or your umbrella, let's meet again, preferably on the side of the orthodox faction." Jin-yeon and Myung-ho both watched him go. After a moment, Jin-yeon turned and said that it was lunchtime. Myung-ho declined, saying he would stay behind to train a little longer. As Jin-yeon walked away, the sound of laughter echoed behind him. Myung-ho was holding the black iron umbrella and laughing to himself between breaths. "The alliance leader himself gave me a weapon," he said joyfully. His laughter soon turned shaky and uneven, mixed with hiccups. From afar, Jin-yeon closed his eyes and wondered silently whether Myung-ho was laughing or crying. Days passed, and soon it was the day before the Dragon Phoenix tournament. The streets were lively with excitement, and loud voices filled the air. "Seniors and juniors of the Jianghu," a man shouted from the center of a public arena. "Do you know what the Eve Festival is?" From his room on the upper floor of an inn, Jin-yeon watched through the window as people gathered around the stage below. The speaker continued to explain that the Dragon Phoenix tournament had so many participants that many exhausted themselves just waiting for their turn in the preliminaries. That, he said, was why the Eve Festival existed. to let anyone challenge whoever they wished before the real competition began. He shouted that if anyone realized tonight that they were not ready, then they should not even bother stepping into the tournament tomorrow. "We don't need weaklings dragging out the event until sunset," he roared, earning cheers and laughter from the crowd. Someone from the audience yelled in agreement, shouting, "That's right!" Watching from above, Jinyeon muttered that the Eve Festival sounded interesting. Down below, the announcer suddenly turned towards someone in the crowd. "Hey, you with the umbrella?" he shouted. "You were mouthing off earlier. How about showing us your umbrella skills?" The crowd turned as the man pointed toward Chul Myung-ho. Taken aback, Myung-ho asked what he was talking about, but the announcer shouted again, accusing him of starting an argument earlier by mocking his weapon. From his window, Jinyeon sighed and thought to himself that Myung-ho was always causing trouble. The people around Myung-ho began whispering and snickering. Some of them laughed openly, saying they could not believe someone's weapon was actually an umbrella. "Then show us what that umbrella can do," one of them jeered. Chul Myung-ho's patience snapped. He shouted furiously, asking whether the Murim Alliance had banned umbrellas as weapons, and demanding to know why everyone was making such a fuss. From above, Jinyeon shook his head with a faint smirk, muttering that even among martial masters, Myung-ho's temper was still as nasty as ever. "What a lunatic," he thought. Down below, Myung-ho roared again. "Do you even know who gave me this umbrella?" he shouted, raising it high. "Fine, I'll humor you." With a confident grin, he pointed the umbrella forward and announced loudly that he was Chul Myung-ho, the man who had swung his sword 100,000 times. He added that he had recently learned slashing and thrusting from his master. The crowd murmured among themselves in amusement, dismissing his boast as childish training. One man chuckled, telling the others to leave him be, saying he would mature eventually. Just then, a man carrying a spear across his shoulder stepped forward through the crowd. He looked at Myung-ho and asked mockingly if he was referring to the tri-sword technique. He said that Myung-ho must have an impressive master if he had been taught something even street thugs knew. He declared that although he had not intended to interfere, he could not stand by and watch a fool disgrace the Dragon Phoenix tournament. Myung-ho replied calmly that he did not care about the tournament, but he would not refuse a fight. The man smirked and raised his spear. "Then bring it on," he said. Moments later, both men stood on the stage facing each other. From his vantage point, Jinyeon watched closely, curious about who would win. Without warning, Myung-ho lunged forward, shouting that the one who strikes first wins. His opponent was startled by his speed, barely managing to mutter that he was fast before dodging the blow. The umbrella slammed into the wooden platform, cracking it and leaving a small crater. The crowd fell silent in astonishment. Myung-ho stared at the weapon in his hands, realizing that it was shorter than the umbrella he had trained with before. His expression hardened as he began to adjust his stance. Before he could finish his thought, his opponent laughed mockingly, saying that he could not even handle his own weapon. But before the man could finish his taunt, Myung-ho suddenly turned and dashed away from the fight. The onlookers gasped in confusion, some pointing and shouting that he was running away. Yet Myung-ho's face showed no panic, only focus. As he sprinted across the stage, he muttered under his breath with conviction, "I'll run for now." As Chul Myung-ho ran around in circles on the stage, the crowd erupted with laughter and amusement. Voices echoed across the arena as spectators shouted that they had never seen a duel like this before, their laughter filling the air. Suddenly, the man wielding a spear managed to land a solid hit with the back end of his weapon against Chul Myung-ho's right leg. Chul Myung-ho groaned in pain as he stumbled to the ground, clutching his leg. His opponent sneered, calling him a little bastard and mocking him for thinking he could keep running in such a confined space. He added that the way Myung-ho had been scampering around like a rat had at least been amusing. As Chul Myung-ho struggled to rise to his feet, his opponent barked at him to get up, saying he would show him how a real fighter did it. Wiping the sweat from his chin, Myung-ho muttered under his breath, cursing his opponent. He complained that first the man knocked him down, and now he was demanding him to stand, wondering what kind of twisted joke that was and how he was supposed to keep up. His opponent's grin darkened with irritation. Without hesitation, he lunged forward again and struck Myung-ho squarely in the stomach with the back of his spear. The impact forced Myung-ho to bend over in pain, but he grabbed onto the spear's shaft, his mind racing. "Fine," he thought to himself. "At this range, I should be able to reach him." He swung his umbrella horizontally, but the strike fell short as the spearman leaned back slightly, avoiding it with ease. Myung-ho clenched his teeth in frustration, realizing his reach was still too short. His opponent smirked and taunted him, saying that it was no wonder his technique was sloppy if he had only recently learned the horizontal slash. He laughed and added that his thrusts were probably just as pathetic, offering mockingly to show him how it should be done. The man's spear moved like a blur as he unleashed a flurry of thrusts, striking Myung-ho repeatedly. The crowd burst into jeers and laughter, shouting for the fight to end. Some mocked Myung-ho, asking where his earlier confidence had gone, while others booed at the one-sided beating. Myung-ho barely managed to stay on his feet before his opponent lifted his leg and kicked him hard across the face. Blood spurted from Myung-ho's nose and mouth as he stumbled backward. Through his blurred vision, he caught a glimpse of Jin-yeon watching from a window above. His thoughts turned bitter. Screw this. He saw all of that. How humiliating. Then, the voice of the Alliance leader echoed in his mind. Do you regret living like a pathetic fool? The memory ignited something in him. His legs stiffened, halting his backward slide. He stood still, his head lowered as blood dripped onto the wooden platform. Then, to the shock of everyone watching, a laugh escaped his lips, low at first, then louder. His opponent scoffed, calling him insane and saying he still had not come to his senses. The spearman lunged again, shouting that he would end it there. Myung-ho raised his head slightly, breathing heavily as he stared at the incoming strike. You ask me if I regret living like a fool? He thought. Yeah. He braced himself and took the attack head-on. The spear grazed his left side, cutting through his gut, but he did not falter. I regret it like hell, he thought fiercely. He raised his umbrella high above his head. That's why, from now on, I'm going to live a little differently. With a wild grin spreading across his bloodied face, he looked straight at his opponent and said, Hey, thanks for closing the distance for me. Before the man could react, Myung-ho swung the umbrella downward with full force. The strike connected squarely with the top of his opponent's head, slamming him into the wooden platform and leaving a deep crater beneath him. The crowd fell silent in stunned disbelief. Murmurs rippled through them as they tried to comprehend what they had just seen. Some stammered, asking what had happened, while others whispered that it served the man right for letting his guard down. A few questioned aloud what kind of umbrella could deliver such power. On the stage, Chul Myung-ho stood hunched over, gasping for breath. He stared at his fallen opponent. Then slowly, a grin began to spread across his face. Laughter bubbled out of him as he pointed his umbrella toward Jin-yeon, who was still watching from the second-floor window. Hey, master, he called out firmly. Inside, he silently thanked Jin-yeon for sparing him and vowed to repay the kindness of his teachings. Because, he thought, I'm the poisonous fox. I always repay my debts. Then, in a loud, triumphant shout, he declared, I won! From above, Jin-yeon grinned at his words. The crowd erupted into confused chatter again. Many could not believe what they had witnessed. Some said he had actually won. Others whispered that it was impossible, that he had taken his opponent down in one strike, and with an umbrella no less. Chul Myung-ho groaned softly, muttering that he was a pathetic weakling. His body trembled as he admitted he could no longer move. Still catching his breath, he spoke out loud, saying that if everyone was satisfied, he would be leaving now. Before he could step away, a man from the crowd climbed onto the stage, shouting for him to stop. He sneered, asking where Myung-ho thought he was going and whether one lucky win had made him arrogant. He declared that he would teach him his place. Another man climbed up right after, claiming the right to fight instead. Myung-ho smirked and called them idiots, mocking them for being so impatient that they could not even take turns. As more people started climbing up, he cursed inwardly. Ugh, these annoying bastards. Get a grip, Chul Myung-ho. Before any of them could reach him, Jin-yeon suddenly appeared behind him like a shadow. The air grew heavy as he stood between Myung-ho and the mob. The crowd hesitated, visibly unnerved by the pressure radiating from him. One of them stammered, asking aloud what this overwhelming presence was and who he was. Jin-yeon answered flatly, saying he was a participant in the Dragon Phoenix tournament. Chul Myung-ho turned his head slightly and asked why he had come down. Jin-yeon replied casually that he was there to enjoy the pre-festival. Myung-ho looked at the group ahead and told them that their fun was over. His master would be dealing with them next. One of the men blinked in confusion. The master of that umbrella guy? He asked incredulously. Myung-ho narrowed his eyes and thought bitterly that those same men who had attacked him like rabid dogs were now backing away in fear of Jin-yeon. He realized then that becoming stronger truly was the coolest thing in the world. As his vision began to blur, he lost his balance, but before he could fall, a man caught him by the arm. The man's voice was calm and smooth as he addressed the crowd, suggesting that it was getting late and that they should all call it a night before tomorrow's main event. Whispers rippled among the onlookers. Someone recognized him and murmured that he was the son of the Hua clan, young Master Hua. Another remarked that the rumors were true, that he really was quite handsome. Hua In-wol turned to Jinyan and leaned in slightly, advising him that if he planned to win the Dragon Phoenix tournament, it would be best not to waste his strength on meaningless scuffles. Jinyan looked at him and asked who he was. Autumn leaves? He guessed. After a brief pause, the man introduced himself properly. I'm Hua In-wol. Hearing his name, the remaining crowd members began to disperse. One of them muttered that he had a point and that it was best to end things there. Jinyan exhaled quietly. While beside him, Hua In-wol smiled and commented that it was quite a coincidence. They were lodging in the same place. He invited Jinyan to join him for a drink in his room later, saying there was something he wished to give him. Jinyan agreed with a nod. Hua In-wol smiled and said he would see him in an hour. Before leaving, he turned to Chul Myung-ho and told him that he had left quite an impression. Myung-ho scratched the back of his head awkwardly and muttered a hesitant reply. As the commotion faded, a woman stood silently on the second-floor balcony, gazing down at the scene under the pale moonlight. Later that night, inside Hua In-wol's lodging, he sat drinking alone when the faint sound of footsteps caught his attention. Un-seol entered the room, her expression sharp as she called out to him. "Hey, Un-wol!" He raised an eyebrow at her tone and asked what was with her lack of manners. Un-seol crossed her arms and said she had seen everything, demanding to know why he had stopped the duel earlier. Un-wol replied calmly that Jinyan was a strong contender for the championship, and that as someone also aiming for the title, there was no need to let the man reveal his full strength so early. He asked her what she thought of him. Un-seol admitted that he looked strong. Un-wol nodded approvingly and said she was right. He explained that when they had competed in mobility arts before, Jinyan had actually slowed down intentionally to match their pace, maintaining the exact distance on purpose. That, he said, was the mark of experience. He leaned back with a smirk and remarked that he had originally planned to defeat all the successors of the great clans, but now he was considering skipping this year's tournament altogether. Un-seol's eyes widened as she shouted in disbelief, asking if Jinyan was truly that strong. Un-wol chuckled and said she had not noticed. Jinyan had not even used inner energy during the duel. With pure physical strength alone, he could have crushed everyone there. Then, teasingly, he asked whether she was interested in him now. Un-seol's face flushed bright red at the question, and Un-wol only grinned wider. He added playfully that perhaps she should follow their father's suggestion and marry him. Stammering, she shouted back in shock, denying it. Un-wol laughed softly and teased her further, saying it would be better to be tied to the strongest merchant group in the world than to a martial clan. He accused her of coming to his room out of curiosity, wondering what kind of man Jinyan was. Flustered, she turned away, her entire face red, insisting that she had only been curious about how strong he was. She muttered angrily for him to forget it. Un-wol chuckled again and told her to think carefully. Once Jinyan won the tournament, it would be too late. "Ugh! I said he's not my type," she shouted. But as her words echoed through the room, she froze in surprise. Jinyan himself was standing in the doorway, looking awkward. He said softly. "May I come in?" Hua In-wol laughed quietly and shook his head with a knowing smile. "Oh dear," he said. In an instant, Hua Yun-seol slammed her head into a corner wall. Li Jinyan was shocked at her reaction and thought to himself, "Crazy bitch." He then looked her over from top to bottom and continued his internal thoughts, concluding that she did not seem like it. At the front, Yun-wol chuckled at the hilarious situation and remarked that Jinyan had arrived. He identified the one with her head against the wall as his foolish little sister. He explained that she was one of the most likely candidates to win the Dragon Phoenix tournament and, as Jinyan could see, was quite the tomboy. Yun-seol immediately turned to her brother and shouted, "Brother!" Her tone then softened as she turned towards Jinyan and introduced herself as Hua Yun-seol. Jinyan responded in kind, stating he was Li Jinyan. After a while, as they sat together at a table, Yun-seol poured tea into a cup. After a few moments, she thought to herself, wondering why she was there. On the side, Yun-wol pulled out a glove and hid it under the table. He then gave his sister a signal, telling her to give it to young Master Li. Yun-seol protested, asking, "Why me?" After she grabbed the glove from under the table, Yun-wol spoke out loud. He announced that Yun-seol had also said she found Jinyan quite impressive earlier, and that she had something she would like to give him. He asked if Jinyan would accept it. Jinyan thought to himself that he had not even done anything. Yun-seol then turned towards Jinyan and said, "This is a treasured fist guard of our clan. It's not a metal-attacking gauntlet, just a protector for the hands. Please accept it as a gesture of goodwill." Jinyan grabbed the gauntlet and looked at it, thinking to himself, "The clan's fist guard, huh? Looks good." He then spoke aloud, saying he would make good use of it. Yun-wol then spoke, "By the way, young Master Li, do you know who the favorites for the Dragon Phoenix tournament are?" Jinyeon replied. I do not. That's not good, Yoonwol said. You're this uninformed about current affairs? Yoonseol, explain it to him. Yoonseol raised an eyebrow and asked, Again? Brother, you know this better than I do. Yoonwol responded with a serious expression. Just do as you're told. Would you like to hear about Yoonseol's childhood, young Master Lee? At that, Yoonseol responded instantly. I'll explain. She began, stating there were many names mentioned as possible winners, but in truth the competition stood between two powers, the Murim Alliance and the Rulers Association. The Murim Alliance named Jin Gyeol of the Manhwa sect and Lim Jiryong of the Wudang sect as their top candidates. However, she noted their participation was uncertain, as the Manhwa sect risks life and limb for every duel, and the Wudang sect detests getting involved in the world's affairs. As for the Rulers Association, they were backing Dokgo Han and Namgoon Wi. Still, Yoonseol added, if those two met in the finals, neither would walk away unscathed. Jinyeon responded flatly, asking, and why's that? Because they're love rivals, Yoonseol explained. Both men were infatuated with Baek Lee Yin, who was known as the top beauty of the South. If they clashed in the finals, Dokgo Han and Namgoon Wi would both end up seriously injured, as they were grinding their teeth waiting to humiliate each other before her. Upon hearing the name, Jinyeon thought to himself, Baek Lee Yin? He wondered if she could be the daughter of the senior he owed so much to in his past life. He mused that the little girl had already grown up, becoming a woman admired by every heir in the great clans. Meanwhile, he, who used to be like her uncle, now stood among her peers. He smiled and added internally what a strange feeling it was. Yoonseol continued her explanation, adding that her brother was in the Rulers Association as well. She called him somewhat of a dark horse, though no one expected him to win. The truth was, he had never once fought a public duel. He just found everything in life bothersome. Jinyeon then looked at Yoonwol and thought to himself, indeed. He observed that the autumn leaf seemed to lack any innate drive to fight, or perhaps, he was so formidable he had no need to struggle at all. He was, Jinyeon concluded, someone who was fearsome. Yoonseol continued, stating there were also two unpredictable variables in this year's competition. They were not widely known, but rumors said they were powerful. One was from the Hanan sect, and the other, she said, was Jinyeon. Jinyeon scoffed and said, Variables, huh? Well, I've heard enough. Yoonwol leaned forward slightly and asked how prepared Jinyeon was for the tournament. Jinyeon went silent as he put the gauntlet on his hand. With a smirk, he responded, Among all those competitors I've heard about so far, I apologize, but none of them are even in my consideration. The words left both Yoonwol and Yoonseol stunned. A long silence followed before Yoonwol suddenly burst into laughter. His laughter echoed through the room as he admitted that Jinyeon clearly had no intention of losing. When his laughter subsided, his expression grew thoughtful. He studied Jinyeon carefully, observing his calm and unwavering composure. Inwardly, he admitted to himself that Jinyeon was a difficult man to understand. No matter how closely he tried to analyze him, he could not discern the young man's main martial art, his level of power, or even whether he held any interest in his sister at all. Despite Yoonseol's reputation as the Snow Phoenix, Jinyeon seemed utterly indifferent toward her. Perhaps, Yoonwol thought, the man's mind was consumed entirely by his pursuit of strength. Across the table, Jinyeon examined the fist guard once more, murmuring softly that it was beautifully made, a well-crafted weapon of defense. Sometime later, outside the siblings' residence, Jinyeon bid farewell to them. He spoke politely, telling them that he would see them again. Yoonwol and Yoonseol both responded, wishing him safe travels. As Jinyeon's figure grew distant along the path, Yoonseol turned to her brother and asked what he intended to do about the Dragon Phoenix tournament. Yoonwol thought quietly for a moment before replying. He said that he had finally met someone worthwhile, yet here they all were, worrying about winning a tournament instead of forming genuine camaraderie. He concluded with a calm smile that he would yield to young Master Lee. Yoonseol raised an eyebrow and thought to herself that he was essentially saying he would not participate at all. She clapped her hands lightly in mock applause and remarked with sarcasm that his words were very eloquent. He rolled his eyes and shot back that she was truly shameless. After a pause, he suddenly remembered something and began to laugh again. Between his chuckles, he recalled Jinyeon's words from their first meeting, repeating them with amusement. Eloquent as flowing water, and falling like autumn leaves, he said under his breath. Yoonseol frowned and asked what he was talking about. He waved dismissively and told her it was just a random thought. Then, smirking, he added that Jinyeon was certainly a blunt man. He had not even tried to flirt with her once and did not seem the type to chase women. Yoonseol pouted and asked if perhaps Jinyeon was only pretending to be uninterested. Yoonwol shook his head and said he believed Jinyeon genuinely did not care about her. She crossed her arms and muttered that she did not care about him either. Yoonwol laughed heartily at her reaction. Then, in a gentler tone, he told her to live freely, to look, to feel, and to enjoy herself. In life, he said, she would meet merchant heirs stronger than martial heirs and noble heirs more despicable than bandits. Not every member of the Muriam alliance was a hero, and not every man of the underworld lacked honor. He advised her to see the world for herself, to listen carefully, and only then choose the man she would come to love. He ended with a warm smile, telling her not to take his earlier teasing to heart. Yoon Sale smiled faintly and answered that she understood. Yoonwol nodded, then remarked that Jinyeon's boldness still amazed him. To dismiss even the names of Namgoon Wi and Dokgo Han so casually, if either of them had heard it, they would have drawn their swords on the spot. Before either sibling could speak again, a deep and furious voice echoed from behind them, sending a chill down their spines. Did I just hear that right? Both Yoonwol and Yoon Sale turned slowly toward the source of the voice. A man was approaching, his steps deliberate, his expression sharp with anger. His tone was cold as he demanded that they repeat what had just been said. It was none other than Dokgo Han, the future patriarch of the Dokgo clan. His face was hardened by fury as he glared at them. Who, he demanded, dared to say that? Yoonwol froze in place, his confidence evaporating instantly. In a quiet, nervous voice, he muttered that he was too afraid to even open his mouth. Beside him, Yoon Sale leaned in and whispered urgently, begging her brother to keep silent before he made the situation worse. Hwa Yoonwol then spoke to his sister, instructing her to go inside first. Yoon Sale responded obediently before departing. Dokgo Han approached them, his gaze lingering on Yoon Sale boobies with a smirk. Yoonwol narrowed his eyes at Dokgo Han, stating calmly that they should not worry about it, as those had merely been comments from a passing martial artist. Dokgo Han continued staring at Yoon Sale's retreating figure, before scoffing and turning toward Yoonwol. He questioned whether a mere martial artist had dared to say that Nam Gong-woo and he did not matter. He speculated that it must have been the merchant's son who made such remarks, recognizing him as the heir of the Yunha merchant group. Dokgo Han wondered what business he had there at that hour, suggesting Yoonwol must have invited him. With a smirk, Dokgo Han mentioned rumors of the young man's recent growth in skill. He challenged Yoonwol, asking which of them was stronger, considering Yoonwol's position as the next chief strategist of the Rulers Association. Yoonwol modestly rejected the title of next chief strategist, adding that the merchant's son had defeated Ouyang Sang and should not be underestimated merely because of his merchant background. Without warning, Dokgo Han struck the wall beside Yoonwol's head with his sheathed sword, demanding to know if Yoonwol was suggesting he was weaker than either Ouyang Sang or the merchant's son. Yoonwol grinned as he pushed the sword away with his fan, commenting that Dokgo Han's temper never changed, and asking why he was there. Dokgo Han pulled back his sword and suggested Yoonwol join that year's Dragon Phoenix tournament. He explained that if Yoonwol defeated either the merchant's son or Nam Gong-wee, the Rulers Association would have the winner that year. Yoonwol stared at him blankly for a moment, before grinning and breaking into loud laughter. He advised Dokgo Han to simply participate and relax, stating that neither the Rulers Association nor the Muriam Alliance would produce the champion that year. Opening his fan with a grin, he declared this was a warning from the next chief strategist of the Rulers Association. Dokgo Han returned his grin and questioned whether Yoonwol could stand by those words. Leaning forward with a serious expression, he proposed a bet of 10,000 yang that the winner would come from either the Muriam Alliance or the Rulers Association. Yoonwol scoffed at the amount, countering with a wager of 30,000 yang that the winner would not come from either faction. After a moment of silence, Dokgo Han turned around and, before walking away, warned Yoonwol to prepare his money. Yoonwol simply wished him good luck. The next day, the Dragon Phoenix tournament began with preliminaries. Numerous martial artists lined up for registration. An official shouted directions, explaining that after duels, acquiring 3 name tags would advance one to the main round. When it was Jinyeon's turn at the registration area, the official asked for the name or alias he wanted written on his tag. Jinyeon questioned whether aliases were permitted, and the official confirmed they could use nicknames even in the main event if desired. Jinyeon fell silent for a moment, staring at the name tag as he thought to himself about the title Fist King. He considered it disrespectful to that title since his current self had not surpassed his past life's achievements. He finally spoke aloud, saying, "Right Fist Warrior." After the official wrote the name, he wished Jinyeon good luck. Jinyeon thanked him before heading toward the arena, observing the other martial artists participating. He noted that some appeared quite strong, and that the inner energy of these young masters had improved lately. However, he believed inner energy was not everything, and intended to prove it by testing the body techniques he had refined. His thoughts were interrupted when a participant shouted at the stage, questioning why the judge was breaking his tag. The judge pointed at the young warrior, stating he lacked both skill and character to reach the main round, and ordered him to leave quietly. The contestant protested, mentioning he had come all the way from Shanxi and had won his match. The old judge pointed at him and shouted that this was the Muriam Alliance, disqualifying him for viciously attacking his defeated opponent. He questioned whether that was proper conduct for a martial artist. As the young warrior left the stage, the judge called for the medical team, noting the previous contestant was bleeding heavily. On the sidelines, Jinyan smirked at the situation, thinking to himself that the judge had quite the temper. He reflected that sometimes the orthodox groups were as infuriating as the Ouyang clan, yet because of righteous elders like him, he could never truly hate the orthodox side. Jinyan approached an official to inquire where the judge who had scolded the contestant went. The official responded that it did not matter, as a spot had just opened due to the injured contestant, allowing Jinyan to go up immediately. Stepping onto the stage, Jinyan bowed respectfully. The judge noted he was a polite young man and requested his tag. Jinyan handed it over. The judge read the alias Fist Warrior and wished him good luck. Suddenly, the judge's attention shifted to Jinyan's gauntlets. Without warning, he grabbed Jinyan's hand, examining the gauntlets curiously. He remarked that in his 50 years in the Changhu, he had never seen gauntlets like these. Jinyan politely explained he had received them from the young master of the Hua clan and was unsure of their exact nature. The judge's eyes narrowed as he stared firmly at the gauntlets, noting the material resembled the rare celestial silkworm thread once made by the Bakley clan. He observed they could not be easily cut even by blades and were of fine quality. Jinyan thought to himself that he had not realized how valuable they were, as they had been given so casually. Their moment was interrupted when Jinyan's opponent spoke up, asking if they should begin. The judge cleared his throat and announced they would start when ready. Jinyan's opponent took his stance with a smirk, noting by the gauntlets that Jinyan also used his fists, suggesting it would be a good match. Suddenly, Jinyan appeared instantly in front of his opponent. Before striking, he spoke to his opponent. "Oh, I thought you were ready." His opponent began to respond. "I'm not," but could not finish as Jinyan's fist already landed, sending him flying across the distance to crash against the wall. The man fell to the ground, tears and blood gushing from his face. The judge observed carefully before announcing, "Stop, the winner is the Fist Warrior. Stop right there." He thought to himself that while he had sensed an extraordinary aura from Jinyan, that punch had been exhilarating beyond words. Calling for the next contestant, he watched as a man with a wooden staff walked onto the stage. After examining the name tag, the judge wished Lifestealer good luck and instructed them to begin when ready. Jinyan bowed to his opponent, who returned the bow while thinking to himself that Jinyan's last strike indicated he was no ordinary opponent. Unable to read Jinyan's level, Lifestealer decided to pour all his inner energy into one decisive blow. He lunged forward with his staff while Jinyan remained calm, observing his movements. As Lifestealer closed in, Jinyan broke his weapon into pieces with his elbow, then instantly followed up with a left punch. Before the punch could land, Jinyan smirked and said, "You shouldn't waste all your energy on that wooden staff." Lifestealer was surprised, muttering in confusion. Jinyan added as he landed his punch, "If you do, how will you block my fist?" Lifestealer flew backward and crashed to the ground. The other participants on the sidelines were shocked, their eyes wide and jaws dropped. One remarked that he had ended the match with a single strike. On the other side, another man commented it was not bad. Beside him, Dok Gohan added that although Jinyan might only know body techniques, his strength was not merely a baseless rumor. On the stage, the judge was amazed by what he had witnessed and began laughing loudly. Interesting. Very interesting. That felt great." He called for the next contestant. The next opponent on the sidelines spoke in horror, declaring he forfeited. The judge was furious, shouting that one dared to enter the Dragon Phoenix tournament with such weak resolve. He ordered the young martial artist to leave his tag and get out. As the judge picked up the name tag, he clicked his tongue and remarked there were too many who did not even have the basics. Turning to Jinyan, he held up the name tags in his hand and stated he had never seen anyone pass the preliminaries with just 2 punches in his entire life. With an excited expression, he declared Jinyan qualified and said he would see him in the main round. Later that evening, within one of the buildings belonging to the Murim Alliance, the elders gathered to discuss the upcoming main matchups for the grand tournament. The atmosphere in the room was serious as they laid down the name tags of the participants across a long wooden table. One of the elders remarked that they simply needed to divide the participants according to martial prowess into the categories of Gap, Yule, and Byung. Another elder confirmed this, saying that as long as the Gap-ranked fighters did not face each other in the first round, the arrangement would be fine. An old judge, who had been quietly examining the names, began hanging the tags on the tournament bracket board. He commented that among the contenders he had judged, the only one deserving the title of Gap was the Fist Warrior. One of the elders acknowledged this, recalling that the Fist Warrior had been the first to advance into the main bracket. The elder seated beside him chuckled and added that word had already spread among the participants. Rumor had it that the Fist Warrior had advanced straight from the preliminary round with only 2 fist strikes. The elders then turned their attention to another name tag, pointing toward it and suggesting that a particular fighter be placed beside him in the bracket. Their discussion was interrupted when the doors opened and the alliance leader entered the room. The officials immediately rose to their feet and greeted him with respect. The leader praised their efforts, saying that they had done well, and noted that there were not many qualifiers this year. One of the elders responded by explaining that, as the leader had instructed, they had filtered out all those who lacked proper character. The alliance leader, addressing Elder Song directly, commended the effort and inquired whether there had been any interference from unorthodox factions. The old judge replied that there had been none. With a commanding tone, the alliance leader gave his orders. He instructed that the Flying Dragon Squad, Cloud Dragon Squad, and White Dragon Squad were to track the positions of the qualifiers and protect them so that none would be ambushed or drawn into unnecessary fights. Outside the building, the warriors received the order with discipline, bowing and shouting their acknowledgement in unison. The alliance leader then turned his attention back to the elders and stated that if anyone threatened a qualifier, whether they were from a famous orthodox sect or a noble clan, they were to be seized immediately and locked in the dungeon. He warned that those people would serve as examples through harsh punishment. The elders all bowed deeply and answered that they understood. The leader then added one final order, pausing before he glared at them sharply and said, "For the honor of the Murim Alliance, ensure that no qualifier gets hurt." After saying this, he left the room and closed the door behind him. The moment he was gone, the elders collectively sighed in relief, with one of them muttering that the leader was always a frightening man to behold. The next day, the main qualifiers of the Dragon Phoenix tournament gathered on the stage, standing in the center as excitement buzzed through the crowd. An official unveiled the large board displaying the match brackets, causing a wave of cheers and chatter to erupt throughout the area. Inside the main hall, the alliance leader, Yu Jung-hong, stood silently as he gazed up at a massive painting hanging on the wall. An elder approached him and reported that all preparations for the tournament were complete. Yu Jung-hong turned his head slightly and acknowledged the report with a calm, "All right." When the chamber doors opened, the noise of the crowd outside poured in. Among the gathered contestants, Chol Myung-ho shouted from behind Jinyeon, complaining that he could not see well and asking whether only qualifiers were allowed to stand in front. Jinyeon sighed and told him curtly to be quiet. Off to the side, a man spoke to another named Jung Hong, suggesting that they make a wager on the championship. Jung Hong shushed him, saying he would obviously win, so there was no point in gambling. The other man, Jinong, laughed and called him a braggart. Listening to their chatter from the hall, the alliance leader let out a quiet sigh and reflected that age was catching up to him. He thought to himself that he had begun to recall too many old memories. As his eyes remained fixed on the painting, the images from his past returned vividly. He remembered a battlefield flames, smoke and cries echoing in chaos. A man with a sword embedded in his back had looked down at him and called out his name, telling him to wake up. The man had been Jin Ong-wung. In that memory, Jung Hong opened his eyes and spoke his friend's name in shock. Jinong, wounded fatally, fell, and Jin Hong caught him as he collapsed. Jinong had struggled to speak, telling him that he must lead the battle and asking who the greatest sinner of the Orung campaign was. Before Jung Hong could respond, a voice had shouted across the battlefield, calling out to the alliance leader not to let the enemies escape. As the young Jung Hong looked out over the fiery expanse, he reflected on his sins and those of the demonic faction. Both sides, he believed, were guilty. As their commander, he had led men who willingly gave their lives. He had wondered then how martial artists could bring such devastation, whether the weak should have simply fled and left the strong to settle matters among themselves. The memory faded, and Yu Jung-hong returned to the present, still gazing at the painting. After a moment, he smirked faintly and admitted to himself that he had been lost in thought. As he turned toward the door, he murmured that perhaps this would be the last Dragon Phoenix tournament he would preside over. When he stepped out into the open, a voice from the crowd pointed toward him, shouting that the alliance leader had appeared. The people erupted into cheers, calling him their hero. He raised a hand in acknowledgement, and then turned his gaze toward the contestants assembled below. A small smile formed on his face as he began addressing everyone. He told them that 45 years ago, a young, unkempt man had come to this very place, borrowing money just to enter the Orung contest. That man, he said, was now standing before them. He recalled that back then, even winning 1 or 2 matches had been no small feat, and there were those who had lost their lives purely out of bad luck. He remembered defeating a martial master from a reputable clan in his first match, and then a master from the Golden Blood sect in his second. The runner-up of that contest had been Jinong, the same man who later joined him in the Murim Alliance. Jinong had received the Star Sword, while Jung Hong himself had been granted the Water Lunar Sword. He told the audience that there had been no official prizes for winners at the time, but the alliance leader and elders had chosen to gift those swords out of respect. Many things had happened since then, but he had never been able to leave the alliance. The joy of receiving the water lunar sword had driven him to become stronger. An attendant approached, carrying a small wooden chest. Yu Zhenghong declared that the winner of this year's contest would receive a century-old Zhenghua ginseng from the Ime sect. Gasps spread through the crowd. Doko Han, among the spectators, was struck with disbelief, muttering that such ginseng was so rare that even money could not buy it. Nearby, Hua Unwol smirked regretfully and whispered that he should have joined the tournament. The alliance leader continued, saying that the ginseng was a gift of great significance, as Abbess Hyun Yi of the Ime sect, who rarely had enough to spare even for her disciples, had chosen to give it to an unknown winner. In addition, the most outstanding swordsman of the tournament would be awarded the Star Sword, the very weapon that had lost its master during the Orung campaign. Yu Zhenghong said that his departed friend in heaven, Jianong Weng, would surely rejoice. He went on to mention his own water lunar sword, saying with a faint smile that it was not something he could give away. The old judge nearby let out a quiet sigh of relief at those words, and Yu Zhenghong continued, explaining that the Gu clan ironsmiths had specially forged a new sword for this tournament. As everyone knew, he said, the Gu clan were the same smiths who had crafted the unforgetting swords used by the greatest swordsman of the Manhwa sect. Murmurs of awe spread through the audience, as one man whispered in amazement that it was indeed the Manhwa sect's legendary sword. Yu Zhenghong then stated that the tournament's winner would have the honor of naming this newly forged blade. Drawing his own sword, he addressed the young warriors gathered before him. He told them to remember that even after youth faded and their shaggy hair turned white, a sword could still remain sharp. This is the water lunar sword, he declared. He urged them to keep an upright heart through all the years, for after their generation ascended to heaven, they would be the ones to uphold the Murim world. He then announced the 3 grand prizes: the century-old Zhenghua ginseng, the Star Sword, and the Gu clan ironsmith's new blade, saying that all were being given freely, without conditions, for a single reason. Assuming a formal sword posture, his voice rose in strength and conviction as he proclaimed, "Because we are the Orthodox." With that final declaration, he commanded the beginning of the Dragon Phoenix tournament. At the bottom, Chul Myung-ho reacted with awe after hearing the speech of the alliance leader. He muttered that the old man truly looked impressive. Beside him, Jin-yeon exhaled in relief while thinking to himself that the leader's words about the Orthodox did not refer to pride, authority, or righteousness. He reflected that they were instead the declaration of an elderly man who had lost much yet still chose to follow the Orthodox path until his final day. Jin-yeon believed that the martial artists who stood upon the stage, burning their lives to defend their convictions, were the stubborn and relentless fighters of the Orthodox. His thoughts were interrupted when an official announced that the first match of the main bracket of the Dragon Phoenix tournament would now begin. The official called for the Fist Warrior and the Dual Spears of Hebei to proceed to the stage. Chul Myung-ho turned to Jin-yeon and mentioned that it was his turn. As Jin-yeon approached the stage, he thought to himself that he wanted to see how strong the Orthodox truly were. Moments later, he arrived at the center of the stage and faced his opponent. He narrowed his eyes at the Dual Spears of Hebei and admitted internally that this was his first time confronting a martial master who wielded dual spears. The Dual Spears of Hebei looked at Jin-yeon and noticed that he carried no weapon. He asked if Jin-yeon was a fist practitioner. Jin-yeon nodded silently in response. Seeing this, the Dual Spears of Hebei smirked faintly and thought that the differences in skill between fist practitioners were extreme. Since he had never seen this opponent before, he assumed Jin-yeon was a low-level fighter and believed the match would be an easy win. An official then shouted for the contestants to ready themselves and begin. As soon as the fight started, both fighters rushed toward each other. The Dual Spears of Hebei thrust one spear forward, but Jin-yeon stepped to the side and avoided the attack. The Dual Spears of Hebei noticed that Jin-yeon was preparing to counter with his left arm and thought that Jin-yeon moved like flowing water, dodging and counterattacking seamlessly. He believed it would be dangerous if Jin-yeon got too close, so he decided to create distance. He thrust his second spear into the ground, used it to leap upward, instantly shifted his posture in midair, and claimed that he would strike from afar. Jin-yeon remained still as both spears closed in on him. When the attack landed, a powerful boom echoed throughout the arena. As the dust settled, Jin-yeon was revealed to have blocked the strike using only his bare hands. The Dual Spears of Hebei widened his eyes in shock and whispered that Jin-yeon had blocked it with nothing but his hands. Jin-yeon then pulled the spears toward himself and delivered a powerful kick directly to the opponent's face. The impact sent the Dual Spears of Hebei flying toward Elder Song, who stood on the sidelines. The elder beside Song reacted with shock and concern as he called out the elder's name. Elder Song began with a quiet laugh that quickly grew into loud, exhilarated laughter as he declared, "Exhilarating. Absolutely exhilarating." He examined the unconscious fighter and stated that the man was not gravely injured, only knocked out. He then announced that victory belonged to the Fist Warrior. After the fight ended, The crowd murmured among themselves, wondering aloud if the match was truly over that quickly. They questioned who Jin was and recalled that he had been the first to pass the preliminaries. Their chatter came to a halt when a faint clap echoed nearby. Chul Myung-ho stood with his eyes closed, clapping with admiration while thinking to himself that Jin was incredibly strong. He reflected that there was truly no end to learning. When he noticed Jin stepping off the stage, he shouted, "Hey friend!" As the two began to talk, Hua Eun-wol approached and congratulated Jin on his victory. He then greeted Chul Myung-ho and called him Umbrella, stating that they met again. Jin thanked him, while Chul Myung-ho immediately corrected him by saying, "I am not Umbrella, I am the poisonous fox, Chul Myung-ho." Hua Eun-wol responded politely, addressing him as young Master Chul, but Chul Myung-ho insisted that this still was not correct and that the proper title was poisonous fox. Jin smacked him lightly on the head to silence him, then turned to Hua Eun-wol and asked which match he would be in. Hua Eun-wol explained with amusement that he was not participating. He added that Dokgo Han from the Dokgo clan had provoked him, and in a moment of impulse he had wagered 30,000 yang on Jin-yeon's victory. Hua Eun-wol insisted that he did not intend to pressure him. Chul Myung-ho's jaw dropped as he stated that such an amount was the price of 3 buildings. Jin-yeon smirked and told Hua Eun-wol that he had made a good bet and that he would make sure he would not lose the money. Jin-yeon then mentioned the gauntlets that Hua Eun-wol had given him and said he heard from a senior the day before that they appeared to be made from the Bakley clan's finest celestial silkworm white silk. Hua Eun-wol confirmed that the senior was correct. He explained that the Hua clan had gifted a sword to the Bakley clan patriarch some time ago. The patriarch liked it so much that he gave the gauntlets in return. Since the Bakley clan had become a sword-centered clan generations earlier, the patriarch believed the gauntlets would be better suited to someone outside the clan. Jin-yeon acknowledged this and reflected silently that it was surprising the Bakley patriarch had been satisfied with a sword. He recalled that young Lady Hua wielded a sword, whereas Hua Eun-wol carried a fan and likely used multiple weapon types. He concluded that the Hua clan was hiding greater strength than the world assumed. His thoughts ended when Hua Eun-wol said, "The one who made a bet with me is coming out." He pointed to the stage where Dokgo Han stood before his opponent and explained that the man with the large black heavy sword was Dokgo Han of the Dokgo clan. He was considered one of the strongest contenders, so Hua Eun-wol predicted the match would end quickly. Chul Myung-ho muttered that everyone seemed to think they were the strongest. Right as he said this, the fight ended immediately with Dokgo Han's victory. The official announced that Dokgo Han had won, and the crowd erupted in cheers. As Dokgo Han prepared to exit the stage, he noticed Hua Eun-wol and Jin-yeon talking nearby. The group saw that he was looking at them, and Jin-yeon stared back briefly. Dokgo Han approached them and declared, "One strike was all it took, no need to make a fuss." Jin-yeon signaled Chul Myung-ho not to cause trouble as Dokgo Han closed in. Dokgo Han then asked Hua Eun-wol if he still wanted to gamble after watching that match, warning that he would regret betting so much on the son of a merchant group. Hua Eun-wol scratched his ear and responded with a confused, "What?" Dokgo Han stepped forward and intentionally bumped his shoulder as he passed, saying that it was unfortunate that the next supreme advisor of the Rulers Association had such terrible judgment. Chul Myung-ho's expression turned cold as he replied, "What did you say, brainless moron?" Both Jin-yeon and Hua Eun-wol were shocked, and Jin-yeon covered his face with his palm in disbelief. Hua Eun-wol tried to calm him by quietly saying, "Young Master Chul." Chul Myung-ho raised his voice and insisted that he had not specified who the idiot was and asked if there was a problem. Dokgo Han began to draw the sword from his back while glaring at Chul Myung-ho. With a sinister tone, he stated, "You there, worm. I dare you to say that again." Chul Myung-ho deepened his mockery of Dokgo Han, pointing directly at him and remarking, with feigned innocence, that he had heard something, and then, feigning sudden recognition, observed that Dokgo Han's sword bore a striking resemblance to his own black iron umbrella, adding with deliberate nonchalance that he might borrow it sometime. Jin-yeon, watching from the side, silently concluded that the man was utterly unhinged. Dokgo Han released a weary sigh, let go of his sword, and scoffed aloud, asking whether Chul Myung-ho was truly fearless or merely foolish, before declaring that he would remember him and see him in the duel. When Chul Myung-ho flatly replied that he had no intention of participating and derided Dokgo Han for performing theatrics, Dokgo Han's aura erupted violently. A surge of chi flared outward as he coldly instructed Chul Myung-ho to draw his weapon, stating his intent to settle matters immediately. Hua Eun-wol, visibly uneasy, thought to himself that the situation was spiraling out of control and pleaded aloud for everyone to calm down, only for a new figure to stride forward, demanding without ceremony, "Move aside! You're in the way!" The man was Namgung Wee, the Namgung clan's strongest swordsman. At the sight of him, Dokgo Han's expression hardened into open hostility, while Chul Myung-ho, bewildered, asked who he was. Nam Gongwi ignored him and addressed Gohan directly, reproaching him for squandering his inner energy on insignificant foes and now bickering like a common street brawler. Surely, he must have an excess of free time. Gohan clenched his teeth and uttered Nam Gongwi's name with barely restrained fury. Jinyan, hearing the name, instantly recognized it. This was the grandson of the legendary Sword Emperor, and even now, his bearing and presence evoked the elder's formidable legacy. He noted, inwardly, that Nam Gongwi appeared exceptionally skilled for his age. When Nam Gongwi turned to Jinyan and identified him as the one from the merchant group, Gohan retorted with biting sarcasm, questioning why Nam Gongwi wasn't occupied with his own duel, and accusing him of meddling out of boredom. Nam Gongwi responded breezily that he had already concluded his match, and was simply passing through. Chul Myung-ho, stunned, exclaimed,
"What? The last match only ended moments ago!"
With calm detachment, Nam Gongwi explained that Go had ended his fight in a single strike. Naturally, his own victory had required no more time. Jinyan narrowed his eyes toward the stage, where an opponent was being carried away, and silently conceded that the swiftness of the match now made perfect sense. It had been Nam Gongwi. Just as tension coiled tighter between Gohan and Nam Gongwi, a soft voice interrupted.
"Brother!"
All three men turned sharply. Hua Eun-seol stood beside Baek Rion, explaining that Rion wished to offer her greetings. Hua Eun-wol immediately turned and greeted Lady Baek warmly, remarking that it had been some time. Behind them, Gohan's face flushed crimson as he stared fixedly at Rion. Rion bowed slightly to Hua Eun-wol and thanked him sincerely for the sword he had gifted her, adding that she used it well. When Hua Eun-wol expressed his pleasure, Rion's gaze shifted to the group, and to Jinyan in particular. For a quiet stretch, they simply looked at each other, until she gave a small bow. Jinyan, startled, returned it reflexively. Without another word, she turned and walked away. Gohan called after her desperately,
"Rion, wait!"
but she did not pause. A heavy silence settled over the group, and then, as if struck by the same realization, both Gohan and Nam Gongwi slowly swiveled their glares toward Jinyan, their faces darkening with dawning fury. Later, an official announced that all first-round victors should remain for the next stage. Jinyan and Chul Myung-ho seated themselves on a nearby bench, while Hua Eun-wol stood before them, reminding Jinyan that the second round was imminent, and asking if he was prepared. Jinyan nodded and said he was ready, though he added, puzzled, that he could not understand why those two kept glaring at him. Hua Eun-wol reminded him, again, that they were love rivals, and when Jinyan pressed why that should make him a target, Hua Eun-wol thought, privately, that Jinyan had unwittingly become the enemy at the heart of their rivalry. Chul Myung-ho, overhearing, loudly scoffed that the entire earlier spectacle had been sparked by a woman, and wondered what value lay in noble birth if one behaved like a lust-blinded fool. Gohan's scowl snapped toward him, but Chul Myung-ho only chuckled.
"Oh dear, haha."
Jinyan raised his voice to caution Chul Myung-ho to watch his words, adding that young Master Go had shown restraint solely because of the crowd. Otherwise, Chul Myung-ho would already be dead. Yet even as he delivered the warning, Jinyan gave him a subtle thumbs up and murmured,
"Good job!"
Chul Myung-ho returned the gesture, bowed deeply, and announced,
"I'll bear that in mind, Master."
Before whispering, almost fondly,
"You're welcome."
The Hua siblings exchanged amused glances. Hua Eun-seol laughed outright, and Hua Eun-wol remarked that the two of them truly seemed like friends. As the tournament progressed, Jinyan advanced flawlessly. When his next opponent was revealed to be Gohan, Hua Eun-wol explained that only 2 more wins stood between him and the finals, though the path was brutal. Should he reach the semifinals, he would face Nam Gongwi immediately. Due to a forfeiture, the bracket now forced back-to-back clashes with elite fighters. Elsewhere, the winner between the Hainan Sect's Golden Sand Sword and the Mount Hua Sect's Plum Blossom Wanderer would claim the other finals slot. The official's voice rang out.
"Fearless Doggo and Fist Warrior, please step onto the stage."
Gohan ascended first and stood at center stage, glaring down at Jinyan with open contempt. Inwardly, he seethed at the absurdity that she would take interest in such a crude, unrefined upstart, a man who relied on brute physicality rather than cultivated art. He resolved to pour every ounce of inner energy into crushing him. With a smirk, he beckoned Jinyan upward, saying only, "Get up here." Hua Eun-wol muttered that the intent was downright murderous, while Chul Myung-ho shouted that Gohan was a jerk and urged Jinyan,
"Master, please crush that bastard!"
Jinyan smiled faintly and walked onto the stage. Once face to face, Gohan sneered that Hua Enlil was unfortunate. Jinyan adjusted his gauntlet and replied, evenly,
Watch your mouth.
Gohan's fury flared. After a brief pause, he raised his sword high and roared.
I'll crush that mouth of yours first.
He slammed the blade into the stage. Shockwaves tore through the arena. Stone cracked violently, and debris erupted skyward. The Hua siblings tensed, fully focused, while Chul Myung-ho, knocked backward by the force, yelled in alarm that the stage was splitting apart. Across the grounds, the Alliance leader and Elder Song watched intently, eyes sharp and unblinking. Jinyan remained unmoved. He considered, inwardly, that he had intended to hold back in this orthodox match, but Gohan's next taunt tipped the scale. The latter spat the words merchant worm and demanded, with venom, whether Jinyan finally understood his place. Then Jinyan lifted his left foot and stepped forward, lightly. A heartbeat passed. The entire stage detonated. Massive slabs of rock tore free and launched into the air. Gohan staggered back, disbelieving, while Namgungwee's eyes widened in stunned recognition. Amid the chaos, Jinyan smirked and said,
Know my place, you say?
He settled into his fighting stance, voice low but resonant.
I like that. You'll get special treatment from me.
The crowd murmured in stunned disbelief. The arena has been shattered to pieces. Elder Song turned sharply toward the Alliance leader and called out to him by title. The Alliance leader raised a hand and instructed his forces to proceed as planned, but emphasized, without compromise, that the spectators must remain unharmed. Back in the ruined arena, dust still swirling in the air, Gohan clicked his tongue inwardly. To think a single step could unleash this much power. He wondered just how intensely the man had trained in external martial arts, and dismissed him, bitterly, as a brute. That's probably all he's got anyway. Without warning, he unleashed a rapid barrage of chi-infused sword strikes toward Jinyan. Yet Jinyan remained utterly calm. Lightning chi crackled along his right hand, and in an instant, a colossal chi construct, shaped like a massive palm, materialized, intercepting every strike with effortless authority. Gohan staggered backward, teeth clenched, mind reeling in disbelief. Inner energy? Beside the ring, Hua Enlil watched, awestruck, and murmured aloud, So I made the right choice after all. In the next breath, Jinyan appeared directly before Gohan, fist coiled, ready to strike. Gohan barely registered the movement before instinct forced him into defense. Jinyan unleashed a rapid sequence of punches, each one perfectly timed, perfectly weighted, driving Gohan backward with relentless pressure. Internally, Gohan reeled. His external and inner energy are perfectly balanced. He doesn't just have deep internal power. To think the son of a merchant group moves like a top-tier martial master. No wonder Ouyang Saeng was defeated by him. When the assault concluded, Jinyan smirked faintly and spoke, voice carrying over the silence. Where did that overwhelming force you used to break the arena go, huh? You're being overly cautious. Gohan roared, lunging forward. Silence! And swung his sword with full intent. But Jinyan intercepted the blade with only 2 fingers. The impact sent the sword flying from Gohan's grip, embedding itself upright in the cracked ground. Gohan stared at it, horror flooding his chest, before a memory surged, vivid and searing. What a disgrace. His father's voice, cold and towering, as he looked down at him sprawled on the training ground. You lost your balance, and even dropped your sword! You still have yet to master even the first stance of the heaven-destroying art properly. What a shameful display! Nearby, 2 onlookers whispered, Does he still not meet the patriarch's standards? The other sighed. Even at this age, he remains unacknowledged as young patriarch. Oh dear. As the memory faded, Gohan gritted his teeth and growled, Not yet. He snatched up his sword and added, voice trembling with resolve, I still haven't shown it. What I truly... This blade began to glow with gathering power. Hua Enlil's eyes widened. He recognized the stance. Across the arena, the Alliance leader watched, motionless, his full attention now locked on the ring. Gohan raised his sword high and announced, voice ringing with ancestral pride, I'm Gohan of the Dako clan! Heaven-destroying art! He thrust forward, and a concentrated torrent of chi, dense, piercing, annihilating, surged toward Jinyan. Jinyan observed the technique calmly. So this is the Dako clan's signature method, condensing all power into a single devastating point? Impressive. But he extended his right hand, lightning chi flaring brightly. For one who wields a sword, the unity of sword and body is fundamental, he declared. Your sword is heavy, but your mind is scattered into 10,000 pieces. With a single strike, he deflected the attack, shattering the chi wave into harmless fragments. Warriors stationed along the perimeter intercepted the stray shards before they reached the crowd. A heavy silence fell. Dakohan panted, trembling, not from exertion, but from disorientation. My strength, it's dispersing everywhere? How? Then, a voice echoed in his mind, sharp, mocking. This is disappointing. Seems like the Dako clan isn't so special after all. There's clearly a reason he still hasn't been recognized. In the end, he's just an empty cart making the loudest din. He faltered. No! No! His jaw clenched. With a guttural cry, he swung his sword again. Wild, desperate, uncontrolled. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it all! Why? He screamed inwardly at Jinyan. Why won't my attacks work? How are you so calm? How can you have such strong eyes? Jinyan stood unmoved and reflected. There are times when children of great clans, raised in privilege and pressure, harbor inner demons far more violent than those forged in the brutal wilds of the Murim. The blade of expectation and public scrutiny cuts deeper than any enemy's steel. If the body strengthens while the spirit remains fragile, the weapon will turn on its wielder. Dissonance between flesh and will leads only to collapse. What such a person needs, in that moment, is… He clenched his fist, a small clue to grasp onto, then opened his palm, serene, and the momentary composure to recognize it. Dakohan's breath hitched. His eyes cleared. I see. He lowered his sword, voice quiet but certain. Originally, the heaven-destroying art is a technique that consolidates scattered energy into one. You must gather your drifting inner energy and encase it firmly. He retook his stance, resolute. I'll go again. Jinyan smiled, quietly, proudly. Dakohan launched the technique once more. Heaven-destroying art! This time, the strike was focused, coherent, true. Jinyan sidestepped effortlessly and said, voice warm with approval, Good, you succeeded. In the next instant, he stood before Dakohan again, fist drawn back. Junior, consider it a blessing that your opponent hails from the Orthodox faction. Then, he struck. The blow sent Dakohan flying backward, tumbling across the debris-strewn ground until he crashed hard against the shattered concrete fence. Lying on his back, gazing up at the open sky, Dakohan whispered inwardly, So high. So high. Higher than my heaven-destroying art can reach. He clenched his teeth. Again, struggling to rise. Gasping, he repeated, Again. This time he vowed, I'll land it properly. Then, a firm, resonant voice cut through the arena. That's enough. The alliance leader stood, posture commanding. He addressed Dakohan directly. Do you not understand that the Fist Warrior has been holding back for you? If you persist in this disgrace, you won't only shame yourself. You'll drag down the honor of the entire Dako clan. How will you face your father? After a pause, his tone softened, almost imperceptibly. However, take this as a lesson. Use it to train harder. Raise your head. Slowly, Dakohan lifted his gaze. He released his sword. It fell to the ground with a dull clang. Then he bowed, deeply, humbly, and spoke, voice raw but clear. I lost. The official's voice boomed over the arena. Then, the winner of this match is the Fist Warrior. As Jinyan exited the stage, Chul Myung-ho clapped him on the shoulder, grinning. This feels great. From afar, Namgung Wi observed them, arms crossed. So this is how things turned out, he mused. It's a pity I couldn't stomp Dakohan myself, but this is better. A cold smile touched his lips. This way, I can crush that smug face with my own hands later.